right-hander. It was an amazing shot.
He nailed it behind point.
And so how is the cricket going for your team in Barbados at the moment?
Well, Barbados just won both tournaments at regional level,
Right.
CG Super 50, and then we were able to defend in the T20 Blaze. Pretty much dominated the entire tournament, only lost one game, and that was the first game in that T20 Blaze. But then the team was able to go on without Hayley Matthews.
Right.
Obviously, we know the impact she has on any team she's involved in. But she was rested for that tour.
Here's Holder beginning a new over, bowling to Jaiswal. He's gone over the wicket this time, and Jaiswal just lets that one go through to the keeper. There's no run. It's a subtle change in the field here. Cornwall's moved to about a fourth slip. So there's no first slip, there's a fourth slip. Oh great, so wow, totally dominant.
Yeah. Won all the games last year, and then to come back and do the double this year. Excellent for
Is there any
ladies.
particular reason why you're so dominant?
I think
Aside from obviously being very good.
people will argue we have the most experienced players in our team.
Right, okay.
There are quite a number of players who have played for West Indies in that Barbados setup. So we benefit from that experience.
And Jaiswal's just taken another single there. He's just dabbed that one into the point area. He's gone through for a run. He moves on to 152. So you're sort of like the Man City of women's cricket in the Caribbean.
Well, I haven't followed football for a while, but I guess so.
Here's Holder bowling to Kohli. He defends that to point. It's picked up there by Kemar Roach, and there's no run. I did enjoy being at Kensington Oval. I was actually travelling with a schoolmate of mine, and he went to the cricket every day while I was working. And so I spent a bit of time backwards and forwards between the commentary box and where he was sitting, and wow, there's some characters in the crowd there.
Characters all around the Caribbean.
There's one guy that's doing a running commentary on the boundary every single ball. Here's Holder bowling to Kohli. He just defends that one to cover. It's picked up there by Blackwood, and there's no run. Very entertaining, I'm told.
I don't think I've ever seen him, but I'm sure it's
He
entertaining.
sits right by the boundary, kind of at square leg on the boundary.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, just on a plastic chair. Doesn't move.
Probably listening to the radio and keeping
And
track of the
talks
score.
non-stop to the players too. Non-stop.
Commentators last coach.
It's Holder once more. Right arm over the wicket to Kohli. He's defending to point. Kemar Roach picks it up there, and there's no run.
So besides that boat cruise, what else did you get up to in Barbados?
Well, the problem was the cricket was every second day, so it's kind of hard to do that much. And I had the same problem in Kingston as well. I only really saw Kingston. I didn't really see the rest of Jamaica. So not a lot's the answer, although there are other reasons for that too. Here's Holder bowling to Kohli, and he's defending that one up to mid-on. That's the end of the over. It's 3-2-3 for 2. It's the latest score here at Windsor Park. Yeah, I didn't get up to too much. I went to Brandon's Beach a little bit, a few times. I could walk there from where I was staying. That was quite nice. Good for swimming, nice walk. But yeah, not too much. Well, we walked around the old town. But yeah, having the cricket every second day just kind of prevented the option of staying somewhere else on the island and that. But the boat cruise was fun. Got great video actually of the Black Caps doing backflips off the boat.
You'll have to show me that after.
Yeah. Captain was great. Here's Warwican beginning a new over, bowling to Jaiswal. He's down the wicket, driving to long on, where Kemar Roach does the fielding. There's one further run to Jaiswal. He moves on to 153. But what surprised me was the fact that, you know, this is an international cricket team. I just sort of assumed they'd go on like some sort of private charter. They just turned up on a public boat. Apparently Glenn Phillips organised it.
Oh, Glenn Phillips.
He knows the Caribbean very well. Here's Warwican bowling to Kohli. He works that one off his pads. There's a massive gap behind square, and it's a long chase for Blackwood. So he's chased well though. Actually, I must say Blackwood has not given up in the field at all in this match. He's chased everything, and Kohli. So we've just got our wires crossed here slightly. Another feed was coming through here on our network. Oh! And that ball from Warwican, Kohli was driving, and Craig Brathwaite appears to have dropped that at a short extra cover. Let's have a look at the replay. So it's a good ball from Warwican, just on the stumps, and yes, Kohli's driven it, and Brathwaite diving to his right, couldn't hold on, and what a shame that is for Warwican. As you mentioned, Shakiri's bowled extremely well in this innings, and extremely disappointing there that his captain couldn't hold on to that catch with Kohli on 40. Here is Warwican bowling to Kohli. He's defensively forward, and there's no run. He should have taken that, don't you think?
Yeah, it looks to be a fairly regulation chance. With his standards, he should have taken that one quite easily. Here
is Warwican bowling to Kohli. Puts the drop catch out of his mind and just defends, and that's the end of the over. It's 3:26 for 2 here at Windsor Park.
Fielding has been something West Indies struggle with in all formats of the game. Quite recently, Captain Craig Brathwaite shelling that one. He'll be very disappointed.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing about that catch is that, you know, it's not one of those ones when you're behind the wicket and you can't see the ball coming. It doesn't really. They're the ones you take in training, what, 100 times?
Yeah, there's absolutely no excuse for dropping that one. You can see the ball all the way through, right off the bat.
Yeah.
Should have taken it, perhaps. A bit too high.
Well, Warwican's been unlucky. He had a fairly close shout against Kohli when he was on 0. Now he's been dropped. Mind you, talk about unlucky guys. What about Kemar Roach yesterday? Let's talk about that. He was heartbroken.
Yeah, he had to toil all day yesterday, and for that decision to go against him, plumb LBW. But unfortunately, West Indies didn't have any more reviews.
Here's Holder bowling to Jaiswal, and it's a short ball and he sways out of the way. Quite well directed actually, and it goes through to the keeper. Yeah, and I mean that's the unfortunate thing about the review system, is that the whole crowd knows it's out, everyone knows it's out, and then the umpire must be thinking, oh my goodness, what have I just done? They'd just taken the new ball. Yeah.
One of the rare mistakes we saw by the umpires.
Yeah, here's Holder bowling to Jaiswal, and he drives that one square of the wicket out to Warwican, and there's one further run to Jaiswal. He moves on to 154.
Yeah, look at West Indies playing but themselves. It did waste a few of those reviews. There was a review that came straight off the pad, and they thought it was edged.
Oh, and there was also that one, I think it was with Cornwall bowling, and it just completely missed everything.
Yeah, I think it took the shoulder or something.
Oh,
like that
that's
as well.
right. Yes,
yeah.
It hit the shoulder. Yeah. Here's Holder bowling to Kohli. He pushes that one out to cover. Blackwood's around quickly to cut it off, and there's no run.
Yeah, speaking of Blackwood, he's been very energetic as always.
Yeah. I felt really sorry for him yesterday when he sprinted around that boundary in front of the stands. Like, just like lightning, got there and just put his foot on the boundary. He's so unlucky. He's just probably thinking, what did I even bother for?
Those are the more frustrating ones.
Yeah. Here's Holder. And this time Coley's driving up towards mid-on. It's picked up there by Craig Brathwaite, and there's no run. So you'd say a bit of a subdued start so far today, Shakira? Much the same as pretty much the whole match.
Much the same, and I don't think we will expect to see anything much different, at least not until Ishan Kishan comes to the crease, if he does get a chance. But Kohli.
Well, I had Raunak on air yesterday, and he said part of India's plan here will to make sure he does get a bat, basically. But I suppose you can't control what's going to happen to the other guys batting. So here's Kohli, he's pulling this time. But there's a man out there at deep square leg, that's Ramon Reefer. And one further under Kohli, goes on to 41. That's the end of the over. It's 3:28 for 2, the latest score at Windsor Park.
Yeah, there's no real way of ensuring that he gets a chance.
Yeah.
Ajinkya Rahane to come next. And we all know he too loves to bat long. There's no chance.
Yeah. I don't think Jaiswal's planning to get out anytime soon.
I'm sure he's looking for a double.
Here's, oh sorry, that's not the end of the over. There's one further ball going, it's Holder. This time it's Jaiswal. And he's pulling that one away through to backward square, takes a further run, he moves on to 155, and that is the end of the over. It's 3:29 for 2, the latest score at Windsor Park. Yeah, you got to feel, just going back to that LBW shout by Kemo Roach on Jaiswal yesterday, you really feel for the umpire in that situation, right? They get so much of it right, and you've probably got possibly the two best umpires in the world out there at the moment. And that one was, hitting middle and leg. Yeah, arguably it was a bit high-ish, but I hit him on the back leg. And then when it hits you on the back leg, you pretty much know it's out, right? And so, yeah, I do feel for the umpires because they get so much right. And then, had there been a review available, then obviously it would have been given. Here's Warrican beginning a new over, bowling to Jaiswal. He looks to force that one through the offside, but doesn't, manages just to get a bottom edge, and it just trickles behind the stumps. Here is Warrican, and Jaiswal's watchfully forward. There's no run. It's a real shame Cornwall can't bowl at the moment. I'd love to see him bowling, but he was off the field for most of the day yesterday, or a good part of it, as Jaiswal comes down the wicket to the next ball from Warrican, plays it into the leg side. There's a gap there, and he goes through for a single to go to 156 off 371 balls. So it's been a really impressive effort by Jaiswal, amazing concentration. So he's batted on 3 days now. Day one, and he made 40. Then yesterday, batted all day, and he's still batting today. Here's Warrican to Kohli. And he punches that one into the offside, but he can't beat Craig Brathwaite it's a short mid-off really. It's not really an extra cover, it's probably a short mid-off. In line with the popping crease. Here's Kohli, reaches for that one. It's a little bit wider from Warrican, so Warrican will be encouraged by that. Just plays it out to Ramon Reefer at point, there's no run. Warrican once more, and Kohli defends to short point. That's the end of the over. Warrican now has 1 for 88 off 38, and the score is 330 for 2 here at Windsor Park.
Can't get it quite quickly. It's going to be Alzari Joseph into the attack. First time this morning, I think it's very important how Craig Brathwaite utilizes his seamers in particular.
Thank you very much, Andrew McLean. And Shakira Selman was in the comments position. Thank you very much. As I say, good morning to all our listeners. India resuming on 312 for 2 overnight of 113 overs, with Kohli not out on 36 and Jaiswal not out on 143. They have moved on to 330 for the loss of 2, an overall lead of 180 runs. As Hoda bows to Jaiswal, Jaiswal is forcing this one off the back foot, finds Warrican moving from squarish cover, fields, and the batsman cross for 1. So this morning we saw Jaiswal bringing up his 150. 150 for Jaiswal on debut, joining people like Dhawan and Prithvi Shaw, openers for India who have scored centuries on their debut. I say good morning to you, Lockhart.
Yeah, morning to you, Andy. Morning to listeners and West Indies. Back at it today, and it's going to be a struggle for the West Indies team today, but I'm sure the guys would look to put them to put all into it today and try and pick up a few wickets this morning.
Order to Kohli. Kohli is trying to work this one. Did he get a touch onto it? The ball goes down to the boundary. So it's a glance there. 4 runs to Kohli.
Yes, and Kohli yesterday, and in fact when he hit his first boundary, I think he put up his bat to his teammate because he felt it was a struggle for him, and that I believe is his second boundary in his score 45.
Got alive this morning. Fairly easy catch by the captain, Craig Brathwaite. They filled in at short extra cover of the bowling of Warrican. He was on 40, and so far 40 of 124 balls. Don't really associate slow scoring with Virat Kohli, but the situation demands. Here he is covering up, plays it on the offside. Blackwood picks up and there is no run. Yesterday a very slow scoring day, 90 overs bowled, only 232 runs scored by India, but you can really put it down to having dismissed the West Indies for 150. They realized that there's ample time to bat and bat as long as possible.
Well, they have 3 days to bat, so they're not in a hurry. They felt that they could take their time. Obviously, they're looking to bat once.
Here is Hoda from the Botanic Gardens end. In fact, it's Alzari Joseph. Beg your pardon. Hoda began the attack, but now Alzari Joseph has taken up the attack from the Billy Doctorow Pavilion end. Alzari Joseph not having the pitch doesn't really assist the fast bowlers, and he is into his 15th over, none for 70 so far.
Yeah, a bit expensive, I mean, but he's still trying, putting 100% effort from Alzari Joseph.
So the partnership is 95 runs already by these two. Alzari forces Kohli into defense, covers up well, sign of a very good batsman, getting a good delivery and playing every ball to its merit.
Well, you say a good batsman, I think he's close to a great batsman. I mean, his record has showed that he's one of the outstanding batsmen of his generation. I mean, together with people like Joe Root and Steve Smith and what's the other one? The one from
Kane Williamson.
Yeah, Kane Williamson. These have been the batsmen of the generation, and Kohli does outstanding in every format. And every format, this guy has been outstanding.
But over the last 2 years, he hasn't.
In Test cricket,
yeah,
he has made big scores, except for that 184 against Australia earlier this year.
Here is Alzari Joseph. Bowls, delivery on the legs of the batsman, a chance for a run out. Shies at the stumps there and misses, but a quick run taken, a risky one.
Very risky, and Kohli is that kind of guy. He does run fast between the wickets, but in fact, early, it was yesterday, there was this single where Jaiswal could have been run out. It was a similar thing, and Jaiswal could have been run out. We haven't seen it on the monitor yet, but this was, I think, a very risky single a while ago. We haven't seen them want to see how close it was, but I'm guessing they want to rotate the strike, and I mean, He's now on what, 46? Probably looking to get to a half century. He struggled a bit, as you said. Been batting since yesterday over almost 3 hours for 46, and it has been a struggle. We saw Rohit Sharma himself yesterday. If we have to look at the monitor to see how close that was, the pickup and throw, and it would have been very tight. It would have been tight. If it had hit, it would have been tight. But West Indies need a wicket, and the lead is getting a bit bigger now. So at almost 186 runs. So India obviously looking to push on. Young guy, he would have been out. I mean, he would have been out. When you look at it once more, he'd have been run out. So Kohli earlier this year, last over, we saw he got a catch to Craig Brathwaite, short extra cover of Warwick. And Warwick has bowled well, Andy.
Yes.
Bowled pretty well.
38 overs, 1 for 88, an opportunity to get another. And the very first ball that Kohli faced, he had a loud shout, a confident appeal, which was disallowed, and on the replay, it showed that it clearly wasn't out.
Going down the leg side, in fact. And they lost a review for that.
Warwick goes to Kohli. Kohli pushes it to squarish cover. Azari Joseph is there, and there is no run. And that review has some significance, because when Jaiswal was trapped by Holder, there wasn't any review, and the replays showed that he was clearly out.
Was it Holder or Roach? Or Kima Roach?
Roach, Kima Roach, I beg your pardon, yes. So delivered there to Kohli, placed to Brathwaite at extra cover, and there is no run. 2 slips go down, he plays it. Fieldsman there at silly mid-off, picks up, and there is no run. So if you've got to use your reviews wisely, it says. So Brathwaite bringing in Kima Roach from the long off boundary. And he has Holder there at mid-on. Blackwood at mid-wicket straightish. Extra cover, squarish cover, and a man there, Craig Brathwaite there at short extra cover, as the ball is bowled there by Warwick, and Kohli defends, and there is no run. Comes forward, pushes it to Joseph at squarish cover, and again they can score. When you get the chances on great batsmen like Kohli, you can't allow that to go easily. But we'll get back to that. Warwick bowls a quicker delivery, Kohli defends, and at the end of the over, India 336 for the loss of 2. The latest score here at Windsor Park.
Well, to your point, great batsmen usually make you pay when you give them lives. Kohli early on, and particularly when West Indies needed a wicket, hit that ball to Brathwaite, should have been out, and you could pay for that. And Kohli is a batsman who could bat until they declare, until probably tea time. And I suspect the Indians are looking to have a lead of over 300 by tea time today.
And you can pay, and pay dearly. It's a costly miss. We see Rakim Cornwall is on the field, which is good news for the West Indies.
Yes, but we wondered what time can he bowl. Remember, he was off for a long, long time. The umpires we need to find out at what time, if it's after lunch or before lunch, because the amount of time he was off the field, I don't think he can bowl very, very early this morning.
My guess is that it will be sometime after lunch. The lead 186. Jaiswal on 157. Waits for Azari Joseph. Drives forcefully. Finds Riffer there at cover, and there is no run. Bright sunny day once again, Lockhart.
Oh, lovely sunshine, and that's why you look at the greenery, and I reiterate, Dominica is just a lovely place. When you look at the greenery, look at the botanic gardens, you look towards the Loda area, the southern path. It's beautiful, and that's why visitors should come visit Dominica, Andy.
Yes, there are a lot of good sites. There's the Bury Lake, the Boiling Lake, the Trafalgar Falls, the Chitu Gorge, Indian River, the Cabrits, Sari Falls. As Joseph bows to Jaiswal. Jaiswal is cutting through the slip region. The ball goes down to the boundary for 4.
Yes, between slip and gully. Safe stroke, I mean, there's no second slip and easily went to the boundary. And Andre, while we're on, we just want to tell visitors the World Creole Music Festival will be in a few months' time. We're inviting people in the end of October. Come to Dominica. It's a lovely time to be here. It's a Creole time, a lot of Creole food. You can enjoy the Creole Festival and just come to Dominica and have fun and enjoy yourself.
Well, it's a wonderful time to visit Dominica. The cuisine is superb and the sights, they are wonderful. And with the rain over the last few days, you can see it has put the place totally green. With the greenery is just magnificent.
Natural, natural. That's a beautiful country, Dominica.
Here is our Zari Joseph. Goes to Jaiswal. Jaiswal is covering up, a bit squared up on this occasion, but manages to get back onto the ball. Ball goes to cover. Referee is there and there is no run.
Yeah,
and
lovely delivery from Zari Joseph. As you say, squared him up.
And look at it, I was very happy to see the way on entering the grounds, the pan in harmony with the songs of steel band.
David Winston, you know, David Bob D as they call him.
Yes.
He's the guy playing the steel band.
No, there's a whole orchestra playing.
This morning?
Yes, this morning.
Okay.
Pan in Harmony is their name. And I really felt good entering the grounds, and then you're greeted with that sound of steel, with some local calypsos, and a woman on the bass. And this. And by the way, there are quite a few female players.
Yeah, woman on the bass.
Yes, Zari Bowes, Jaisal covers up, pushes it to cover, and there is no run.
I like that, the woman on the bass. Yeah. And a good calypso is lovely enough, particularly when it's jumpy and you can dance on it. There have been the only finger people like the Mighty Sparrow, even locally, King Dice. You've had outstanding calypsonian locally.
Indeed, yeah. Indeed. We haven't seen the Lapu Cabwits. Yesterday they played, and not their best of days yesterday. But remember that the West Indies, they've got to bat a second time, so we'll expect them to come out here and perform. Drives, bits cover, bits reefer. Fieldsman moving across from mid-off, does well, and limits the batsman just to a single.
And in fact, Andy, as I talk about King Dice, it seems to me you have retired. I remember a few years ago, you were the guy on stage with King Dice, as one of the guys doing this calypso song, but seemed to me age has caught up on you and retired.
Yes, I mean, I've done so many great acts with King Dice, 9-time Calypso King, the Prince of Darkness, the Puppet Master, to name a few. So I've been in the Calypso field doing my part, entertaining the crowd, and sometimes people do not even recognize me on stage.
I remember you did the song, The Prince of Darkness. I remember you were on stage during that time, and you really did put on a performance for the crowds.
Alzari, Bosto, Kohli, rising delivery, handles it well. A good one there from Alzari as the over comes to an end. He has bowled 16 overs, none for 76. India 341 for the loss of 2. That's the latest score here at Windsor Park.
And Zari Joseph continues Andy, to try his best. The pitch surely not assisting him. And the pitch is not a pitch where you get in bounce. It's not hard enough, and it's not the pitch that suits him. But still, nonetheless, he's tried. It's a bit expensive, but I think he's tried, and I believe probably the next test when he gets to Trinidad, maybe, and I say maybe he might get a pitch which will have more bounce and probably a little more grass.
So India lost their last wicket when Gill was out, caught by Afanas of Warrican. The score was 240. So these two have added 100 partnerships, 101 partnership, and they're looking to continue. The show Kohli dropped on 40 by Brathwaite. He has moved on to 46. And Jaiswal, when he was given that life, you can call it a life by the umpire, he was on 132. So he has moved on to 162. And as Andrew McLean was saying, the whole crowd was seeing it on the big screen.
Yes.
So they knew definitely that batsman was out. But the water under the bridge, as they say, as Warwican, the batsman is using his feet and hitting it straight over the bowler's head. A magnificent shot there by Jaiswal for 6.
Yes, a well-flighted delivery. The young man came down the track and a lovely stroke straight overhead, Andy. And this guy continues to grow in confidence.
Well, when you watch Jaiswal play the IPL, he was all attack. Here he has tempered himself and he has batted a splendid test innings.
Yes, played extremely well. And again, like I've said, he's a custom of making 100. He's now at his 10th first-class 100. 10th.
Warwican from over the wicket draws the batsman forward and in defense. So after that attacking shot using his feet, prepared now to stay there. He doesn't want to get out. He looks like a man on a mission to get somewhere 200, 250. As he struck on the pad, a loud appeal and confident one there by Warwican, but the umpire Kettlebrew disallows the appeal, and certainly a little bit of frustration there for the West Indies players.
Might be outside, might have struck him outside.
Let's watch it on the monitor.
Yeah, might have struck him outside off. Well, West Indies have no reviews. West Indies have no reviews, so.
On the monitor, it looked pretty close. That's all I was prepared to see.
It looked like it came in the middle. If we watch
and
it.
you watch it on when they pitched on, maybe going down the leg side, maybe missing wicket missing.
The leg stump.
So good decision there by umpire Kettlebrew.
Yeah, miss it.
It's always refreshing for an umpire when he sees the review or the replay. He goes on the back foot, punches it to the right of cover, sends in the return, hits the stumps, a direct hit there by Shandapal. The ball ricochets off the stumps, they cross for a few overthrows, and certainly, in fact, the umpire now calling for a review to see if the batsman was in his crease.
Virat Kohli, and then Kohli is normally a good runner, fast runner. I mean, but to me, and the umpire probably signaled not out when the ball hit the stumps. Clearly not out. Clearly not out. He's been clearly not out.
But ultra cautious. You have the replay, why not use it? You can see the ball coming. In fact, the players going up. The umpire a bit unsighted there by the wicket keeper though. So he was very much correct in calling to see exactly what happened.
It makes no sense taking chances, but clearly Kohli was way inside of his crease. Clearly not out.
So the lead is 200 runs now, Lockhart.
Oh yeah, that's true. That's true. It's a huge lead, 200.
Here is Warwican, decides to go around the wicket once again. Kohli plays back, pushes it on the onside, and there is no run. So Kohli and Jaiswal beginning today. India with 312 for 2. They have moved to 350 for the same 2 wickets. Kohli has moved on to 46. Comes forward, plays on the onside to mid-wicket. Blackwood is there. He fields. There is no run. The over comes to an end. At the end of over number 125, India 350 for the loss of 2. And that's the latest score here at Windsor Park.
Not very often you see Virat Kohli batting 137 balls to score 46, and obviously the pitch is not a pitch he feels that he can play through, but he's prepared to fight. In fact, Rohit Sharma himself batting over 200 balls for 103. So Indian batsmen are prepared to fight. It's not the kind of pitch they feel that they can play through the line, but obviously they know, having bowled out the West Indies for 150, they felt they had plenty of time. So they felt that they could buckle down, they have time, get a big leader, probably 300 and more, and then look to bowl out the West Indies.
Exactly, because had it been the West Indies had batted longer and India were trying to push to get some runs to declare, it would have been quite a different situation. But 150 all out on the first day, ample time to bat and bat and bat and just take the other team out of the picture completely. Here is Alzari. Joseph Bose Good delivery, the batsman covers up, once again pushes it to cover, where refer picks up and there is no run.
And Andy, I know you're a tennis fan, and today you have these big semi-finals at Wimbledon. You have Medvedev against Alcaraz, and the man himself, Djokovic, against Sinner. The two big semi-finals at Wimbledon today. In fact, this morning, one should be going on now. I believe one might have been finished by now. I think they were due to start at 8 o'clock this morning. So, two big semi-finals, the men's semi-finals at Wimbledon today.
Djokovic looking to get his 24th Grand Slam. He's way ahead already. Here at Windsor Park, Alzarri Joseph goes to Jaiswal, gets another good delivery. In behind it, pushes it to cover. Once again, refer fields and there is no run. So Alzarri Joseph bowling good line and length. The pitch is not giving that much assistance. You've just got to concentrate and keep working hard. And definitely Alzarri Joseph prepared to push in the hard work. But Jaiswal, on the other hand, he is batting quite solidly. Doesn't look like a man who is prepared to give his hand away. Here is Joseph once again. Bows to Jaiswal. Jaiswal is again getting a good delivery directed right on the stumps. Covers up, and once again, refer at cover picks up.
And you have to marvel at the outstanding, the temperament of this young guy and his concentration. He's prepared to bat for what, 2-3 days. The way he's looking, he still looks fresh, and he's batted almost the entire day yesterday, which almost 330 minutes. He batted 2 hours the day before, and he's still there. So he's prepared to just bat on and bat on, this youngster.
When you consider people like Dhawan still playing cricket, Prithvi Shaw still playing cricket, Shubman Gill as an opener, and Jaiswal has come out and made a mark immediately. Here is Joseph, again forced to cover up, thought of a single, but this time Kohli won't respond, sends him back, and there is no run.
Yes, and the youngster, 171 on debut. His highest first-class score is 212. Maybe he's aiming for that or more, Andy.
So Cornwall there at slip, you just can't miss Cornwall. No matter on what part of the field he is, you can't miss him. And if he's off the field, he'll be conspicuous by his absence.
Correct.
So we watch now as Alzarri Joseph runs into bowl to Jaiswal. Jaiswal is getting the ball, a good one once again, trying to turn it to leg. Ball striking him high on the body, and there's triggers on the offside, and he can score.
Well, Andy, you know, one thing I'm hoping in the next few years after that groundsmen in the Caribbean, let us try to get pitches with more bounce, pitches with more grass. I think too often in the Caribbean you come to ground a bit bare. So what we want to see, pitches a bit harder, like in the old days at Barbados and Jamaica, which will enable us to get the fast bowlers coming back. So I would like to see that around the Caribbean, where you have pitches with more grass, you have pitches that are harder, which will encourage the young fast bowlers.
I quite agree with you as Joseph goes to Jaiswal. Jaiswal is playing hard, gets the edge, and Jaiswal goes, cuts at the wicket of Alzarri Joseph. Jaiswal goes for 171. India lose their third wicket at 350.
Yes, good delivery from Alzarri Joseph. He tried hard, and you can see the disgust that the young man faced. That's Jaiswal. He felt he should have stayed there, but a very good delivery from Alzarri Joseph, who has tried, and he's tried. The pitch doesn't suit his type of bowling, but you can see he has tried. He's not given up. He's tried 120%, I would say, and he's been rewarded with the wicket of Jaiswal. But having said that, that's been a lovely inning from this young man. He's batting forward, almost maybe over 387 balls played on his debut today. Outstanding batting by this youngster, Andy Carter.
Yes, 16 fours and 1 6, 387 deliveries, 171 he scored, and what an innings, what a knock we've had from Jaiswal. Superb knock, but Alzarri Joseph, he was consistent in that over, kept him quiet, kept the ball on the off stump, and in the end got the reward for very good bowling and a good wicket for Alzarri Joseph. putting in the hard work and getting the results.
Oh yes, it has been a very good try from Zari Joseph. Since yesterday, Andy, as we have said, the pitch is not the type of pitch he would enjoy, not enough bounce. But he's tried. I mean, he has been a little expensive, but I think he has bowled very well. Captain, I'm sure, will be happy with the kind of performance he has put in. Only 1 wicket, but he has tried a lot. And Warwican himself has bowled extremely well as well, Joel Warwican. So the West Indian bowlers, despite the fact that the Indians have a big lead, have tried. They continue to try. Zari Joseph has come out this morning and told his captain, I will give you 5-6 overs at good pace, and he's been rewarded every wicket of Joshua.
Indeed. So 2 big partnerships, 229 between Rohit Sharma and Jaiswal, and now 110 run partnership just broken there by Zari Joseph, getting the wicket of Jaiswal, caught behind of Zari Joseph for 171. 171, 387 balls he faced, 16 fours and 1 6, and one must compliment the batsman there, Jaiswal. Very good knock, as the vice captain of the Indian team will come out in a short while. The fieldsmen, they are having themselves refreshed. Ajinkya Rahane has made his way back into the Indian team. He had some difficulties because Shreyas Ayers was playing, and I think because of some injury to Ayers.
He has some back issues, yeah.
Yes, he has forced his way back on, and he batted quite well even in the
IPL.
And in the World.
In England, he played both innings, he played extremely well.
Exactly.
In fact, he made a comeback as he went back into local cricket, the Ranji Trophy in India, made a lot of runs, he was rewarded, and is now the vice captain.
So with the players having themselves refreshed, we'll have a change of commentator. Andrew McLean will come on now, and Lockhart will continue with him. With India just losing Jaiswal, Yashasvi Jaiswal out for 171, and a good breakthrough there for the West Indies. I leave you with Lockhart Sebastian, and after Andrew McLean.
Yes, Andy, as you said, good wicket for the West Indies, as Zari Joseph was tried. He's pulled his hat out. It's not the type of pitch you would enjoy, but he's picked up the wicket of Jaiswal, who has played this outstanding inning. And West Indies, I wouldn't say they're trying to get back into the game, because a lead of 200, you're way behind, but they seem to be trying. Warwican has bowled extremely well this morning. He had a mischance of his bowling when Craig Brathwaite put down the catch at extra cover when Virat Kohli tried to stroke one through the covers. So the West Indian bowlers have been trying, as I welcome, first time to get for the morning, Mr. Andrew McLean. How are you, sir?
Good morning, Sebo. Yeah, doing well, thanks. It's been quite an eventful first hour, really, hasn't it? We've seen Kohli get dropped by Craig Brathwaite, and then Jaiswal there, just chasing one wide of the off stump, and giving Joseph his first wicket of the match. But yeah, what an absolutely tremendous knock by Jaiswal. 171 off 387 balls. So the fall of that wicket has brought Ajinkya Rahane to the crease, and West Indies leading by India leading by exactly 200 now. It's good to see West Indies keeping the pressure on, even though Kohli's there on 46, 3 men around the bat. Here's Warwican beginning a new over. Bowling to Kohli, as defended to the man at silly mid-off, I guess you would call him. That's Ramon Reefer there under the helmet. We've got Cornwall at first slip, Athanase at second slip. Here's Kohli, it's defending into the offside. It's just wide of Chanderpaul at cover. And it's time for Kohli to take a single. That moves them on to 47. And India 351 for 3. Good to see the crowd getting a bit lively already.
Let's hope we get a much bigger crowd today, and somewhere in the 5,000 region.
It's good to hear as Warwican bowls another one to Rahane this time, facing his first delivery. And excuse me. Here we go. Here's Warwican, and that beats the outside edge of Njinka Rahane, and it goes through to De Silva. I have to say, De Silva's had a good match.
Yes.
He's been very tidy behind the stumps, and I thought that catch to get Rohit Sharma out, he just made it look so easy yesterday. Here's Warwican, and Rahane's whipping that one through mid-wicket. Jermaine Blackwood comes across to pick that up, and there's one run to Rahane, so he's off the mark. He'll be happy about that. Always good to get a run under your belt early. No, I really like the way that Craig Brathwaite's persisting with keeping close catches to Kohli, including himself at a short mid-off. Here's Warwican to Kohli, and that one, does he edge that, or does he hit it come off his foot? Anyway, it was taken by Rakeem Cornwall at slip. The Indians are appealing, but the umpire, Richard Kettleborough, is unmoved. Wanders down to Warwican to give his hat back. That is the end of the over. It's 352 for 3, the latest score at Windsor Park.
And Andrew, as we have said, the West Indies have no more reviews. As we look at the monitor, there's no spike. When we look at it, probably ball hit the ground away from the bat. Good delivery from Warwican though. Who bowled well, Andrew? He bowled very well, Warwican, and the ball seemed to have nowhere close to the bat, Andrew, when we look at the monitor.
Yeah, but my question is, how did it end up in Cornwall's hands?
Well, it spun, and the wicket has spun from day one.
Yeah. Right, so it's going to be Alzari Joseph from the Botanical Gardens end, with the backdrop of the mountains and the hills behind him, behind the Billy Doctrove Pavilion. Here comes Joseph, and that one's outside the line of off stump. Rahane lets it go through to the keeper, wanders out of his crease, but no one attempts to run him out. I think only Australians do that. But that's the crazy thing about that Bairstow run out. If it had been in the middle of the over, they wouldn't have tried it.
Yeah.
But it happened to be at the end of the over.
Well, the Australians, that's how they've played the cricket over the years, and that's how they've played.
Here's Joseph once again, and Rahane's defensively forward, playing that into the covers where Blackwood does the fielding, and there's no run. What are you implying there, Sebo?
No, just saying the Australians, that's how they play the cricket. I remember a few years ago that Brian Lara was batting, I can't remember which end. Steve Ward backward point caught him. Clearly looked like touchy ground, and Brian Lara walked, and the Australians never withdrew the appeal. And when the replay was shown, clearly touched the ground. Steve Ward backward point. So many times you find that sort of thing from, in fact, even when West Indies in 75 got this 5-1, still were a number of questionable decisions.
Here's Joseph bowling to Rahane, and once more he finds that man Blackwood at cover, and there's no run.
And in fact, Andrew, your own country, New Zealand, the West Indies suffered at the hands as well. I think it was in the late 70s when, in fact, you even had two bowlers who suggested that one kick down the stump, because a lot of bad decisions went against the West Indies in that tour. I don't know if you've ever read about it.
I'm not that young.
No, I'm just asking.
I think I know which series you're referring
right, okay.
to.
Viv Richards wasn't on that tour. Yeah.
No, but Colin Croft was.
Okay.
Here's Joseph bowling to Rahane, and it's a full-length delivery. He works it off his toes out to the man coming in off the boundary. That's Ramon Reefer, and that's one run. Yes.
And Michael Holden was also on that tour.
Let's just say Colin Croft and Fred Goodall don't send each other Christmas cards.
How is he Goodall? Is he still around? Umpire Goodall.
Humboldt Fred Goodall?
Yeah.
I'm not sure, to be honest.
It was suggested that one of Crofty badged into umpire Goodall. I don't know, because the West Indies bowlers were very frustrated on that tour.
Yeah, but nonetheless, that's totally out of order. I'm pretty sure Colin Croft doesn't remember that with much pride or fondness. Here's Rahane. Oh, sorry, that's Kohli defending that one. I think it's got an inside edge there, and it went through to Joshua De Silva just down the leg side. And there's no run. So I'd have to say Joseph's bowling pretty well in this spell. He hasn't bowled. Yes, there was an inside edge from Virat Kohli, just went past his leg stump. Joseph hasn't been at his best in this match, but he's bowling well in this morning. Got the wicket of Jaiswal, caught by Joshua De Silva. Here's Joseph once again. And this time Kohli's working it past mid-wicket. Ramon Reefer comes around from the position of deep square leg to restrict the scoring to 1. It takes Kohli on to 48, and India are 354 for 3. That's the latest score at Windsor Park.
And Drew, I wonder what is Kohli's slowest first class half century, or first close test half century. It'd be interesting to find that out, because he's now batting for 142 deliveries. I can't remember ever watching Virat Kohli playing such a slow inning. He decided from yesterday the wicket is not his type of pitch where he can play the wrong, playing all this fancy cover drive he normally plays or pulls. He's prepared to fight and bat for a long, long time.
Well, I mean, aside from the other side, it's been a pattern in this match. The batsmen have just, they've really just dug in. Rohit was the same. He didn't score very quickly either. It's been a slow-scoring Test match, which I guess is some reflection on the pitch itself. But the West Indies have copped a bit of flack, and fairly for their batting. But as Warrican starts a new over, bowling to Kohli, and he pushes that just to the left of Chanderpaul at cover, and there's 1 run for Kohli. Moves on to 49. But the West Indies have actually bowled pretty well.
Yes, that's true.
You can't take that away from them. They bowl well. They haven't gone, apart from Joseph, who's been expensive.
But he still has bowled well.
All the rest of them are going for 2.5 and over. Here's Warrican to Rahane this time. He finds Chanderpaul at cover, and there's no run.
In fact, Afanaz bowled extremely well yesterday.
Really well?
Yeah, he bowled very well. Ali Afanaz bowled very well.
Here's Warrican. This time Rahane's playing it into the leg side. Blackwood's there. He picks the ball up, and there's no run.
Oh, we just find out that Kohli's slowest half century was against England 2012 when he batted 171 balls for half century, Andrew.
Where was that played at?
In India. It was in India.
Okay.
Yeah, it was in India. He batted 171 balls for his half century, but now he's batted what, 148 deliveries or 143?
143. I don't think he's in danger of breaking that record today. Just Rahane's moved on to 3 in the meantime, working one to square leg. So here's Kohli on strike on 49. Of course, he has 28 Test 50s to go with his 2800s. And he defends that one from Warrican. Picked up by Reefer under the helmet at Silly Point. This time Kohli's forward once again to a ball on the line of off stump. He defends it to point, and there's no run. So Kohli remains on 49. Rahane's with him on 3. And India now 356 for 3. That's the latest score at Windsor Park.
And Andrew, I'm just hoping that our West Indian batsmen can learn from Kohli and Joshua and Sharma and realize that this is not a pitch where you can come and play alternate shot. When they get the chance to bat, fight fight. Let's give the Indians a fight. West Indian batsman should say that our first target, try and erase the 300 and whatever deficit and fight on. Let us see if we can draw the game or something. So I'm hoping they can be learning from Kohli, the great batsman, from Sharma, from Yashwal, and be prepared to fight and battle on when they get a chance to bat in the second game.
Well, I think what I've noticed, particularly when Rohit was batting, he had a very simple game plan, at least from my observation, is just play each ball on its merit. Here's Joseph bowling to Rahane, and he's lofted it to cover where Blackwood takes the catch, and another wicket for Alzari Joseph.
Actually, it's Kima Roach, Andrew.
Oh, it's Kimo Roach. Sorry. Wow, the bowling change made a difference. Kimo Roach was first ball of the day. Saw it. And Rahane looking to drive that one, but he drove it in the air, and Blackwood took a very comfortable catch at cover. I must say, I did think Joseph had lost a few inches there.
Yeah, because in the PC.
Thank you for
correcting the PC.
Thank you for correcting me, Sebo. So, very disappointing for Rahane. Still gone for 3, but that happens sometimes when you wait so long to bat. Looks like we've got Jadeja coming in now, or Kishan.
No, it's surprising. I think that ideally 350 for 4, you would have thought that they would have sent Kishan on the table, because on an ideal situation for a man making his debut to come in that score, but they've chosen to go on the Jadeja. And the wickets of Rahane have just told everyone that this is not a pitch where you can play for the line. Rahane, obviously, tried to hit that ball on the up, slowed up on him, easy catch to extra cover.
Yeah, so that brings Ravindra Jadeja to the crease. This is his 97th Test innings. He's averaging 35.62 with a Test best of 175. Not out, actually. So they've got a very long batting lineup, haven't they, India? Just looking at it again. So Roach got bowled that a foot or so wide of off stump, a little bit short of a length. Rahane was driving at it, but it wasn't there to drive, and the simplest of catches for Jermaine Blackwood. Here's Roach, this time round the wicket to Jadeja, and he's defending. The ball on the line of the stumps, picked up by Ramon Reefer at cover, and there's no run. Well, you'd have to say that was a good bowling change, Cebu.
Yes, it was. And although Alzari Joseph, he tried, but he bowled it harder out, he picked up the wicket of Jashwal, and he bowled well himself. A little expensive, but I thought he had bowled very well.
Here's Roach once more, bowling to Jadeja. That's down the leg side. He looks to try and flick it away towards fine leg, but doesn't make contact, and it's through to through to Joshua De Silva behind the stumps. Yeah, I've been impressed with De Silva. Even that one wasn't the easiest of takes, but he gloved it cleanly. Didn't concede any runs. Here's Roach once again, bowling to Jadeja, and that one's on the line of leg stump, and he plays it up to mid-on where Jason Holder does the fielding, and there's no run. Yep, I think those wickets may well have encouraged a few more fans to come in today.
Yes, I think the West Indies team will be supported by Dominicans. Dominicans have a way of supporting the home team. The West Indies team is the home team. I think we'll get more people here, particularly when the West Indies are batting later today.
Here's Roach, and Jadeja's driving that one. Timed it nicely, but Craig Brathwaite is up there at mid-off, and he cut that one off, and there's no run.
In fact, last year when West Indies played the 2 T20s against Bangladesh, it was that the West Indian players even had a lap of honor because the support they got last year. There was a big crowd, and I think the West Indies the Dominican public will continue to support the West Indies team in spite of the fact that they're behind in this game.
Here's Roach once again, but his radar is off somewhat. It's down the leg side and Joshua De Silva collects it. That's the end of a successful over. A wicket maiden by Kemar Roach. He has 1 for 38 off 17 and it's India 355 for 6. Sorry, 356 for 4. It's the latest score at Windsor Park.
As I mentioned earlier on, and all the bowlers, the economy rate has been good. I mean, Roach, Jason Holder, Cornwall, Warwican, the economy rate of all the bowlers have good. They bowled very well, despite the fact that India is 356 for 4.
Even the part-timers, Brathwaite has gone for hardly any runs.
And Alec Daffan has bowled extremely well himself.
What I'm curious to know is where Athanase will bat in the second innings.
Well, he's at 5, that's where he's slotted in, that's where he batted in the first inning. I don't think it will change.
I just thought he looked so good, and just wonder if there's a temptation to maybe move him up to number 3. Here's Warwican beginning a new over, bowling to Virat Kohli, who's there on 49. Kind of forgotten he's there at the moment with everything going on around him. So he requires 1 more run to bring up his 29th Test half century. There's Warwican, and this time Kohli works it to the right of Jermaine Blackwood, takes off for a single. And he brings up his 50. Generous applause from the crowd. It's interesting, isn't it, when these guys get later on in their career, they get to 50 and they barely even acknowledge it.
Yeah, because this guy has made so many hundreds in both ODIs and Test cricket that when he gets to 50, it's nothing for him, really.
I was in Pakistan earlier this year, Sebo, and Kane Williamson got through to 200 and just kind of went, raised his bat and just carried on. In fact, they declared when he got to 200, but here's Warwican bowling to Jadeja, round the wicket, and Jadeja's defensively forward. Unlike David Warner, of course, who injured himself in his celebration getting to 200.
He got so excited.
Just ridiculous. Absolutely. I'd be so annoyed if I was his captain. Oh, sorry, I can't bat. Why not? I injured myself celebrating my double century. Here's Warwican bowling to Jadeja, and he works that one up to mid-on, where Craig Brathwaite does the fielding, and there's no run. Warwican round the wicket, and that one bounced. Joshua De Silva lost his helmet in the process trying to stop that one. That is the end of the over. It's 357 for 4. That's the latest score at Windsor Park.
I'm surprised that the Indians chose to send Jadeja ahead of Ishan Kishan. Ishan Kishan is a specialist batsman, and one would have thought that a score of over 304 wickets would have allowed him to go on, give him some confidence. Very surprised that they chose to allow Jadeja to bat before Ishan Kishan.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you on that. Considering that Rishabh Pant normally bats at 6 for India.
He batted at 5 sometimes. Rishabh Pant.
So it's going to be Roach. Definitely not Joseph. It's Roach coming into Kohli. He strikes that one into the covers. It's misfielded there. In the covers, and he gets through for a single, and that takes him on to 51. That brings Jadeja on to strike. Just checking who that is there. Number 31, it's a substitute fielder, Tevin Imlach.
Yeah, it's a wicketkeeper batsman from Guyana. Imlach, youngster, promising player.
Roach round the wicket to Jadeja. It's on the line of leg stump. And he's defending that into the leg side. It's picked up there by Reefer, and there's no run. There's Roach once more past umpire Michael Goff, and Jadeja plays that one off his legs, but it's well fielded down there by that man, Tevin Imlak. And he restricts the scoring to 2 runs. So he came around from a long leg position to fine leg, and Jadeja's off the mark with 2. There's Roach once more, and Jadeja's prodding at one outside off stump. It was a full length delivery, but he didn't make contact. Through to Joshua De Silva. This next delivery from Roach is on the line of off stump, and Jadeja's watchfully forward. And there's no run. So, just looking at the field, I guess we'd call it a pretty regulation field. There's a man at deep forward square leg. There's 2 slips, 3 men on the offside saving 1, 2 on the onside saving 1. Here's Roach rolling to Jadeja, and he's watchfully forward, playing it back along the pitch. That's the end of the over. It's 360 for 4. It's the latest score at Windsor Park.
And I didn't understand the fieldsman at deep square leg for Jadeja. Jadeja is not a player who could be hooking, and I was a bit surprised that you'd have that a new batsman, maybe put some pressure, a short leg or something. I don't think Jadeja is the type of batsman, particularly early on, who's going to be taking chances and trying to hook all over the place. So he'll probably Craig Braff with a little more pressure, and Jadeja seemed look to try and get him out. Andrew, last night did you go out on the town to see what is happening now?
Yeah, I think Thursday nights are a busier night here in Dominica or in Rousseau. I noticed one of the restaurants, it normally closes at 5, it closed at 8 last night. But there's a nice little bar on the waterfront called High Rise. They had a training session last night for all their new staff. Very friendly bunch of people. I went down there for a little while.
Well, tonight you should enjoy the city. There'll be a lot of noise all over the place, a lot of music. If you go on the promenade, I think you'll enjoy yourself tonight. Lots of places around town where you can walk around, have a beverage. I won't say what time, and get something to eat, and meet a lot of people, in fact.
So it's going to be Warwican to continue. He just went off the field for a comfort break in the last over. Saw him wander back on, and Tevin Imlak wander off. So Warwican into his 44th over the wicket to Coley. He's defending, and there's no run. Yeah, I've been impressed with Warwican. Hayes. One for 102, but off 43 overs, it's a pretty good return, I think. That one's flighted further, dipping at the last minute on Virat Kohli. He plays it comfortably to Blackwood at mid-wicket, and there's no run. Here's Warrican. And this time Coley's just defending once more. The same man again, Blackwood. As Warrican flighted again, but it's drifting down the leg side, and Coley picks that one up. Just plays it behind square. Blackwood has to run across from mid-wicket, but there's only time for one, so Coley moves on to 52. The West India lead is 2-1-1.
And Virat Kohli hasn't really taken any chances. Rohit just prepared to fight and stay there and bat until every ball he played. He has played every ball on its merit.
Except for the time when Craig Brathwaite dropped him.
Oh yeah, extra cover.
Here's Warrican to Jadeja, and he just, I just don't understand that. Why is there a deep middle long on? Joseph's at deep long on, gives Jadeja the chance to get off strike. That's just senseless in my opinion.
No need for that. A new batsman, you have a man on the boundary. He's not going to try and go over the top so early.
Here's Kohli on strike again, and he whips that one away, but he can't beat Jason Holder at mid-on. That's the end of the over, 1 run from it. And now the score here at Windsor Park is 362 for 2, and that is the latest score at Windsor Park.
362 for 4, Andrew.
Sorry, 362 for 4.
They West Indies picked up 2 wickets this morning. Azari Joseph took one, so 4 wickets, and Tima Roach as well. So it's 362 for 4. The West Indies trying to get back in the game. I mean, I'm saying this loosely because I mean, when you are led by 212 runs, you're chasing the game and clean.
Well, I had to do an interview for a radio station last night. Perhaps I won't name them because the question I got asked is, what do West Indies have to do to draw or perhaps win the game?
Yeah.
I said, well, let's just rule out a win now, shall we? I don't think that's going to happen. Here's Roach once more to Jadeja. It's outside the line of off stump, and it's through to Joshua De Silva, and there's no run.
Well, yeah, the West Indian batsmen now have to be thinking about it for 2 days or more, Andrew, to try and save the game. As you said, I don't think West Indies can win it from here, because if the Indians bat till this afternoon, they probably have a lead of 300. So when the West Indies go back to bat, try and bat, play it session by session. The openers give a good start and allow the middler to come and see if they can draw the game.
Here's Roach once again, bowling to Jadeja, but he can't beat the man at cover. It is Tevin Imlek, so someone else has gone off the field. We'll try and pick up who that is in a moment.
It's Cornwall on the field, let's see.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, you can't miss him when he's on the field anyhow, so let's see who else is off the field.
Of all the people that you had to try and figure out if they're off the field or not, Cornwall would be the one.
Well, he was off the
it's a
field
straight yes
for most
or
of yesterday.
Here's Roach around the wicket to Jadeja, and he's defending to that man Imlak, the substitute, and there's no run. So Warrican's there, Blackwood's there, Reefer's there. No, that's not Reefer.
What?
Is there another substitute on? That's Akeem Jordan, isn't it?
Oh, where is that? Mid-on?
Is it mid-wicket?
Mid-wicket. No, isn't that Reefer? Sure, it's Jordan. Isn't that Reefer at mid-wicket? I think that's Reefer.
Here's Roach. Ah, you're right, that is Reefer, yeah. I thought it was 81, but it's number 87, yeah. Anyway, that one's defended by Jadeja to Jason Holder, and there's no run. Anyway, someone's off the field. Athanase is there, he's at second slip. Brathwaite's there.
Is Chandapol on the field?
Yeah, I think it's Chandapol.
Chandapol might be off.
Yeah. Here's Roach running from the Billy Doctorow Pavilion to Jadeja. He just lets that one go outside the line of off stump, and there's no run.
Andrew, batting won't be all that easy from this afternoon onwards. The pitch, some balls are turning. The conditions it's not going to be easy for the West Indian team, but they should be prepared to fight and bat very, very long.
Yeah, well, that's, I suppose, the issue. You know, that's probably the factor that's going to separate these two sides at the moment. Is, well, I mean, obviously the Indian batsmen have done a hell of a lot better, but here's Roach rolling to Jadeja, and he lets that one go through the keeper, and there's no run. And it is the end of the over. In fact, it's 362 for 4. That's the latest score at Windsor Park.
Yes, and it had been slow going this morning. The Indians not really pushing on. They prepared to just battle and fight. Obviously they had Andrew from the time they came into bat that they were only prepared to bat once. They didn't care how long it took them. If they got to 400 or 450, the aim and the objective, I suspect, was to bat once.
For sure. That is the time for a commentary change as well. Andy Carter's going to come in and take my place.
So we're about to see Warrican bowling from the river end. 362 for the loss of 4 wickets. Just 50 runs added this morning. Remember that India resumed at 312 for 2. They have added 50 runs this morning and they have lost 2 wickets. I say welcome and good morning to you, Ronak Kapoor.
Good morning, Andy. So it's a better morning for the West Indies than
Indeed.
day 1 and day 2.
Indeed, yesterday for the whole day they had only 2 wickets, and in the first session of play they have already picked up 2 wickets, and one of these, Jaiswal, who scored that magnificent 171 of 387 balls, 16 fours and a 6. Your impressions of what you saw of Jaiswal?
So impressive, Andy, so impressive. We thought that when he got into this team that we're going to see a dasher, someone who plays the white ball game in red ball cricket, but he's shown that he's adaptable. This is not an easy surface. As you could see now, Ajinkya Rahane, experienced batter, getting out. Shubman Gill's got a good one, he got out cheaply. West Indies struggled. So it's not as easy as Jaiswal's innings, and the situation of the game may make us feel. So full credit to him, and I'm sure it's the first of many, many more.
Indeed. Here is Warrican bowling to Jadeja, comes forward, plays on the offside, and there is no run. A bit surprising that Jadeja came ahead of Ishan Kishan.
Yeah, I asked him yesterday, I said, is Kishan being in the side going to change your batting number? He said, yeah, I'll bat 1 position higher. So he's a confident man. I guess India are just going to stick to Jadeja as a number 6 in all conditions, so they're just sticking with what they know.
Warrican bowls to Jadeja, he turns it past the leg gully position. Roach comes into play at the batsman cross for 1. 1 more to the total. 364 for the loss of 4. India lead by 214 runs. And we saw a very good over from Zari Joseph, the one in which he dismissed Jaiswal.
Yeah, he's bowled well. I'm surprised he's been bowling as little as he has. As Warrican bowls 5th ball of the over. Kohli drives, and there's a fielder there. Roach again at short third, no run. I believe he was off the field for about half an hour yesterday, Joseph, so he couldn't start this morning. He's a bit expensive, Alzari Joseph, but he's the strike bowler in this team.
Warrican has Kohli playing on the back foot, plays to short leg. The over comes to an end. Over number 135 is complete. India 364 for the loss of 4, the latest score here at Windsor Park. And we saw Kohli. We have seen Kohli, I should say, 157 balls for his 50. His 50 came up for 147 balls and only 2 fours for the great King Kohli.
It's been very hard, man. Being king is not easy. Yeah, we think being king is easy, but uneasy rests, you know, the head that sits on the throne. So his last 50 away from India was in South Africa in Cape Town, and he got 79 of 201 balls. So run making has been hard for Virat Kohli. He's obviously in a different phase of his career, different conditions. So I'm glad that he's not thrown it away and he's putting in the hard yards. And that triple figure score, Andy, would mean a lot to him. His last Test 100 overseas is 5 years back. I think there's a roar around Windsor Park if you can hear us. It's the local boy, the debutant, the magic man. He's going to get a ball again, Alec Athenas.
Well, once you hear the crowd erupting, you know that is something to do with Alec Athenas. Here he is. He broke the partnership yesterday. Bowls a short delivery. The batsman is pulling this one, and the ball goes over the mid-wicket boundary. 6 runs there to Jadeja.
Yeah, welcome Alec Athenas to Ravindra Jadeja. To be fair, it wasn't a great ball. You see him bowling around the wicket to the left-hander, and he's pitched it short. Jadeja rocks back on the back foot, and there's no one at deep mid-wicket. There is a deep square leg, but he's found the gap, and he's put that way over the boundary.
Jadeja has been sent in to accelerate the scoring, and he got a gift of a delivery there, first up by Athenas, dragging the ball down. Here is Athenas from around the wicket, bowls to Jadeja. Jadeja is beaten there, the ball biting and turning on this occasion.
Yeah, that's better, and this is why I'm feeling a lot of regret for Craig Brathwaite, because he had to do without his main spinner, off-spinner Rakim Cornwall. Athenas, when he's pitched it right, has asked questions. It's a shame we didn't get to see more of Cornwall.
Athenas has the batsman not too comfortable on this occasion. Much better line, much better direction there by Athenas. Took that wicket of Rohit Sharma, whom he got out for 103, 229 run partnership. An opening partnership, a record partnership by Jaiswal. As this one, he plays it, cuts it, and the fieldsman Shandapur stops the ball, but not before the batsman crossed for 1. 1 more to Jadeja. He moves on to 11, and India now 371 for 4. They lead by 221 runs. In your opinion, what do you think India, what score India would be looking for, what lead they would be looking for?
I think, Andy, knowing this Indian team, they will just bat. They'll bat normally. They don't have a score in mind right now. The best chance we'll see of the West Indies batting is if they get these 6 wickets, as Athenas continues round the wicket to the right-handed Kohli as well, who defends straight to short leg, no run. The only thing I could see here is maybe after tea, if these two still stay, they'll look to get the West Indies in, but not before that.
Athenas again, right arm off spinner, bowls delivery pitched on the legs, going further down the leg side. Wicketkeeper De Silva gathers quite cleanly. The over comes to an end. At the end of the over, Kohli is on 53, Jadeja is on 11, India 371 for the loss of 4, and that's the latest score here at Windsor Park. So this morning resuming on 312 for 2 with an overall lead of 162. Kohli was on 36 not out, Jaiswal was on 143 not out. Jaiswal was the first to go, caught at the wicket by wicketkeeper De Silva of Alzari Joseph for 171. Phenomenal and monumental knock. 387 balls, 16 fours and 1 6. And the West Indies had quick success when they had the Indian vice captain Rahane caught at cover by Blackwood of the bowling of Roach for 3. It was then 4 for 356. They have moved on to 371 as we are about to see Craig Brathwaite, the West Indies captain, coming in to bowl from the river end. So a few more minutes to lunch. It's just about 11:39 to 21 more minutes to lunch. Brathwaite flies this ball grips and turns there.
Wow, that is unplayable. Brathwaite, the part-time off spinner, the captain, has got one to pitch around middle and leg, and there's a puff of dust, I'm pretty sure, as we are on. Oh, that's just turned square. No chance. It's turned so much that Joshua De Silva's collected it nearly head high sidewards with his gloves. So that will give encouragement to Jadeja, to Ashwin. And I think that's the answer to your question, Andy. It's not about a score. It's how much time India can bat. So this pitch starts turning more, bouncing more to make Ashwin and Jadeja's job that much easier when they bowl in the second innings.
Well, they bowled quite well in the first innings. On the first day, Ashwin picking up 5 wickets, Jadeja getting 3, and on a wearing pitch, they would fancy their chances.
And they're like at home. We come to the West Indies, but these are the kind of surfaces we get back home in India.
Here is Brathwaite, flies delivery there to Jadeja. Jadeja comes forward, strokes it to pass the man at short leg. Refer is in pursuit and they can score. Brathwaite from around the wicket floats this one again. Generous flight there given by Brathwaite.
Invitation, come on, hit me. You got Jason Holder, who's about 2/3 of the way back on the boundary at long on. There's a long off as well. So he's tossing it up and inviting Jadeja to play the big shot.
Here is Brathwaite, again flies, he strokes it powerfully, well knocked down there by the bowler, preventing any chance of a run. Kohli kept on 53, Jadeja is still on 11, India lead by 221. Here is Brathwaite again, generous flight, and the batsman plays it to short extra cover, where Chandapal is there and there is no run. Final delivery of the over, goes on the back foot, punches it past the extra cover. Holder will come off the long off boundary and Jadeja will get one more run. The end of the over, at the end of the over, Jadeja 12, Kohli 53, India 372 for the loss of 4. Have you got some time to visit any sites in Dominica?
Not yet, not yet. It's my first trip to the Caribbean, Andy, and well, where we're staying, it's a long, windy, turning drive on this mountain. It's beautiful, but mountainous island, so it's an hour plus before I get up and down the ground. I'm looking forward to seeing more of the West Indies and the Caribbean when I get to Trinidad and Barbados. But yeah, for now, my experience is limited to Windsor Park, and it's not a bad one. It's a beautiful place.
Yes, and there are so many beautiful sites in Dominica. Dominica land full of water. Where you have the waterfalls, the Bury Lake, the Boiling Lake, the Trafalgar Falls. But here is Afanas. Bowls to Jadeja. Jadeja comes forward, plays the ball to Refer at silly mid off, and he can score. So lovely sights in Dominica, and I do not want the game to finish just for you to go to visit the sites. So we're just hoping that the West Indies will give a good account of themselves in the second innings, as Afanas gets one to spin away from the left-handed batsman. He was prodding at it, ball missing the outside edge and going through to the wicket-keeper.
Yeah, it's a good point you make, because I think India have shown, while it's not an easy pitch to score runs on, but you could certainly survive in that time, and that was the disappointing part of how West Indies played on day one. Is Afanas bowls to Jadeja, continuing around the wicket. This one kept a little bit low. Jadeja went on the back foot trying to cut it, but the bounce didn't allow for that, and Joshua De Silva couldn't collect it cleanly. So we're seeing already evidence that this pitch is going to be very tricky as the game goes deeper and deeper. But the batter should take heart, and hopefully Craig Brathwaite and co will bat a lot better.
Flatter delivery, pushed through a bit more. The batsman Jadeja works it to the left of mid-on. Holder fields and there is one run. So Jadeja 13, Kohli 53. And yesterday we saw the discipline of Jaiswal, because you saw Holder operating and bowled the ball outside the off stump, and he had the discipline not to play at.
Yeah.
And we saw some of the West Indies batsmen playing at wider deliveries than what we saw Jaiswal leave.
Yeah, 100%. Afanas just loads up to bowl the fifth ball of this over, this time to Kohli. It's a full toss and he tries to whip it on the leg side. It's beaten the man inside the circle. The outfield is not very fast, but it's a tired West Indies fielding unit. So no dive put in the deep by the fielder, and Kohli helps himself to 4, and there's a big punch as Kohli gets what I think is only his second boundary in 160 balls, third boundary, Andy, in 159 balls.
Yes, and you could see the joy of Kohli getting a gift of a delivery there from Afanas and hitting it down to the backward square leg boundary, and you could see Kohli very elated on getting his third boundary in an innings. You can see it on the monitor there, raising his hands like it was a century as he turns this one to the leg gully region. Chandapal picks up, the over comes to an end. At the end of the over, Kohli on 58, Jadeja on 13, India 378 for 4, the latest score here at Windsor Park.
Just to the point that you were bringing up, Andy, if I look back at those wickets in the first innings of the West Indies, I think Tejnarayan Chandrapal got a really good ball from Ashwin. Outside of that, I don't think any of the West Indies batters got great balls. India bowled well, they were steady, but they weren't unplayable deliveries. Some of the shot making from the West Indies left a lot to be desired. And Craig Brathwaite, I don't remember the last time I've seen Craig Brathwaite take an ungainly hoik. He's the guy who's supposed to do exactly what Jaiswal's done, Rohit's done, bat deep, bat long, soak in the pressure. But I hope that as a result of how India's batters have batted, there's an improved second innings batting performance.
Well, all the West Indies will be looking forward to that, as here is Kohli getting a short delivery from Brathwaite and hitting it down through square leg for 4. So Kohli stepping up on it right now and getting some gifts there from the bowlers. Short delivery, dragged down there by Brathwaite, getting into his wicket very quickly and hitting it to the square leg boundary for 4.
Yeah, that's another gift. So suddenly Kohli's getting many boundaries.
Another delivery which forces Kohli into defense. Back along the track to the bowler. Bright, sunny conditions prevailing here at Windsor Park. A lovely day for cricket. Brathwaite bowls to Kohli again. Delivery directed on the legs of the batsman. He works it down to deep backward square. Blackwood comes off the boundary and Kohli helps himself to another run. Kohli 63, Jadeja 13, 383 for the loss of 4. So these two compiling a partnership. Remember that Rahane was out when the score was 356. Here is Jadeja getting himself room, playing it to backward point. They run 1. You were thinking of 2. And they settle for 1. Kohli is a busy batsman. Once he's at the crease, he scampers for the first 1. And if there's any semblance of a chance of getting a second, he is the kind of batsman who will capitalize on it. Drives past the man at wideish mid-on. The ball will go down to long on, where Holder picks up, and once again another run to Virat Kohli.
He's that kind of character. He's always intense. Even if he's batting at 64 of 165, he'll always try and get a quick single. We've seen some sharp chances this morning as Brathwaite bowls the last ball of the over to Jadeja, just defended off the back foot, and that completes the 139th over, 385 for 4 here at Windsor Park.
It has been a long vigil out there for the West Indies. They've got to learn from what they have seen from Rohit Sharma and Jaiswal. They've got to occupy the crease for a long time, and that will encourage the crowd, because it's important that you please the crowd by scoring runs. They are eagerly anticipating that the West Indies will put up some sort of fight.
Yeah, we've seen good numbers turn up here, even though it's been a tough match for the West Indies. So this crowd here at Windsor Park deserves a bit of cheering, a bit of uplifting, and that'll come when the West Indies bats. Again, I dearly hope it's not just India turning up and rolling their arms over and dismissing the West Indies cheaply.
Well, they need a solid opening partnership from Shandapal and Brathwaite to start with. Here is a delivery there from Afanaz, turns it to short backward square. Shandapal fields, and the batsman cross for an easy run. 386 for the loss of 4. We are approaching lunch on this, the 3rd day of the cycle Pure Agapafi test. Remember, there is another one over in Trinidad, which begins on the 20th of July. Here is the batsman working this one beautifully off his legs, a slight fumble there, allowing the batsman ample time to get 2 runs.
Yeah, the evidence in the last few overs, Andy, just shows now this is a tired West Indies fielding side, and understandably so. They've been in the field a long time. This is the 5th session that they're there, and it's still nowhere near the finish of the innings. So Chandrapal Mak put in a dive a few overs ago, and we're seeing Jason Holder, big man, just doesn't get down in time. And I hope that doesn't carry over to the batting, because this is a test of their mental strength more than their physical.
Indeed, here is Afanaz, bowls of delivery, keeping a bit low on this occasion, and the ball going through to wicketkeeper De Silva. That wouldn't be a very good sign for the West Indies if the ball begins to keep a bit low to contend with Ashwin and Jadeja. As he comes forward there, Jadeja opens the face of the bat, guides the ball there to slip. Blackwood picks up and there is no run. So Afanaz once again, a short delivery, and Jadeja is hitting this one to the right of the man there stationed at mid-wicket. Another boundary there, short of a length delivery from Afanaz, and Jadeja quickly reading the length well and hitting it down to the right of mid-wicket into the boundary.
Yeah, I think now we're seeing signs of fatigue in the bowling because there are a lot more loose balls in the last 3 or 4 overs, and we saw almost all of yesterday. I actually think, despite the scorecard, West Indies bowled as well as they could have yesterday. There weren't too many loose balls, boundary scoring opportunities, but today and now we're seeing a few more.
Well, in the last half an hour, we just see the final delivery of Afanaz's over. He has bowled 16 overs, and you can see India 392 for 4. But with Cornwall off the field yesterday, he was called in to bowl, and he did a fairly good job yesterday, Afanaz. I'm sure he wasn't expecting that he would have had to bowl all these overs. But when duty calls, you've got to come up and step up to the plate. And he tried his best. And yesterday, only 232 runs were scored of 90 overs.
Correct.
Very slow, grinding knock by India.
Which tells you 2 things. One, that it's not an easy run scoring ground. Yes, you can survive. And 2, the West Indies didn't bowl all that badly. If they'd bowled as many bad balls as we've seen in the last 10 minutes since you and me have been together, Andy, the lead could have easily been well in excess of 200, 250 yesterday. So it shows that the West Indies bowled well. They were just limited, and they were up against a really good batting performance, mature batting performance by Rohit Sharma, Jaiswal, and then to a degree Virat Kohli as well. So something for them to learn, and without their main spinner on a track which is turned from day one, I only have sympathies for Craig Brathwaite.
Here he is, goes on the legs of Kohli. Kohli is stroking this one to the mid-wicket area, and Imlak, the substitute fielder, comes in and can't prevent a run. One more to Kohli. He's on 66, and India approaching the 400 mark. 393 for the loss of 4. They lead by 243 runs on first innings. So it's about 8 more minutes to lunch, and Brathwaite has 2 slips, backward point, short extra cover, mid off, bowls a delivery wide of the off stump, and the batsman allows it to go through. So 2 substitutes on the field. We see Cook, Mackenzie there at straightish mid wicket, opens the face of the bat, there guides the ball to backward point. Blackwood is in the way and there is no run. Brathwaite again outside the off stump, wanting to just end this session a bit tighter, because in the last 10 minutes or so the runs came off the bat quite freely. Here is Brathwaite from around the wicket, draws the batsman forward, correctly forward. There is Jadeja, a good delivery on the stumps. So Jadeja has rushed to 20. Here is Brathwaite again, met with the defensive prod there of Jadeja. The over comes to an end. Brathwaite completes his 9th over, none for 21 his figures reads, and at the end of 141 overs, India 393 for the loss of 4.
It's all India in this test match, and at the moment West Indies, it almost seems like their shoulders are dropping. They can't wait for lunch, for a bit of a breather, and hopefully Rakeem Cornwall will come in straight after lunch. He was ineligible to bowl in this session, having missed 2 sessions of play yesterday because it wasn't an external injury. He's not allowed to bowl right away. So I think Craig Brathwaite is just counting down the clock and the overs now to get a breather and allow Rakeem Cornwall, who we hope is in able enough condition to bowl in the second session of day 3, because he'll certainly have a job to do.
So he has decided to bring in Raymond Rifa, both just 3 overs in the inning so far, 3 overs, none for 9, but in the quest of keeping things tight and reducing the amount of overs to be bowled before lunch. He has brought in a slow medium bowler, and just to kill some time. So he will bowl to Virat Kohli. Kohli is on 66. He has faced 167 balls, featured in that 110-run partnership with Jaiswal, which the Indian innings built upon two big partnerships, 229 between Jaiswal and Rohit Sharma, and 140, 110 between Kohli, as this one is worked down to the man on the long leg boundary. Alzari Joseph is there, and Kohli gets another run. So we've been blessed with 3 beautiful sunlight days. When you came in, I'm sure, on Monday and Tuesday.
Oh, it was raining. It was raining, and I was worried, will we get a test on time? And it's been brilliant. We've just had a small interruption on day 1. It's a bit of a drizzle this morning, well before play, but absolutely no threat. Although I think right now the West Indies wouldn't mind some rain.
I think the crowd wants to see cricket, and they will come in their numbers to see the West Indies bat. Rifa bowls a delivery outside the off stump. Jadeja allows it to go through to the wicket keeper. But it's always the case that the West Indian fans, they love, even though they are losing, they would want to see their side bat.
Yeah.
They would want them to do well. And if I can tell you, if they have a good start and they go on into tomorrow, we will have a large crowd here at Windsor Park.
Oh, I mean, you could just see the emotion and the vibe when Alec Athanas was batting. You know, it was just a different mood around the ground as Rifa loads up. Another ball to Jadeja. This time it's a full toss. He's punched it to mid-off. They're trying a quick single, shy of the stumps from the fielder at mid-off. He misses. It's Craig Brathwaite, the captain, and the batters managed to scamper through for a quick single to take the score to 345 now. It was very close, but these fine close calls have all gone India's way. So 395, beg your pardon. The lead is 245. Yeah, the mood when Athanas was batting, Andy, you'd know that was a different ground at that time. So they'd love a little more of that.
Indeed. But 2 of the quickest runners between wickets at the crease now.
They are 2 of the fittest cricketers across the globe. Jadeja and Kohli, they are the standard for fitness in any format.
So a bit of cloud cover now. The players will be happy for that right now. We have lost the full rays of the sun. I'm sure the people most happy about it now are the West Indian fielders.
Oh yeah, they're loving it. They're just looking up to see, is the cloud cover going to stay on a little longer? Because the sun has been playing hide and seek all morning.
So this might be the final over before lunch. Rifa bowls. Kohli is driving exquisitely. Beautiful shot there by Virat Kohli. What a shot there. That is one he would have loved to execute since yesterday. Coming forward and stroking the ball. Exquisite timing. Glorious shot there by Virat Kohli.
Yeah,
all class.
That's vintage. Vintage Virat. And we saw that he took 81 balls for his first boundary. When he got his second boundary and his third boundary, he was still celebrating because he's batted 160 balls. But in the last 15-20 minutes, he's had 3 or 4 deliveries that he's cashed in on. And now he's moved into the 70s very quickly.
Well, that was the shot of King Kohli, as they call him. Classic shot. Coming forward and just easing the ball through the extra cover region for a boundary. 71 is. Widths now for Rifa. Rifa goes back of a length, not pitching this ball up as the previous delivery. Pushes it on the offside. Sets off for a run. Gets it quite easily in the end. Kohli moves on to 72. And the Indians total now 400. The 400 of 141 overs and 5 balls. And the overall lead of 250.
Oh, the numbers just keep going up and up. And as we see Raymond Rifa, he's just taking his time because my clock tells me, my watch tells me it's 1 minute to go and there's 1 ball to play. So I think West Indies will be hoping that this ball takes a minute.
And delivery outside the off stump, not forced to play. Jadeja, umpire Goff will remove the bails, and it's lunch here on the 3rd day 400 for the loss of 4. Virat Kohli not out on 72, faced 170 balls. Jadeja 21 of 52 balls. A session which we saw 2 wickets going down for India. 29 overs, 88 runs, and losing 2 wickets. So a fairly balanced session.
Yeah, but the state of the game will just not allow for any balance. Now India will look to move on. They've got a lead now of 250. The 400 is up. Kohli suddenly getting ready to shift gears. And as we see Rakeem Cornwall walk off, he'll have a big role to play after lunch. So let's hope that the game moves quickly for the sake of the West Indies side, and we get to see them bat very soon.
So an overall lead of 250 runs, India, and how many more they will get, as Kapoor told us, that they will bat as long as possible. Kohli is on 72. Jadeja not out 21 of 52 deliveries. The batsmen out today, Jaiswal caught the silver, Bull Joseph for 171. A fantastic knock by Jaiswal. Rohit was out yesterday, caught the silver board, Afanaz for 103. Featured in that 229 run partnership, one which they broke the record, which was held by Virender Sehwag and Wasim Jaffer of 159 over in St. Lucia in 2006. It was a 17-year record, and for a debutant to have achieved that feat is really superlative.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think from what we've seen, it'll be the first of many, many more. The West Indies have been home to some great Indian players starting their Test career. Virat Kohli started here in 2011, Sunny Gavaskar started here in 71. Who knows, maybe Jaiswal has started a very fruitful and successful international cricket journey at Windsor Park.
So thank you very much, Kanok Kapoor.
Thank you, Andy.
We appreciate your work. We really want to thank you on behalf of Cotton Drive Network. So 400 for 4, the score at lunch. Virat Kohli not out on 72, and Jadeja not out on 21. Please join us after lunch for resumption of play, where we will see India continuing, and a bit later we will see the West Indies having an uphill task, but we do hope that you will rejoin us after lunch. Until then, have a good lunch and be back to join us. Thank you very much.
This is Cricket on Cotton Drive.
had depth in their batting. But we knew once we get the key players out, the Jarvis and the Ganggulis and of course the great man Sachin Tendulkar, we figure we'll win with a chance. But we didn't take it for granted because we knew they bat deep.
All stations stand by for live ball-by-ball cricket commentary from the Windsor Park Stadium, Roseau, Dominica. West Indies versus India in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
This is Cricket on the Cut and Drive Network as we bring you ball-by-ball commentaries of the West Indies-India series. The action is about to begin. And now, for all the excitement, let's join our commentators on location.
Thank you very much, Andrew Mason, and welcome back to Windsor Park here in Roseau, Dominica. I'm Andrew McLean. I'll be taking you for this initial spell of commentary this afternoon, and alongside me once again is Shakira Salman, who we'll come to in a minute. But just to recap on the day so far, so overnight India was 312 for 2 with Jaiswal unbeaten on 143, and with him Virat Kohli on 36. 113 overs had been bowled at that point in the Indian first innings, and today we've seen a couple of wickets fall, and the first of those was Jaiswal after a magnificent innings of 171 off 387 balls. He hit 16 fours and 1 6 before he nicked one off Alzari Joseph and was caught by Joshua De Silva for 171. And shortly after that, Ajinkya Rahane, he drove at one from Kemar Roach off his first ball of the day. He was caught at cover by Jermaine Blackwood for 3. The not-out batsmen at lunch were Virat Kohli. He's gone on to 72 off 170 balls, and with him Ravindra Jadeja, he's on 21 off 52 balls. So India in a very strong position at 400 for 4. So that gives them a lead of exactly 250, and I guess Shakira, how do you see the post-lunch session going, given that India now has a lead of 250?
250 on the board. You would think that they have enough. 250 is exactly what I thought was going to be enough, and that was going to be the point where they were going to declare. But I think obviously a chance for Virat Kohli to bring up another Test 100. He obviously hasn't gotten one outside of India since 2018, so it's a real chance for him to cash in and perhaps get closer to getting back to that 50 average. He is very fond of his numbers. And perhaps a chance for West Indies maybe to go back to the fast bowlers and see if they can maintain something, get early inroads after lunch, and put India in a spot of bother to see. Make them think Ishan Kishan is back, is next to come. So if perhaps West Indies can break this partnership here, it opens up a door for West Indies.
Indeed, and I guess yeah. So the Kohli 100 is obviously something that's coming up very soon. But I guess it's with so much time left in the match. I guess it's a question of really how long do they want to bat for. You know, from an Indian perspective, I'm sure they would like to give Ishan Kishan a bat. I'm sure Ashwin's very keen to have a bat, given that he's kind of still playing for his place in the team, and even though he took 5 wickets in the first innings, I'm sure he'll want to contribute with the bat as well. But I guess the other significant thing, if I'm not wrong, Cornwall can bowl in this session. I don't imagine it'll be too long before he is given an opportunity, because although he hasn't taken a wicket in the 11 overs he's bowled so far, he has bowled well.
Yeah, he did look the most potent of the West Indies bowlers, albeit in that short period in which he was able to bowl on these in particular. And I would expect to see him giving the ball quite early if he doesn't start off the innings for West Indies. They would be happy to have him with the ball. I think a question really though is how much does India think they saw that they don't have to bat again? I suppose that's what they're trying to avoid.
Well, the players are making their way out to the middle now, and umpires Michael Goff and Richard Kettleborough are out in the centre. Michael Goff standing at the Botanical Gardens end, Richard Kettleborough at the excuse me, at the river end of the ground, and it's going to be Kemar Roach taking the first over after lunch from the river end of the Windsor Park, and he's going to be bowling to a field that includes 2 slips, Raheem Cornwall at first and Jason Holder at a wideish 3rd slip, I guess you'd call it. And other than that, there's a man deep square leg on the boundary. There's a fine leg, and other than that, it's just a fairly regulation field with 2 men saving 1 on the leg side and 3 on the offside. As Roach comes in over the wicket, and Kohli's forward, as he's done so often in this innings, just playing the ball on its merits, and he just plays that away into the offside, and there's no run. How have you found the atmosphere around the ground compared to other grounds?
Yeah, pretty good, pretty exciting. Very happy with the turnout of the crowd here in Dominica. Obviously, they haven't had Test cricket here for a while. I think it's about 5 years since Test cricket has been played here. It's really good to see the support, and I suppose the inclusion of Ali Atanas has helped with that.
Here's Roach again. This one's outside the line of off stump. Kohli raises his bat to let it go through to the keeper, and there's no run. Yeah, that's there's been a real buzz with Atanas in the side. I mean, even I remember yesterday there was a spectator catch and the crowd erupted, even though the ball had been hit straight in the ground, but they erupted because it was Atanas who took it. Plus, of course, he got the catch to dismiss Shubman Gill as well, plus a wicket of Rohit Sharma. He's having a good match so far. Here's Roach, the right arm quick bowler, and Kohli looks to cut that one, and he just about chops it onto his stumps, and then he looks to take off for a single. Joshua De Silva raced to get the ball, picked it up, threw down the stumps, but Kohli got back to his ground in time. So there was no run, but quite a bit of action. But a false shot there from Kohli. But that was great work by De Silva. Ran back, threw down the stumps, but Kohli was safely back. So Kemar Roach, before this match, 261 wickets at 27, so he's a good bowler for sure. He's got a great record, 11 5-wicket bags, but he hasn't looked that threatening, other than the fact that he got Rahane out, but that was not the best of shots by Rahane.
Especially at the start of your innings. But he does have a great record, especially in the Caribbean.
Here's Roach. A bit wider on the crease this time, angled into Kohli, just outside the line of off stump, gets in behind the ball, guides it to point where Warrican does the fielding, and there's no run. So when's your next match, Shakira?
I'm not sure. I wasn't a part of the setup, just know when West Indies women took on Ireland women in St. Lucia. But the girls do travel to Australia in September.
Oh, right, okay. Oh! This next one is a wide one from Roach. Kohli chases it. Joshua De Silva dived across in front of Raheem Cornwall and put it down. It was a tough one, but he went for it. He got there. Let's have a look at the replay now. Yeah, wide outside off stump. It was a one-handed effort by Joshua De Silva. I think it just hit him in the hard part of his hand,
Just didn't quite get it right in the middle of the glove. Yeah. He's been very tidy up until that point.
Yeah, he has been. It's very disappointing for him. Kimaro showing lots of disappointment with the fact that Joshua De Silva wasn't able to come up with that catch. He has to go again.
Here is Roach. And this time Coley's playing that one nicely through the covers. And he's going to get 2 runs as Athanase chases that one back. I think that was Athanase. And his 2 further runs to Coley. He moves on to 74. But that's twice he's been dropped today now. He was dropped on 40 by Craig Brathwaite, and he's dropped again on 72. And it's 402 for 4. That's the latest from Windsor Park.
And can afford to give players of that caliber opportunities, albeit 2 opportunities.
Yeah.
To get back into the game.
Yeah, I mean, of all the players to drop, Virat Kohli's probably not the one you'd be wanting to drop. And as predicted, the big man's coming on. What do they call him? Jimbo. Jimbo. Here we go. Yeah, that was really unfortunate for Joshua De Silva. I think he might have been able to get that with 2 hands. It wasn't so wide. I mean, it was wide, but I think maybe he could have got 2 hands to that.
It was actually closer than he thought.
Yeah.
Got a fair bit of the glove onto it.
So here's Cornwall bowling around the wicket to Jadeja, and it's played away into the offside. There's no run. So 3 men around the bat. We've got Chanderpaul under the helmet at silly point. Jason Holder at slip. First slip that is, and Alec Athanase at second slip. As Cornwall gets one to turn, but it's quite wide outside off stump, and Jadeja leaves it alone, taken by Joshua De Silva. Here's Cornwall. Oh, change in the field here. There was a man deep for Kohli, but he comes in for Jadeja. Jadeja sweeps this time, forward of the square leg umpire. Blackwood racing around, and he prevents any further run, just the 1 run to Jadeja. So a well executed sweep there by the left-handed Jadeja. So with,
he likes to play.
Yeah, with Kohli on strike, just the 2 men, well, there's a slip and then 2 men on the offside, everyone else on the leg side. So we've got Chanderpaul under the helmet at short leg, and Alec Athanase at a leg slip, Jason Holder at first slip. Here's Cornwall. And Kohli's working it wide of mid-on. Craig Brathwaite can't prevent a single. Kohli moves on to 75.
If it's something that will happen when these 2 bat together is they will rotate the strike. They both like to run. Kohli obviously one of the fittest players in cricket. Jadeja very quick between the wickets as well. So you'll see sharper singles being taken.
Here's Cornwall to Jadeja. Watchfully lets that one pass by outside the off stump. That's the end of Cornwall's first over of the day. 2 runs coming off it, and India are 404 for 4. That's the latest score at Windsor Park. Cornwall appeared to get a bit of turn already in that over.
Yeah, he did good. He got some balls to turn and bumps. But I think it's the ball that may run on with the arm that could get Jadeja in some trouble. He does expect the ball to turn.
So it's going to be Roach, the unlucky Roach. He's a catch dropped off his bowling, an LBW shout not given, that would have been out. Here's Kohli defending to cover. There's no run.
Westerners will be disappointed. I'm sure it was a clear plan to bowl that 5th stump line at Virat Kohli. He's been dismissed so many times over the span of his career in that fashion. And I'm sure they would have planned and worked towards getting him to edge the ball, just drawing him across to the offside. They will be disappointed. They couldn't fully execute.
Here is Roach. Bowling to Coley. It's wide of the off stump, but he gets nicely forward, plays it out into the covers, and Jadeja responds to Coley's call, and they make a comfortable single in the end. Coley moves on to 76, Jadeja there with him on 22.
Those big singles it was just alluding to. No surprise when these two are banging together.
So Roach is going to go round the wicket to the left-handed Jadeja. One thing I've noticed about Roach, when he bowls round the wicket to the left-hander, he runs on an angle, and then at the last minute he gets very close to the stumps and straightens. So that LBW shout against Jaishwal yesterday, I think that's why it was, he doesn't have the natural angle that so many bowlers do when they bowl round the wicket. Here's Jadeja getting forward. So he gets very close to the stumps for a right armour going around the wicket. I've not really seen that before. It's a very, very skillful thing to do.
It is. Very often when right-handers are going around the wicket, they tend to deliver the ball from quite wide.
Yeah.
But then that's why the ball is so often angled down the leg side.
Yeah, you think of someone like Stuart Broad. He goes very wide on the crease when he's bowling around the wicket. Here's Roach. And it's a good leave by Jadeja, quite close to the off stump.
I'm able to believe how that one didn't take the off stump. A very good lead by Jadeja.
Let's have a look at the replay here. How close was this? I can't really see from that angle.
Let's see about that.
But based on Roach's reaction, I think it must have been pretty close.
Sometimes bowlers do that just to make you think it was closer than it really was.
Yeah.
Playing at the next one.
Here's Roach. Round the wicket to Jadeja. It's a short of a length delivery. He's playing from the crease, back down the wicket, and there's no run.
Roach has bowled much better lengths today as opposed to yesterday. Yesterday he was a bit too full on occasions. This time he's found the right length to bowl on this wicket, on this surface.
Just looking at the replay there was a bit of movement off the pitch there. Came into to Jadeja from its original line. Here's Roach once more. That's a short ball. Jadeja looks to pull that away but doesn't time it. Just trickles out to mid-wicket, and that's the end of the over. So the India lead is 255. The score is 405 for 4. That's the latest here from Windsor Park. So just going back to your situation, so there's a tour coming up of Australia.
Yeah, and important tour. West Indies women just won against Ireland. Obviously, Australia #1 in the world, defending champions. So it's going to be tough taking on Australia in their conditions as well. We hope that West Indies can take the confidence from winning that series against Ireland over to that and at least be competitive. They would be hoping to upset Australia as well. See England beating Australia in a few games recently.
Here's Cornwall starting a new over. Bowling to Coley. It's outside the line of off stump. He gets across and defends it. There's no run. Oh, he's gone. Well done. Cornwall delivers one on the line of leg stump. Coley looks to rip it away, and he hits it straight to Alec Athanase at leg slip. He took a sharp chance, and Cornwall gets his man. So no real punishment there for West Indies. Coley is just working that off his hip and hit it straight to leg slip. Very sharp chance there. Taken by Athanase, and Cornwall, the big man, gets a wicket with his second over of the day.
started with the sharp catch by Ali Atanas at leg slip. Again, he's involved in another wicket, another crucial moment for West Indies. That brings Kishan into back on the test history. Big moment for him.
Yeah, that was a very sharp chance. It's just slightly to his right, but you know, it's not like it was like a one that lobbed up or anything. It was right off the face of the bat and beautifully taken. So we're just seeing Kishan's first-class career on the screen here. He's played 49 matches, a best of 273. He averages 38.77. Of course, he's been part of the Indian limited overs side for a while now. He's got a double 100 against Bangladesh. Now, very sharp chance, really well taken by Athanas, who continues his fantastic debut. Can't put a foot wrong.
Shining late for West Indies. He's always in the action.
This next ball to Kishan is defended.
It's quite funny that Kishan is averaging 38 and everyone from India is saying they're underwhelming stats. We don't have many guys averaging 38 in our first class competition.
Yeah, it's mad, isn't it? I mean, 38, that average of batting at number 7 is not too bad. I mean, this Cornwall bowl's another one, beats the outside edge of Kishan and there's no run. I mean, you get Adam Gilchrist's come along every now and again, averaging close to 50, batting at 7, but 38's pretty handy. Here's Kishan beaten this time by Cornwall. So excellent over by Rakeem Cornwall. It's a wicket maiden. It's 405 for 5. That's the latest here from Windsor Park.
Really had Cornwall being available all yesterday to West Indies. They really did miss it.
Yeah.
Important. He is making an impact now that he's available again.
Well, even on the first day as well, he went off with about an hour to go from memory. But what's your opinion on that? There's the rule that he wasn't allowed to bowl this morning. Do you think that's a good rule or not?
I think it's an interesting rule. Whether it's good or bad, I'm not sure.
Here's Roach bowling to Jadeja, and it's defended up to mid-off, and there's no run. No. What do you mean by interesting?
I think it just stops players, bowlers in particular, from being able to go off and put your feet up for absolutely no reason and just expect you to come back on when they think they can have a real impact. So interesting from that side. Still don't know if it's good or bad.
Here's Roach once more, and Jadeja's driving this one into the covers. He can't pierce the field, but he does have time to get through for a single. Takes him further on. What's he on now, Jadeja? He's on 23. I just feel in that case, I mean, he had a chest infection. I think if he came back, you know, with a doctor's certificate or something, he should be allowed to bowl. I just don't understand. It just seems unfair. It's not his fault.
I mean, perhaps the reason is that we actually found out at the end of yesterday that it wasn't a chest infection. He's just suffering from the flu. So maybe they decided that's not enough.
Oh, I see. Okay. Here is Roach bowling to Kishan, the new batsman, and it's defended. There's no run. Oh, right. Okay.
Thinking the flu maybe isn't enough.
Well, then now this is going to get a little bit more interesting. If it was just the flu, was that enough to go off the field, actually?
He certainly felt like it was enough.
Yeah.
As though he couldn't carry on.
Here is Roach bowling to Kishan, and it's defended into the covers where Reefer does the fielding, and there's no run. Yeah, I mean, if it's a really nasty dose of the flu, it must be horrible being out on a hot field and having to concentrate on your bowling and that.
It's quite hot out there. We saw he was drenched in sweat.
Yes.
By the time he went off before lunch yesterday, couldn't have been easy.
Here's Roach once more, rolling to Kishan. It's a short ball. Didn't really get up, but Kishan saw it well and swayed out of the way, and it actually bounced in front of Joshua De Silva. So not a lot of carry there. Anyway, whatever the case, I suppose I'm not necessarily focusing on the Cornwall situation, but yeah, I just don't really like that rule. Here is Roach bowling to Kishan. It's defensively forward. And there's no run. That is the end of the over. Just one run from it. And India now 406 for 5. That's the latest from Windsor Park. Now, I just feel that it penalises the fielding team too much. You know, he's clearly the main spin bowler. You know, if he felt okay, he'd be out there when his team needs him. And then when he feels fine, he's not allowed to bowl. I just feel it just doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
And I think it's the first time we've ever seen it in Test cricket. It's probably happened before, but it's the first time I've ever seen it.
Right, let's see what he can do this time. Cornwall coming in, almost false start from the Botanical Gardens end, round the wicket to Jadeja, who cuts this one, cuts firmly through the gap, beats through the gap between cover and point, and it runs away for 4. Reefer chases in vain. It's beautifully played by Jadeja, and that takes him on to 27.
The shirt on Wade from Raheem Cornwall. And the gift offered up to Jadeja. Takes it. Futile chase by Raymond Reefer. Couldn't prevent him from getting the boundary.
Here's Cornwall, bowling to Jadeja. That one's on the line of leg stump, covering the spin and playing it into the ground, and there's no run.
That's another area Cornwall will be looking to group his deliveries.
Oh, that hit him in the glove actually. Here is Cornwall, and Jadeja sweeps. Blackwood races around. It's probably the quickest man in the West Indies side, but Jadeja has time to get back for 2.
Easily the quickest. But that sweet shot is one I think we see from Jadeja, especially with the ball turning the way. It's just tends to go to that quite often to smother the spin.
Here's Cornwall to Jadeja, short again, and once again he cuts, this time in front of square. There's a man out there on the boundary now, that's Reefer, and he restricts the scoring to 1. Jadeja moves on to 30.
So he's continuing with long off, even though Kishan is quite new.
Oh, this next one from Cornwall bounces and beats the outside edge of Kishan's bat.
I think that ball pitched around leg stump. And it's spun prodigiously to miss the
Bounced
outside
as
edge.
well, yeah. And this one once again, Kishan is playing it off on the back foot. That is the end of the over. Cornwall's 14th. He's got 1 for 31, and India now are 4-1-3 for 5. That's the latest at Windsor Park. Yeah, I don't really understand why they put that man out. And the only thing I can think of is they leave it open to give Kishan a single so he can get down the other end for Roach. That's about the only thing I can think of.
Yeah, that man was placed there for the time he faced his first ball. I don't see the reason for it, and I think it's a very hard man to find with the ball bouncing and turning as it is.
Yeah.
If he manages to do it, then kudos to you, Ishan Kishan, but I'm asking him to hit me over the top.
Here's Roach bowling to Jadeja on 30, and Jadeja's forward to a ball on the line of leg stump, plays it into mid wicket where Chandapal picks up, and there's no run.
Which has been pretty steady since that lunch interval. He's bowling good areas. He's constantly been bowling wicket to wicket. Just in behavior on 20s, but his control has stood up.
There's Roach once more, and Jadeja looks to play, and then at the last minute decides not to play, and Roach staring down at him. I think that one was a little bit wider of off stump, Kima. But, a bit of mind games going on here.
Good resolve being shown by Jadeja so far. Roach is just pleading with him, just play at the ball, please. Ball can take the edge.
I can't believe how much people are talking online about these new Indian shirts. It's unbelievable. It's just a shirt. Here's Roach bowling to Jadeja. He plays it up to mid-off where Joseph does the fielding, and there's no runs.
They're always so caught up with the traditional style, traditional wear in Test cricket.
I guess the question is at what point does it become coloured clothing? You know?
It's slowly getting closer to that,
Yeah.
isn't it?
Yeah.
Long ago, you never would have seen the numbers on the shirts. That obviously no, because of the World Test Championship.
Here's Roach bowling to Jadeja. He leaves that one alone outside off stump. There's no run. I tell you what I do think about with players' shirt numbers. I mean, you know, now I'm pretty familiar with most of the players, but commentators back in the day with no shirt numbers, no monitor, I mean, it must have been so hard.
Yeah, I always wonder how they managed to do it.
Yeah.
Keep track of who's who. And from out here, everyone looks alike.
Yeah, I mean, there's two tall, like I get confused with Holder and Joseph. They're both tall guys, although Holder's wearing a different hat today. Here's Roach. Once again, Jadeja leaves it alone outside off stump. And there's no run.
I'm sure commentators back then had to have made a few errors. Perhaps calling Roach Atanaz. I'm never quite sure if you can't see the numbers, so I think it helps. I welcome it.
Yeah. Well, the good thing about radio, though, is it's very forgiving. I mean, I had to pop back to the hotel at lunchtime to give my girlfriend the bank card because I forgot to leave it this morning. And I went past a barber's shop, you know. So the guy in the barber shop, if you call the player wrong, he's not really going to care or know. Unless he watches on TV at night and say, hold on, that guy said that guy caught it. Here's Roach once again. And once more, Jadeja lets that one go through to the keeper. And there's no run. So at the end of the 149th over, India are 413 for 5. That's the latest at Windsor Park. Actually, I had a howler on air earlier. You know when Roach got Rahane caught his first ball, I hadn't realised there was a bowling change, so I called it was Joseph and said I had to remind her, hold on, that was, yeah. Well, that was the other thing too, back, you know, like growing up in New Zealand, you had typically one commentator who would do the whole day, but they would change from ground, you know, sometimes at this ground, sometimes at that ground. And they had to score on it as well. They had to keep a score. Here's Cornwall bowling to Kishan, and that's outside off stump. He leaves it alone, and there's no run.
Each profession does have its own challenges. Can't imagine commentating the entire day.
Here is Cornwall, and Kishan is forward to a full-length delivery, and there's no run. Yeah, and that's the other thing. If it was raining at one venue, then you're going to have to end up doing more commentary yourself. Here's Cornwall bowling to Kishan. He
defends, picked up by Chanderpool in close, and there's no run. Or if one game's more exciting, the other one's like just going for a boring draw. Yeah. And of course you didn't have like apps to get food delivered and stuff like that. I'm really bigging these guys up, I'm sorry.
You are.
There's Cornwall bowling to Kishan, and that one's a little bit shorter. It bounces, but it doesn't turn, and Kishan just defends to Chanderpool, the man under the helmet at Silly Point. Cornwall again. This time Kishan's forward, defending. That's the end of the over. It's a maiden from Rakeem Cornwall. India now 403 for 5. That is the latest at Windsor Park.
16 deliveries and Kishan yet to get home mark.
Well, this is such a mouthful, isn't it? Cycle Pure Agabathi Test Match powered by Yes Bank.
I was remember practicing that for about 2 days.
Well, yesterday I was looking at that Yes Bank sign. I was like, are my eyes deceiving me? And then I realised it was written in Hindi.
I hadn't noticed until you pointed it out.
Yeah, I just couldn't work out what it said. Here is Roach bowling to Jadeja. This one nipped back slightly. May have hit him in the thigh pad actually. And it just dribbled out on the offside and there's no run. Roach causing a few problems here. He's, yeah, that came back. Oh no, he hit it onto, it was an inside edge onto his pad.
It did still come back though. Normally he angles the ball into the left hander from around the wicket and then shape it away. But this spell, he's gotten quite a few to either run on straight or come back to the left hander.
Yeah, it's getting some movement off this placid pitch. It's impressive by Roach. Here he is again. That one kept a little bit low to Jadeja. It was a short ball, but just didn't bounce as much as he was expecting. But he managed to defend it, and he's still there on 30.
Roach asking lots of questions. Again, that ball coming back in.
Yeah. It's getting quite a bit of movement actually. Leg cutters, I guess you'd call them. It's all to do with this line he's bowling. I've mentioned a couple of times now. Here is Roach. So he gets very close to the stumps, and then the ball comes back. You know, so Jadeja could be an LBW candidate here if you can continue this momentum and have the ball nipping back into Jadeja.
And his players spell it for him so far. The question is, how much longer can he go in this heat?
Well, that's the thing. The fast bowlers have bowled very short spells in this game. Here's Roach bowling to Jadeja, who drives very elegantly through the offside, through extra cover and out to the boundary for 4. He moves on to 34. But that's really been the first ball that Roach has bowled that's been drivable. He pitched that one a bit further up, just wide of off stump. That was a flowing cover drive from Ravindra Jadeja.
Just a mistake on Roach's part. I don't think he was looking to bowl that full. He's been causing problems from back of the lane. Just creeping up too full for Jadeja. Easy pickings for him.
Here's Roach bowling to Jadeja. That one's wide of the crease, but Jadeja not tempted this time. Wide of the stumps, I should say. And through to Joshua De Silva, and there's no run. So just one ball left in the spell. Thank you very much again, Shakira, for coming in and having a fun conversation, getting into some interesting subjects. It'll be Andy Carter to replace me and Lockhart Sebastian to replace you after this delivery from Kemar Roach, who comes in now. Bowls to Jadeja. That's on the line of leg stump. He just plays that into the leg side. Is it a leg by? No, it's not a leg by. So one further run to Jadeja. So he moves to 35 and India are 418 for 5. That's the latest from Windsor Park.
Thank you very much, Andrew McLean. India 418 for 5. They went to lunch at 400 for 4. Since lunch, they have lost Virat Kohli, caught by Afanaz at leg slip for 76. Kohli at lunch was 72 not out. And Jadeja was on 21 not out. And Kohli going after lunch, caught by Afanaz at leg slip. Both Cornwall for 76, he struck 5 fours and he faced 182 balls. We have a small lull in play as I welcome back once again Lockhart Sebastian.
Yeah, good afternoon, Andy. Since lunch, we've seen Kohli depart, caught by the leg slip of Rakim Cornwall, was up the field for most of yesterday. Andy seemed to be much better today. Obviously, he had to wait until a certain amount of time before he could bowl, because as we know, he was out of the field for most of yesterday. But picked up the important wicket of Virat Kohli. The Indians now lead by what, 268 runs.
Yes, we saw Kohli dropped after lunch off the bowling of Kemar Roach, dropped by the wicketkeeper. Here is a sweep there by Jadeja. The crowd roars. There's an eruption. The ball lobs there to slip where Holder catches the ball, but no bat involved. Jadeja on 35. India for 18 for 5. And Kishan yet to score. He has faced 16 balls so far and yet to get off the mark.
Cornwall has bowled very well, and Carter, he's bowled well in this inning.
Cornwall from the Botanic Gardens end goes a delivery outside the off stump. The batsman is playing this one to deep cover and will get an easy run. One more to Jadeja, 36 he is, and Ishan Kishan, the debutant, yet to score. India lead by 269 runs. So Cornwall will bowl to Kishan. 2 slips and a silly mid-off. Pushes it forward. Shandapal is there under the helmet at silly mid-off, and there is no run. Crowd has built up considerably, and in anticipation of the West Indies second innings. Here is a delivery outside the off stump, moving further away. Batsman not forced to play, and he allows it to go through to the wicketkeeper.
And by West Indian cricketing standards, this is a big crowd, Andy. Over the last 5 years, we've had this in crowds at test matches in the Caribbean.
And the delivery there from Cornwall, plays it back to the bowler. The over comes to an end. Cornwall completes his 16th over, 1 for 32 his figures reads, and India 419 for 5, the latest score here at Windsor Park.
And Dominican really is the place for cricket, Andy. Over the years, Dominican people have come out to mostly support the West Indies. We saw last year big crowds against Bangladesh. The first match here, I think it was Zimbabwe, played, good crowd, Australia. Everybody that's come in there 2011. So Dominicans have generally come out. And as I just said, by West Indian cricketing standard, this crowd we're seeing there is a big crowd, because when you look at matches over the Caribbean in the last 2 or 3 years, most grounds have been empty. And Dominicans have come out. We probably, 3,000, Andy?
And we'll see many more turning out as the game progresses. With the West Indies will bat sometime later today. I dare say, I'm not
Maybe
sure.
after tea, India will definitely have a lead of over 300 by tea time. I don't see them batting. Maybe they probably bat an hour after tea and declare set West Indies with a lead of 330, 340, you don't know. but it's going to be an uphill task for the West Indies when they have to bat the second inning, because it's not going to be fun batting against Jadeja and Ashwin at the Windsor Park Stadium this afternoon into tomorrow.
Regardless of what happens, I believe that the crowd will turn out. They will come to see the West Indies bat, and especially Ali Kafanal. Here is delivery there from Alzari Joseph. The batsman Jadeja plays it on the offside, sets up for a run, gets it in the end quite easily. He moves on to a 37, and India now 420 for 5.
And the West Indians have been in the field since what? After tea on Thursday, Andy, on Wednesday? Yes, and I remember saying to you off here that I remember us played Combined Island against Jamaica, and Jamaica bowled us out just after lunch on the first day after Barrett. You remember him bowling leg spin, and we were in the field from after lunch on Friday up to Sunday. Maurice Foster scored 170 yards. Robert Chang made Lawrence Rowe. I remember that clearly in Jamaica at Sabina Park.
Joseph runs away from us, bows to Kishan, gets a delivery which he turns it neatly off his hip down to long leg. Warrican is there, and Ishan Kishan gets off the mark.
After 20 balls, he's faced 20 balls before getting off the mark.
And it seems that they have declared.
Is that it?
You can see the batsmen running off the field.
Oh, yeah.
So 421 for 5. No one saw it coming.
I think they surprised us.
Jadeja not out on 37 of 82 balls. Ishan Kishan, one run of 21 deliveries or 20? 20 deliveries for his solitary run, and India declaring 421 for 5, just about 21 minutes after 1 o'clock on the third day.
I think they've caught all of us off guard, Andy. I didn't see that coming. In fact, the way the Indians were batting, you didn't think they were going to declare. And the thing now with 271, they have enough that they can bowl out the West Indies, but that has caught me by surprise. And I think most people, even the West Indies, were caught by surprise. Nobody saw that coming, Andy.
So the scorecard reads: Jaiswal 171, Rohit 103, Gill 6, Kohli 76, Rahane 3, Jadeja not out 37, Ishan Kishan not out 1. In they are declaring at 421 for 5. Roach had 1 for 50 of his 24. Alzari Joseph 1 for 80 of 18.2. Cornwall 1 for 32 of his 16. Warrican 1 for 106 of his 45. Holder did not take a wicket. The only other wicket taker, Hafanaz, bowled 16 overs, 1 for 53. Brathwaite bowled 9 overs, none for 21. And India declaring so 421 for the loss of 5 wickets, an overall lead of 271 lockets.
Yes, but as I say, that caught everybody by surprise. I didn't see that coming. I mean, normally when a team is going to declare, Andy, you'd see batsmen really going berserk, hitting balls over the top. But the Indians, I think they caught the West Indies by surprise because they were just pushing the ball around. They've declared the West Indian batsmen now have to go out and really fight on after when they go out to bat. The openers, we want to see a good start. Even if they by the close of play, West Indies 100 plus lost, nobody would worry about that. But the West Indians have to put up a fight. I'm sure Dominicans don't want, and West Indians, by and large, we wouldn't want to see the West Indies capitulate this afternoon. It's a fight. West Indies, we have to show some mettle. The captain has to lead from the front. He must go out there with young Chandapal, Andy, who hasn't scored runs for a while in Test match cricket since he made his debut in Australia. So we want to see the West Indians. I said all West Indians are hoping that the West Indian team can batten and maybe bat until tomorrow evening, Andy.
Yes, indeed, you're very correct about that. And the West Indians generally, they have a passion. You hear them talk about the West Indies team when they're not doing too well. But on a whole, they are deep inside. They want the West Indies team to do well. And if West Indies could come out here and replicate something like what happened in 2011 when Shivnaran Chandapal made 116 not out and Cook Edwards made 110, and they assisted the West Indies in earning a draw. The West Indian fans, the Dominican fans, they will be very pleased, they'll be happy today to put up a fight, not lose many wickets this afternoon, and tomorrow, being Saturday, the government workers not working on Saturday, we'll expect to see a bumper crowd here at Windsor Park, providing that the West Indies do well this afternoon.
Well, as I say, if West Indies 100 without loss or 120 by the close of play, we will surely see close to a full house tomorrow. 100 without loss, but surely West Indies 100 for 5 or 6, probably the ground will be empty tomorrow. We are definitely not. But from a West Indies point of view, Andy, we are hoping that we will see a fight today and this afternoon into tomorrow. Batsmen will go out and fight. We don't want to see people giving away their wickets. It's about time our West Indian players show Caribbean people what they're worth. We haven't seen that for a while. We went to South Africa, we were easily beaten. We went to Australia last year, we were beaten. We didn't do very well in the World Cup. Now is the time, guys, to go out there and fight for Caribbean people.
Yes, and you mentioned that they can take a leaf off the book of what how Jaiswal batted. They should be cognizant of that fact that he batted, he played every ball to its merit together with Rohit Sharma, and they need to exercise that sort of discipline in their approach this afternoon.
In fact, Joshua batted for almost 400 balls. He batted from Friday, 2 hours after tea. He batted an entire day yesterday. So Joshua would have batted for over 500 minutes. And that's what we want to see, application and dedication, good temperament. We know Craig Brathwaite can do that. He surely can do it. Chanderpaul as well. We saw that in Zimbabwe where Craig got a double century. It was Chanderpaul who got a double century. Craig Brathwaite got 180 yards. So we want to see a fight out there. As I said, they have shown that before. Now is the time that West Indies team must go out and show Caribbean people what happened in the first inning was a mistake. We saw some poor strokes. Men now are going out there to fight for the Caribbean people.
So just to let you know what has transpired in the Indian innings, the Indian scorecard reads Rohit Sharma caught by the silver of Afanas making the breakthrough for the West Indies. Rohit getting 103 of 221 balls, 10 fours and 2 sixes, and 229 the opening partnership. They lost gear soon after when the score was on 240, caught at slip by Afanas, that's Shubman Gill of the bowling of Warwick for just 6. And then we had that huge partnership of 110 runs between Jaiswal and Virat Kohli before Jaiswal was caught at the wicket by the wicketkeeper of Azari Joseph for 171. Remember, Jaiswal making his debut and scoring 171. 387 balls he faced, struck 16 fours and a 6. Then we saw Rahane coming in, did not last too long. He was caught at cover, bowled by Kima Roach for just 3. And they went to lunch in there with the score 400 for the loss of 4 wickets. Kohli was on 72 not out, and Jadeja 21 not out. Kohli went soon after lunch, caught by Afanas at leg slip of Cornwall for 76. He faced 182 balls and struck 5 fours. So that's the picture. India declaring at 421 for 5. Jadeja remaining not out on 47. Ishan Kishan not having to bat much, only getting 1. But India, they lead by 271 runs. The wicket shared by Roach 1 for 41. Afanas picked up 1. Joseph picked up 1. Warwick picked up 1. And the other bowler getting 1 was Afanas got 1. Roach got 1. Warwick got 1. And Azari Joseph got 1. And Cornwall got 1. The wicket takers. So each of the bowlers taking 1 wicket, and in the end, India 421 for 5, and no one saw a declaration coming so soon after lunch, and we're still happy. The West Indians will be happy to come off the field, I can tell you, to be on the field since Wednesday, a part of Wednesday, whole of Thursday, and almost half of Friday, and in the hot sun, it's not an easy task, but as you would know.
Yes, and Andy, we have to give credit to the bowlers. I think as a group they bowled very well. They stuck to the task. Finkle had the sun yesterday. They went fit all of yesterday, as you say, part of Wednesday, as well as the session this morning. So I think the bowlers have done extremely well.
Well,
and
yesterday,
see the West Indian batsmen coming out now, Andy.
Yesterday, 90 overs bowled and just 232 runs. There was a lot of containment yesterday, and they did not let India run away with the game, to their credit.
Yes, as I said, they've done very well. They stuck to the task. It was not an easy task because when you get bowled out for 150, it's not easy to run out there and bowl. So I think all the bowlers as a group, they have done very well.
The Indians, they are coming out, and we can see the two opening batsmen for the, call them batters these days. Batters, I think because of the inclusion of women,
yes.
The ICC has declared that they will be called batters. So right-handed batter. Craig Brathwaite, 164 innings, an average of 34.86, the best of 212. 86 matches he has played, and how the West Indies would wish that he scores 212.
In fact, we would love for partnership like what happened in Zimbabwe, where both of them batted for a long period. One made over 200 and the other one made 182. So I'm sure West Indian would love something like that.
207 not out. 7 matches he has played. Taj Narain Chandapal, 12 innings, 465 runs, an average of 42.27 and 207 not out.
He's had a lean time of late, but I'm sure today could be the day, Andy, when he gets back into his groove and makes some runs.
The West Indies certainly needs a big partnership between these two for cricket on a whole. If they can last this afternoon, I can assure you that the support from the Dominican public will be fantastic. They won't let them down, but tomorrow we will have almost a full house. But the Indians, they have other ideas, as we are about to see. It looks like Mohammad Siraj operating from the Botanic Gardens end. There is Jaiswal there at first slip, Virat Kohli having a laugh at second slip, Shubman Gill at third slip, so 3 slips there, and Rahane at leg slip. Here is Siraj, bowls a delivery outside the off stump, a good one to start off, and Captain Brathwaite allows it to go through to the wicketkeeper Ishan Kishan. It's the first cycle pure Agabafi test, and it's the 99th test played between India and the West Indies. The 100th test will be played over at the Queen's Park Oval in Trinidad from July 20th. Good sunshine here at Windsor Park as Siraj goes to Brathwaite. Brathwaite gets one pitched up, strokes it, playing it firmly. Bowler fields well in his follow through and prevents any chance of a run. So West Indies trail by 271 runs. West Indies will have to wipe off that deficit and try to give India some runs. But it's a distant proposition, I can tell you. First things first, got to put a partnership, string a partnership together. 3 slips, squarish cover, leg slip, extra cover, as another delivery from Siraj outside the off stump, and on this occasion Brathwaite not forced to play. Be very happy to see a few deliveries just going outside the off stump.
I think, Andy, they have to play it session by session. The objective now, first to move off nurse, look to be batting at tea time. Come back after tea, look to bat at the close of play tomorrow. Sit down tomorrow, team meeting, and work out the next plan. But the first objective, try and come back after tea without having lost any wicket.
Definitely that will be the approach. Siraj bowls a Yorker length delivery, and almost yoked himself there, Brathwaite. But he dug it out, and the ball goes to the man at squarish cover who fields, and there is no run. Bit of cloud cover. The Indians will relish these sort of conditions, especially for their fast bowlers. Maybe would like to get that cloud cover and see if there's any swing in the making. Siraj from the Botanic Gardens end. Bows to Brathwaite. Brathwaite covers up, strokes it to the captain, Rohit Sharma, there at short extra cover, and there is no run. So very good match for Rohit Sharma. Kohli would have loved to get another century. Got 2 chances, dropped by Craig Brathwaite when he was on 40 and dropped by De Silva when he was on 72, but did not make full use of it to get him to his 29th Test century. Here is Siraj, bows to Brathwaite. Brathwaite covers up, a good delivery, directed on the line of the off stump, plays it on the offside. The end of the first over from Siraj, a maiden over.
Good first over from Mohammad Siraj. I think he made Craig Brathwaite play at almost every ball, and that's important as a seam bowler. You want to get the opening batsman to play at every ball, and he did that. In fact, the one particular delivery, as you said, almost yoked Craig Brathwaite. But I think it had been a very good first over from Mohammad Siraj.
He has really come into the side, and he has bowled quite well for India.
In fact, ever since he came in, you remember in Australia, his father died. It was COVID time. He decided to stay on. He did very well for Australia, and ever since he has been a fixture in the Indian team.
They did not bring down Mohammad Shami, no Ishan Sharma. They've got many fast bowlers, Umesh Yadav,
yes.
Number of good fast bowlers, but it's Unadkat, left arm, goes to Chandapur. Chandapur plays it on the onside and sets off for a run and gets it quite comfortably in the end. So the West Indies are on their way. Chandapur is off the mark.
The true test will come, Andy, when the spinners come on to bowl. That's when the true test will come for the batsmen.
You know that Jadeja and Ashwin, very good spinners. They have really been on top of their game lately. And it's just a matter of time before we will see these two bowlers in operation. I'm sure they will be on shortly. Unadkat from the river end. Goes to the right-handed batsman Brathwaite. Brathwaite covers up, plays it on the onside. The man there, Thakur, there at mid-wicket, picks up, and there is no run.
And you know, as I see Unadkat, Andrew, I remember the days when India used people like Etnaf Solkar and Abid Ali just to take the shine of the ball, and then you'd have people like Bedi and Prasanna and Chandrasekhar doing the damage for the rest of the overs. But in the last few years, India have produced some outstanding seam bowlers.
Well, Jadeja, as I'm watching his stats, he has taken 200 test wickets and also has 2,000 runs.
And after 2 overs here, umpires are now looking at the ball, and one wonders what's happening to the leather on these balls these days. And it appears that they might be changing the ball after 2 overs.
What a sight!
2 overs, and then, in fact, 1 over, and you have a change of ball. Surprising.
What balls are they using in this match? Is it the Duke or the
Kookaburra? I think it might be the Kookaburra balls. The Kookaburra is the Australian mid balls. The Duke is the English ball. So I think they're using the Kookaburra.
So I was just reading that Jadeja is the fastest to 2,000 runs and 200 wickets. He has 268, and if you add the 3 today, in the first innings, so it would be 271. Ashwin, on the other hand, Ashwin has 474, add 5 to that, 479 wickets.
So we probably will see him Later in the year, I think England are visiting India. So that might be he surely will get it in India if you're playing at home 500 wickets. Yeah.
Was the ball changed, Lockhart?
Yes, I think they changed the ball.
Well, that's an early change and must be a record in the change of ball. Here is Unatgat. Bowes a delivery right in that channel there. And Brathwaite seems to have been beaten, but the way he has that method, in fact, he played at it, definitely playing at it. Beaten there, unfortunate not to get a touch on that delivery.
Yes. Decent crowd this afternoon in the decent crowd, like I say, about 3,000 people on the Qatar.
Well, you're much better than I am on estimation, but it's a good crowd. I can use your adjective, a decent crowd. You can see the Clem John and Caleb Laura stand, well populated. Grayson Shillingford and Irving Shillingford stand looking good, and a few people on the Norbert Phillip and Adam Stanford stand. So Grayson Shillingford and Irving Shillingford, you would know, represented the West Indies, also Norbert Phillip and Adam Stanford. And a name not shown here is Shane Shillingford. And soon we will have something named after Alec Afanaz. But there's the Thomas Kentish stand, and we'll get back to that as Unatgat Bowes deliver on the legs of the batsman who plays to mid-wicket. Farquhar is in the way and they can score. Generally felt that with the contribution of Lockhart Sebastian, the leading run scorer for the Windward Islands and for Dominica, that somewhere his name would be etched somewhere in the stadium, but he's not a one for this sort of accolades. I'm not going to put him on the spot. I'm just mentioning it, and I won't let him respond to that whatsoever. But Lockhart has contributed immensely to Dominica, Windward Islands, and to some extent the Combined Islands. Here is Unatgat. Bowes to Brathwaite. Brathwaite is getting one which cuts back somewhat. And I think Brathwaite was looking for the ball to deviate away from him and maybe surprised by that one coming back into him. The second over has come to an end. And Brathwaite yet to score. Shandapur on one. The West Indies won without loss, batting the second time.
Would we say that a good leave alone, as they say, Andy? That ball outside the off stump.
I think he was shocked somewhat.
Well, it came back. I mean, he apparently gets the ball to go away from the batsman as well as coming back in. And that one apparently came back very close in. And in fact, the Indian fieldsmen were wondering why he didn't hit the stumps. But a good leave alone from Unatgat.
Well, I'm going to leave you in the capable hands of Lockhart Sebastian. Andrew McLean will continue the commentary.
Ooh, as we look at the replay there, Andrew and now Andy and now Andrew, very close. And I want to look at it very close to the off stump. Very close shave for Craig Brathwaite. As I welcome Andrew, who just had a sumptuous lunch. I know he enjoyed it. He said that one of the in Dominica, he probably has gotten the best food as he has gone around the Caribbean. That's what I think somebody said he said. I didn't hear him say that.
Thank you very much, Lockett. Good afternoon, listeners on the Cut and Drive Network. As Mohammed Shiraz, sounds like a wine, Siraj starts in this third over of the innings and is defended by Chandapur, and there's no run. That was a bizarre declaration, wasn't it?
In fact, it caught everybody by surprise. In fact, normally you don't see that. When people have to declare, you see the batsman go. In fact, Ishan scored 1 run in 20 balls.
Yeah. Here is Siraj bowling to Tangarai and Chandapur. Defensively forward, and there's no run.
They caught everybody by surprise. Everybody. Nobody was expecting that.
Yeah, I mean, I can only assume that Rohit was just getting frustrated that Kishan wasn't scoring any runs. So he thought, well...
Well, I think they would have discussed it at lunchtime.
You would have thought so, right?
Yeah, I think they would have discussed it.
kind of makes you wonder why they bothered coming out after lunch. Anyway, here is Siraj bowling over the wicket to the left-handed Chanderpaul, and he's forward to a ball on the line of leg stump, plays back to Siraj, and there's no run.
I think the Indians are not really taking chances with the weather, Andrew, and they probably want to get out of here as quickly as possible tomorrow, and hence the reason why they had that sudden declaration.
We've been very lucky with the weather. I remember looking at the forecast on Tuesday, or Monday it might have been when I got here, and it wasn't looking great at that stage, but we've actually had no rain at all.
In fact, on Tuesday it definitely didn't look good, and we had a lot of rain Monday night into Tuesday.
Yeah.
So we've been very fortunate since Wednesday to get good weather.
Here's Siraj again, bowling to Chanderpaul, and that one's outside off stump. Chanderpaul thought about playing but didn't, and it was through to Ishan Kishan, who I guess he's got to be happy. He got a 1 not out.
In fact,
he hasn't
if you
got an
looked
average
at him,
yet.
he was jumping up when he went to having scored a run in Test
Oh, I
cricket.
didn't see that.
Yeah, when he
Did
got
he
to
really?
the dressing room.
Okay. Oh well. I guess that what we could do, there's a pretty good chance it's going to happen while I'm on commentary with you. What over will a spin bowler come on?
Good question. I don't think it will be long from now on, Drew.
Here's Siraj bowling to Chanderpaul. That one's down the leg side, taken by Ishan Kishan behind the stumps. And
I
there's
think
no
we'll
run.
see Ashwin and Jadeja very early in this inning. In fact, we even saw Craig Bradford Andrew getting some turn and bounce.
Yeah. So here's Siraj, the last ball of the second over. No runs off this over so far. Bowling to a field with 3 slips. First and a second, and then probably a 4th slip. Chanderpaul faces, and there's a big gap on the offside which he's found. Jadeja gives chase, but he hasn't timed it that well, but enough time to get back for 2. So Chanderpaul moves on to 3, and at the end of the second over, when the third over I should say, it's West Indies 3 without loss. That's the latest score here at Windsor Park.
I don't know if you just looked at what Jadeja did. Normally, you throw the ball right over the stumps to the keeper, but you throw it and bounce before. Obviously, the Indians want to. If you notice that, I saw him throw the ball and it bounced. Not normally flat hand throw.
That's coming from a cunning ex-player. You know all the tricks of the trade. But on a bit of a more serious note, this is actually a very important innings for these 2 batsmen.
Oh yeah, and young Chanderpaul, he had a good start. In Australia, he made that double 100 in Zimbabwe. Didn't do well in South Africa, so I think looking for a good score here today.
Yeah, I mean, and I said sort of tongue in cheek on air last night when I got interviewed on a Radio Jamaica. I said these guys need to add 200 or 300 to save this match, and I mean I was only half joking. They kind of do. Here's Brathwaite facing the first ball from Unad Cut, bowling round the wicket. There's a man in close on the leg side. That's Virat Kohli there. My eyes don't deceive me.
Well, it's Rohani at.
Sorry, it's
I
Rahane,
think Shubman Gill looks like he's a short, backward shot
yeah,
leg, and
it's
Rohani looks at forward shot leg.
Yeah, Rahani's at a very sort of short, straight mid-wicket.
And Taku at mid-wicket, Shadul Taku at mid-wicket.
So there's a clear plan here.
Yes.
Setting a little trap on the leg side. Here is Unad Kat bowling to Brathwaite. It's just outside the line of off stump, but he plays at that one. Defensively forward, Ashwin picks up and there's no run. So yes, Kohli's at second slip and Jaiswal at first slip. Jadeja at point, Ashwin at mid-off, Rohit at mid-on, Rahane in close at a short mid-wicket, Shubman Gill at a leg gully, and sort of a square leg gully, and Thakur at square leg or forward square leg. And That's Taco who does the fielding there. A bit of a wild return to Shankishan. Had to run for that one. But there's no run taken. Yeah, good crowd. Look at the Sebo. Look at the especially in the Shillingford stand in the lower tier. Yeah, I got really annoyed online last night. So many people were criticising the crowd and the atmosphere. People were not even here, not even in Dominica.
Oh yeah. So what was the problem?
Oh, it's like, oh, there's no atmosphere, there's no crowd, the outfield's terrible. I was like, no, it's not. Here's Unad Kart bowling to Brathwaite. Defends it up to Rohit mid-off, and there's no run.
Andrew, if people are honest from the other islands, this crowd is a very big crowd by Caribbean standards in the last 5 years. Most of the test matches that have been played around the Caribbean, you have seen empty ground. This crowd here, probably only Barbados would have surpassed that. This is a very good crowd. In the last 5 years, people who have watched test cricket around the Caribbean haven't had as many people as this.
Yeah.
And you can take that to the bank. These are facts, and facts are stubborn things.
Ferocious response there from Sebo. This next one from Unad Kart is left alone by Brathwaite. And there's no run. So Brathwaite yet to get off the mark. He's faced 16 deliveries.
And well, apart from England, as you know, England travel with their fans
Yeah.
when they win the Caribbean. So you will have, in fact, we see Ashwin warming up. You will have the crowd. But in the Caribbean, in the last 5 years, most grounds have been empty during test matches. And this crowd here in Dominica is a big crowd by Caribbean standards. 3,000-4,000 people is a big crowd. Apart in test cricket.
I guess having a 6-year break between tests also helps, right? And plus Athenar's playing. Here's Unad Kart, that's a shorter ball, rising, but Brathwaite manages to keep it down and plays it into the ground. And that is the end of the 4th over. It's 3 without loss. It's the latest score at Windsor Park.
And it's not a weekend. The test match started on a Wednesday.
Yeah.
This is an island with what, 60,000 people. People have to go to work, and people must be real. This crowd today is a very good crowd by Caribbean people. And we keep saying it. I don't want to be repetitive, but by Caribbean standards, this is a very good crowd. And that in the last 5 years, we haven't seen as many people as that in test match cricket.
I'm just going to snap a photo here to post on Twitter later because, you know, and everyone online on Twitter is comparing, you know, a full sellout at Headingley to, you know, Dominica. It's like, well, it's just not a fair comparison. You know?
At all.
I mean, for a start, there's 60 million people in the UK.
And you have to add on the Australians as well. People from Australia going across.
Well, didn't take long. Here's Ravichandran Ashwin to bowl this is the 5th over of the innings, so just 2 from Siraj. And it's going to be Ashwin bowling round the wicket to Tangerine Chanderpaul. First ball, as you'd expect from Ashwin, on a sixpence, but successfully negotiated by Chanderpaul. There's Ashwin once more, and this time Chanderpaul's looking to force it up to mid-on, which he does, and it's Takor up there who does the fielding, and there's no run. This next one, Chanderpaul's forward to a ball on the line of off stump, covering any possibility of spin, and there's no run. So 3 men round the bat. We've got a Rahane at first slip, Kohli at second slip, and Jaiswal under the helmet at a very silly point. This one is driven by Chanderpaul, but he can't beat the man at cover. That's Rohit Sharma, the captain, and there's no run. This must be some sort of record. There's four guys out there with white floppies. You almost never see that in cricket these days. There's Chanderpaul defending. Yeah, there's a line of guys on the offside from backward point to mid-off, all wearing white floppy hats.
You don't normally see that,
No.
as you say.
In fact, I think Ashwin's wearing one as well. So I think there might be 5 of them. Here he is, Ashwin, last ball of his first over to Chanderpaul, and he just plays that one into the ground, rolls to backward point, where Gill does the fielding, and there's no run. So at the end of the fifth over, very sedate start here by the West Indies. 3 without loss. That's the latest score at Windsor Park.
Good first over from Ravichandran Ashwin. Usual just bowling is normal, ideal length, having the batsman to come forward. And Andrew, as you said, sedate start, and we now see Ravi, the other side of the spin twin, Jadeja, coming from the northern end. So we're going to see a diet of spin for the next 2 hours.
I have a feeling these two will bowl for the rest of the day.
Well, maybe not. Well, unless the wickets are tumbling. But if they don't, we might see them bowling most of the overs in this inning. Look at Jadeja's average, 24. Outstanding.
Yeah, he averages 24 and Ashwin's like 23.96. So that's just a remarkable thing. How does Ashwin get left out of the side? It's just...
he's always been unlucky, and I always wonder why.
What a great problem to have.
Yeah.
As I mentioned, Axar Patel, he averages 19. Plus he
can
bat
bat as well.
He's a good batsman.
He can bat.
Right, so it's going to be Brathwaite, just taking guard from umpire Michael Goff, who's now standing at the river end of the ground. Here is Jadeja bowling round the wicket to Brathwaite. He just lets that one go through to the keeper, wide of off stump, and there's no run. Oh, there's some turn and bounce there already, just looking at that one on replay. Of course, it's a hard ball, it's just 5 overs old. Here is Jadeja bowling to Brathwaite. Forward, covering any spin possibility there, and there's no run. There's Jadeja once more. That's on the line of leg stump, and Brathwaite plays it defensively. Just the 2 men on the leg side for Jadeja. We've got Ashwin at mid-on, and Takor at a very short long leg, or sometimes it's called the 45 angle position. He's just there for maybe the top edge sweep, possibly. Otherwise, it's a packed offside field. On the Botanical Garden side of the ground, the scoreboard side, here's Jadeja, close to the stumps, on the line of the stumps. Brathwaite's forward, defending, and there's no run. Oh, this is a bit unusual for Chanderpaul and Brathwaite as well, to be facing 2 spinners
so early.
5th and 6th over of the innings. Here's another ball. Good line from Jadeja. So a very tidy first over from Jadeja. It's a maiden. West Indies 3 without loss. It's the latest score here at Windsor Park.
And Andrew, we're going to be seeing a lot of that. Men coming forward, pushing forward. All afternoon, that's what the odd for now and then, but we're going to see a lot of that from the batsmen. Men that's coming forward, looking to protect the wickets.
Yeah, but the other thing too, though, that they need to be mindful of is of just not getting into that whole mentality of I just have to stay in. I've got to try and rotate the strike. They've got the advantage of a left and right hand combination to at least, give the bowler something to think about.
Very true, and for instance, you'd rather see the left-hander batting against the left-arm spinner.
Here is Ashwin bowling to Chanderpaul, all that bounces and turns, and he beats. It was only a half-hearted shot from Chanderpaul, but really bounced. I guess he was covering the line of his off stump. That was his first thought. Anyway, he remains there. Here is Ashwin, wide of the crease, bowling around the wicket. Chanderpaul looks to work that one away on the leg side. At backward square, and there's no run. Yeah, I mean, this is the thing, they're leaving mid-wicket open at both ends. There's an obvious place to try and score a run and rotate the strike. Here's Ashwin to Chanderpaul, and he looks to drive, and there's a ooh and an ah from the Indian fielders, but that was all the way along the ground to backward point. Well, slightly in the, well, not really. No, there was no danger there as Ashwin once more gets his foot right out by the return crease, bowling on the angle into the left-handed Chanderpaul, who plays that defensively and has no run. So 3 without loss, coming towards the end of the 7th over, so slow progress from the West Indies, but I guess the key factor is they've got 10 wickets left, so it's Ashwin to Chanderpaul and he's defending. Rowan at a short cover, fields that one, and there's no run. This time Chanderpaul's driving fluently out through extra cover and out to the boundary for 4. So that's released some of the tension. Chanderpaul moves on to 7, and it was a lovely shot.
A very good stroke, and as you said, they have to rotate the strike. Pushing and prodding because one of them might have your name on it, one might bounce and turn. So lovely stroke. That's what you want to see. When you get the half volleys and the long half, put them away and try and rotate the strike.
That's the 7 without loss. That's the latest score at Windsor Park.
Yes, the batsmen they have to rotate the strike because ideally, from a West Indian point of view, you would want to see Craig Brathwaite batting against Ashwin and Chanderpaul batting against Jadeja.
Exactly. But yeah, so once again, there's a massive gap at mid-wicket here. So let's see if Brathwaite can find it. So even there, he just defended it. He didn't punch it. So Kishan was able to get there and cut off a run, and he's a wicket keeper. So let's see what happens here. Here's Jadeja bowling to Brathwaite. He's forward, thickish outside edge along the ground. That Shubman Gill out there, and there's no run. Oh, sorry, Gill's under the helmet, so it's not him. That runner's just coming in with the arm from Ravindra Jadeja, but just outside the line of Craig Brathwaite's off stump, and there's through to the keeper and no run.
Siraj seems to be off the field, Andrew.
Here's Brathwaite's forward to the next one. Quite sure what happened there, whether it came off his pad or perhaps it was a drop catch.
Yeah,
so Isham Kishan dropped that one. It was an outside edge. It wasn't a difficult take. Got a glove to it, but it dropped straight out. So life for Craig Brathwaite as he defends the next one. Just having another look at this one, Cebu. Yeah. Hit the shoulder of the bat, and I think Isham Kishan was standing up too. He was too high. He didn't stay down enough. He got up too quickly. Yeah. It's like your alarm going off and just jumping out of bed. Here's another one that's turning from Jadeja, and Kishan didn't glove that either, and it had to be taken by Rahane at first slip. But so an eventful over, a chance, and it's 7 without loss. That's the latest score here at Windsor Park.
In fact, Andrew, that ball didn't even touch the bat. It was spun, it bounced, and went straight to first slip. And it's not going to be fun batting out the after. The ball is turning, it is bouncing, and it's not going to be easy batting. And the batsmen really have to fight and battle on because it's not going to be easy.
You know, and this comes back to the point that Sir Curtly Ambrose was making on the first day. He said, I just don't understand why they prepare a pitch like this. It doesn't suit our side at all. You know, I'm not happy about it. You know, so there's a definite edge there for that Kishan one. Here's Ashwin starting a new over, bowling to Tangarayan Chanderpaul, and He's defensively forward, playing it to Rohit at short cover, and there's no run. Thank you, Sebo's making way for Darren Ganga, who's coming in, as Ashwin starts his run, but stopped his run after that for some reason, maybe just making a change to the field. And here is Ashwin bowling to Tangerine Chanderpaul. He's forward and there's no run. Good afternoon, Darren.
Afternoon, Andrew. Afternoon to all your listeners. Nice, intriguing day's play before us. West Indies still trail by 264 runs. A mammoth task for Brathwaite and Chanderpaul with the bat.
Here's Ashwin to Chanderpaul. And there's a pattern emerging here. Ashwin's just bowling short of a length at the moment. Chanderpaul's playing into the offside. Obviously trying to bring these close catches into play. Silly point, very silly point. 2 slips, and also Rohit at short cover. So a lot of pressure building here. Here's Ashwin to Chanderpaul, but he keeps that one down. But that's last over from Jadeja. From Jadeja. Just evidence of what's potentially to come. Here's Ashwin, and Chanderpaul's defending.
Not surprisingly, in the 5th over, Rohit Sharma introducing spin, and both his champion spinners are operating at the moment. And you did mention that over from Jadeja, being able to extract bounce, turn with pace as well.
Here's Ashwin, and Chanderpaul plays from the crease this time, and that's the end of the over. It's 7 without loss. That's the latest score from Windsor Park. Yeah, and we've seen Ishan Kishan put one down, and the very next ball he didn't even glove it, so it's not going to be easy for him either, actually.
Yeah, both the wicketkeeper, the batters, of course, will be challenged with the conditions. That's why India took such a long time to bat in that first innings. To get to 421 for 5, it required a certain type of application, something different to what we have been seeing in the recent Ashes series. And again, that is where you define yourself as a test match batter, your ability to adapt, to adjust to conditions, to use all your experience and skills so that you can churn runs out. We saw that from Sharma, we saw that from Jaiswal, we saw that from Kohli. It's time now for the West Indies to put their hands up and to show a similar type of quality.
Here's Jadeja beginning a new over to Brathwaite, and he scampers through for a single. He hit that just wide to the left of Thakur at backward square. So just as Sebo and I mentioned the previous over from Jadeja, there's a huge gap on the leg side, and the West Indies have to be looking to rotate the strike to at least give the bowler something to think about.
Yeah, and again, it's not an impossible task. I think it's important for us to say that the lead before the start of this second innings by the West Indies, 271. And what you saw from the batters in the Indian side who scored runs, they trusted their defense, they applied themselves. They never thought about the pitch being a factor that they will fear.
Here's Jadeja persisting with the line around the wicket to the left-handed Chanderpaul.
So just saying with that conversation, it's about trusting your ability as a player, ensuring that you have a plan, and then be determined about applying it and executing it.
Here's Jadeja once more. It's a straighter delivery to Chanderpaul, and there's no run. Very interesting field here, Darren. Just the 2 men to the left on the offside to Chanderpaul. Oh, it's 3 including the slip. Here's... Oh, this looks very close. Yes. Chanderpaul struck on the pad, but he's reviewed it straight away. But although we're not sitting directly in line, that looked pretty good to me.
Well, you can understand why Tejaran Chanderpaul, I beg your pardon, reviewed that decision. It's because Jadeja is bowling from round the wicket. Oftentimes, it's very difficult for you to get an LBW decision as a left-arm finger spinner from round the wicket because of the angle. One thing he's got to ensure is that that ball pitches in line with the stumps, and of course the impact remains in line with the stumps. It's very difficult to achieve that, especially if there's a degree of turn on the ball, which is what we're seeing at the moment. So Paul and the West Indies. We'll have to wait and see what the outcome is.
Yeah, so clearly no bat involved. Well, I'm talking like a third umpire now. It's pitched directly on middle, but has it turned enough? Umpire's call. Oh, so it's out. So it's just clipping the outside of leg stump, top of leg stump. So unfortunate for Chanderpaul there. He almost got it right, but nonetheless he was beaten by a good ball there from Jadeja, and Chanderpaul makes his way back to the pavilion for just 7. So it's a huge blow for the West Indies.
Very much so, and so unfortunate for Tejaran Chanderpaul. Again, as I mentioned before, there would have been doubts in the mind of the umpire, Michael Goff, with that delivery. As we saw, there was turn away from Tejaran Chanderpaul, and when I say away, down the leg side, the ball pitched in line, and because of that turn, it missed the full face of the bat that he presented. So the umpire had to determine the degree of turn, whether or not that degree of turn was just enough to follow that ball to make contact with the stumps, or with the angle would have gone on to miss the stumps.
Well, the other thing I suppose that favours Jadeja, and the umpire will be well aware of it because Michael Goff stands quite a long way back from the stumps, is how wide on the crease he delivers it from. So even though there's a big angle towards the offside, they then have to turn quite a bit to miss the stumps.
And miss the bat as well.
Yeah, and miss the bat.
And knowing fully well, given what we've seen in the previous 2 days, there's appreciable turn from the surface. So to judge and negotiate the degree of turn is also a very challenging thing for an umpire to do.
Just a technical point, Darren, for maybe our listeners. So what happened there was the ball was definitely in line, definitely didn't hit the bat, and then it was a question of whether it was going to hit the stumps, and it's umpire's call. What actually does that mean?
Well, it means to say that the ball, based on ball tracking, did go on to hit a part of the stumps.
Right.
So it means that that decision was a marginal decision.
Right.
And because it was given out, it remained the umpire's call, and that's according to the DRS review system and the sort of parameters within which the rules are applied.
Right. So here is Jadeja to the new batsman Reefer. And there's no run. But does that factor in the fact that the technology is not exactly perfect? Is that the reason? Because I mean, it's either hitting or not, right? Here's Jadeja bowling to Reefer, who looks to work that behind square, and there's no run.
Yeah, it's a guide. It's a support system for umpires to ensure that accurate decisions are made. And I think, generally speaking, players and all stakeholders in the game of cricket, they welcome technology being used to provide more accurate decision making. So you don't also want to eliminate that human element of the umpires making decisions. So it's a balancing act. It's something that world cricket has embraced, and it's the way forward in decision making as it relates to the umpires on players.
Yeah.
So wicket down for the West Indies. New batter in, that of Raymond Reefer, alongside his captain, Craig Brathwaite. Of course, this is going to be an examination for Raymond Reefer as well, batting at number 3. There's been a lot of debate about his ability to bat in that position. Take nothing away from him as a player, an all-round player, but that has a specific sort of responsibility to it, batting at number 3.
So it's going to be Ashwin once more, over the wicket this time to Brathwaite. And I think that's the first ball Brathwaite's faced of Ashwin. I saw him taking guard, like Chanderpaul's father used to do, like with a hammer whacking the bail into the ground. And there's no run off that first ball. It's Ashwin, and this time Brathwaite works that behind square. Jaiswal's quite deep there. Oh! He's thrown it. It's completely missed everyone, and there's a chase out to the boundary, and there's 2 bonus runs for Craig Brathwaite there. So 1 becomes 3. So it's about the first thing Jaiswal's done wrong all match. Let's have a look at this again. He's thrown it. It's gone way over the keeper's head. There's no one behind. Taco had to run out to the boundary to pick it up. We'll forgive him that. He did make a brilliant 100.
It happens sometimes. Luckily for India, they've started this innings with 271 runs ahead.
Here's Ashwin bowling to Reefer, the left-handed this time. It's a short and it turned a little bit and Reefer guided it away to, I'm seeing Brathwaite's dismissal in the first innings. I'm not sure why they're showing that while the captain's out there. Giving him a nightmare.
Just reminding him what not
to do
in the second innings.
Perhaps, yeah. Here's Ashwin bowling to Reefer and he edges that through the slips along the ground and Jice will come down to pick it up, but not before Brathwaite scampers through to get down to the striker's end comfortably, and it's a run for Reefer. He's off the mark.
Just to give our listeners a chance to understand what Ashwin is doing to the right-handed Craig Brathwaite, is something very similar to what Jadeja is doing to the left-handed batters, bowling straight lines with a skewed onside feel.
Here is a short of the ball, a little wider off stump. Brathwaite tries to cut, but he can only find the man at mid-off. So there's a man at backward point and a man at mid-off and a massive gap.
And just a slip. So there is a leg gully, there is a short leg, there's a short mid-wicket as well. Catching.
Here's Ashwin bowling to Brathwaite. He's stretching forward, covering any possible spin, plays it safely into the ground. That is the end of the over. It's 12 for 1, the latest score at Windsor Park.
Yeah, and what Rohit Sharma and India are trying to do is, of course, trying to encourage the West Indian batters to play more on deliveries. They don't want to waste too many deliveries by bowling wide outside the line of the off stump. They're also showing that there is value in spinning the ball into batters. Oftentimes we see teams and we see bowlers and coaches talk about turning the ball to be the outside edge of batters. There's great value in Test match cricket with trying to bowl the ball, turning into players and trying to beat their inside edge as well. Both Jadeja is doing it to the left-hander in that of Raymond Reefer, and Ashwin, of course, the right-arm off-spinner, doing it to the right-handed Brathwaite.
Here's the left arm round the wicket of Jadeja, bowling to Reefer, and he defends. So yes, there's a short leg and a leg slip and a short mid-wicket, and this time Jadeja beats the outside edge of Reefer but also beats Kishan, and it's running down towards the boundary and they come back for 2. I think this is going to be byes. Just watch for Michael Goff. Yes, it's byes. So Kishan not having a great match. I've been quite kind to him so far, but he's just been untidy. Dropped a lot, missed a lot. I don't know exactly how many byes he let through. I forget, but
no, it is important to point out that last delivery just ran straight with the angle from round the wicket.
Right.
Going across the left-handed Reefer, another delivery that was pitched in line with the stump, this time turning into Reefer, he worked it through the onside. So therein lies the challenge when you're facing a left-arm bowler from round the wicket. You're often thinking that the ball is turning into you as a left-handed batter, so you're trying to play through the onside. But it's that delivery that runs on straight that is a real problem.
Here's Jadeja again, and Reefer's forward. Actually, I read a tweet from Anand Vasu just during the lunch or during the innings break, and he basically said that Jadeja's, we'll come back to that as he comes in now, Jadeja to Reefer, forces that one, but it hits it straight back to the bowler. But he said that Jadeja is the best in the world at bowling a ball that doesn't spin when the batsman thinks it's going to spin.
Yeah, he's right. He's very right, and that's a delivery that gets wickets.
Here's Jadeja. This is on the line of leg stump. Reefer guides it to backward point or backward square leg where who's that down there? Is that Ashwin down there, I think? No, it's not Ashwin.
That's Siraj, I think.
Is it Siraj?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was Siraj, yeah. So that's the end of the over. It's 14 with 1. 14 for 1. That's the latest score at Windsor Windsor Park.
Also mentioned that you talk about Jadeja and him using that arm ball which runs on straight, doesn't have a lot of revs, that doesn't turn. But this surface as well is offering turn when it's pitched in a certain area, and that's because of the nature of the turf, the lack of water, and the explosions that we've seen.
Here's Ashwin bowling to the right-handed Craig Brathwaite, who's on 4 off 34 balls, and he just defends that to short leg. So yeah, so for Ashwin now we've got Kohli at leg slip, we've got Shubman Gill under the helmet at short leg, and Rahane at slip. Here is Ashwin, and Brathwaite works that into the gap. So that's what I like to see, where there's an opportunity, rotate the strike, and he's down the other end, brings the left-handed reefer onto strike. But what you were saying before, Darren, about spinning in, I mean, I didn't play it at any level, but I did used to bowl off spin, and there was nothing better than bowling a right-hander,
Yep.
just through the gate. It
Yep.
was always so satisfying. Beat them at the flight. Here is Ashwin bowling to reefer, he defends to Rowett at cover, and there's no run.
And just to finish that point I was making, it's not necessarily the skill of the bowler in these conditions here at Windsor Park. The pitch is
Right.
offering so much too for spin bowlers.
Here is Ashwin bowling to reefer, he's defence through forward, and there's no run.
And for Ashwin, the reason why he's such a good bowler is the fact that he's able to fuse his variations in terms of skill and the type of deliveries that he has with pace variations as well.
Here is Ashwin bowling to reefer, he works that behind square, and there's no run. And of course he's done this many times before, right? He's got 474 wickets before this match, plus 5 in the first innings. So yeah, he knows exactly how to do it. This is a great shot though by reefer, down on one knee, sweeping out to the boundary before, to the delight of the fans in the Shillingford's stand. So that is, it's the end of the 13th over. It's 19 for 1. That's the latest score at Windsor Park.
Yeah, and just to mention, I was talking about pace variation from Ashwin. That delivery was a little bit slower, and to Reefer's credit, he was able to pick that slowness. That's why he just dropped that back leg, waited on the delivery, had enough time to pick his spot, and just played that horizontal back stroke in front of square for 4. So the more they accumulate runs, the more they rotate strike, the greater the confidence in that of Reefer and Brathwaite. That's the sort of rhythm and tempo that will take the West Indies out of this pool of a deficit.
Yeah, and also it does confidence for him, right, to hit one right in the middle, right? So against an absolute great of the game in Ashwin. Right, so we're going to have so now we've got for Brathwaite we've got a short leg in as well. So now we've got just 2 men on the leg side. It's Jaiswal under the helmet at short leg and Ashwin at mid on. So packed offside field. Here's Jadeja to Brathwaite. He's back playing from the crease. Picks out the only man in front of the wicket the only man not in close on the onside, and there's no run. Here he is again. This time it's a bit wider from Jadeja, and Brathwaite just dabs that one, bounces off the hand of Kohli at second slip, and takes all the pace off it, and there's no run.
Yeah, Bradford has to be mindful of his preciseness of his foot movements.
Here he is looking to sweep this time, gets in the bottom edge there, but there's no one behind square on the leg side, so he's able to get through for a single and rotate the strike to bring the left-handed reefer onto strike.
And the reason why I talk about Brathwaite's foot movement, he's been found out on a couple of occasions playing from the crease, neither forward nor backwards in terms of his body positioning, and especially with Ravi Jadeja bowling wicket-to-wicket lines, you don't want to be trapped LBW.
Here's reefer this time, playing a ball on leg stump into the ground. I think it may have actually hit the fieldsman on the offside, and reefer kindly picked the ball up for Shubman Gill. It's back to Jadeja, gets through his overs very quickly. bowling to Reefer, who's forward. He's a very tall man, Reefer, and so he's got a long reach, and played that one comfortably.
Psychologically, seeing 2, 3, 4 fielders close to you when you're batting, that's a challenge for you to overcome.
Here is Reefer working that one. This time there's a man at deep mid-wicket, so the West Indies' response to Reefer's shot off Ashwin in the previous over is to put a man back for Jadeja. And that's the end of Jadeja's over. 14 overs gone. It's 21 for 1, the latest score at Windsor Park.
So far these two look very comfortable at the crease. Captain Craig Brathwaite, Raymond Reefer, of course, showing a positive outlook in his approach to batting, quite decisive with his foot movements. He's playing forward with confidence. He plays back as well with that confidence, despite us seeing a bit of variable bounce from the surface and variable turn as well. So good signs for the West Indies. They're now trailed by 250, slowly reducing that lead that India has.
Here is Ashwin bowling to Reefer. And there's no runners. Rohit Sharma fields that one at cover.
At some point in time, Rohit Sharma will be thinking about their seamers as well, and that option.
Here is Ashwin bowling to Reefer. It's on the line of the stumps, and Reefer just defends back to the bowler.
The other thing that India can't do is become impatient with their quest for more wickets.
Here is Reefer again, working this one to backward square. It's fielded there by Jaiswal, and there's no run. Random question, Darren, did you wear a floppy or a cap?
Cap, test cap, because a lot of times I was called to field under the helmet.
Ah, let's see. Here's Ashwin, and Reefer is defending to backward point, and there's no run. As I noticed when they came out, there was four guys wearing floppies.
Now that is diminished to 2.
It's down to, yeah, it's 2 now, yeah. Here is Ashwin bowling to Reefer. An ooh and an ah there. He came forward and the ball lobbed towards Shubman Gill at silly point. I think that may have come off the pad. Let's have another look at this. Oh no, yeah, bat pad. Inside edge onto the pad, but just didn't quite carry to Shubman Gill. Oh, very close.
Yeah, half chance you would say.
Yeah.
He's reaching forward to his left, just touch the fingertips.
Here is Ashwin bowling to Reefer, and that's played from the crease. So yeah, very close call there for Reefer. That's the end of the 15th over. It's 21 for 1, and that is the latest score at Windsor Park. Darren, thank you very much for your time again today.
Thank you very much for having me. To all your listeners, of course, the West Indies in dire straits in this very first Test match. Again, with an opportunity here to show character, to show their resolve, batting the second time around. I know that Craig Brathwaite will reflect on that decision to bat first in this Test match and know fully well that they underperformed in that first innings, scoring 150. But I think it's a balancing act with the target that they're looking for and the number of overs that they eventually bat.
This next ball from Jadeja to Brathwaite is just outside the line of this off stump, and Brathwaite plated it, but it turned and it was taken by Ishan Kishan behind the stumps. So Brathwaite surrounded by men, 4 close catches. Here is Jadeja bowling to Brathwaite, and he just defends it, and it's picked up there by Jadeja on his follow through. As I welcome back Lockhart Sebastian.
Yes, Andrew, West Indies keep on fighting.
Here's Jadeja to Brathwaite, and he manages to beat short leg. That gives him time to take a single, so Brathwaite moves on to 7 off 42 balls. With him is Reefer, 6 off 23 balls. West Indies 22 for 1. This is the 16th over, and it's Jadeja bowling it from the river end of Windsor Park. There's Jadeja, that's on the line of leg stump, and Reefer is playing from the crease, but right into the centre of his bat, and it's fielded at short leg and there's no run. There's Jadeja closer to the stumps this time, and it's a straight delivery. Reefer defends once more, so West Indies trailing by 249 after India declared somewhat surprisingly 21 minutes after lunch with a lead of 271. As this next one from Reefer is defended. That's the end of the 16th over. West Indies are now 22 for 1. That's the latest score at Windsor Park.
Well, only a few minutes before tea, Andrew, I would expect Craig Brathwaite and Reefer to stay on, come back after tea. It's they batted 16 over for 22 runs, and in this inning, Andrew, we won't see runs coming very quickly. I think the batsmen are going to be playing that to survive for survival. They want to find the wicket is turning, it is bouncing. It's not easy batting out there, and men must be prepared to fight in this inning.
Well, this is very interesting. Ashwin's going to continue, but suddenly from men all around the bat, with 3 men out. Deep mid on, deep mid wicket on the boundary. Here's Brathwaite defending to Rohit at short leg, and then a man about halfway back at, I don't even really know how to describe, he's on the 45, let's say that, that's Siraj there. And yeah, it's like a change of plan for Ashwin to Brathwaite, that's outside off stump, he lets it go through to the keeper and there's no run. But there is still that huge gap between backward point and mid-off, which he could play into and pick up some runs. Here's Brathwaite, that one's turning into him, and he tries to play that down the leg side, and he just goes along the ground to Virat Kohli at backwards at leg slip, and there's no run.
And you know, Craig Brathwaite has immense powers of concentration, Andrew. He can do that for the next 3 days.
Well, if he's still doing it, is Ashwin bowling. Oh, and he's gone. Ashwin comes round the wicket to Brathwaite, bowls a ball just on the line of off stump. He plated it, nicked it straight to Njinka Rahane at first slip, and Brathwaite's on his way just after Sibu said that he could bat all day or bat for 3. He gets out the very next ball.
Commentators curse Andrew. I'm just saying how he has immense powers of concentration to bat for the next 3 days, and the next ball he gets out. Good delivery though from Ashwin. Very good delivery.
Yeah, he didn't really do anything wrong there, Brathwaite. It was just for the benefit of the listeners. Ashwin's coming around the wicket, so off spinner bowling around the wicket, the ball went on, didn't turn, possibly even moved away slightly, took the edge. But, I have to be careful what I say because I haven't played cricket to any level, but I often found as an off spinner, when I went round the wicket with the angle, that actually happened quite frequently.
Yes, it has.
It's just the angle of the ball.
And you know, Ashwin has that. He had that ball which straightens, and it got with a beautiful delivery. And in fact, what if you spoke about the change of field? Obviously, that was a tactic they used, and he picked up the wicket of Craig Brathwaite. 2 wickets down, Andrew, and as I said, it's not going to be easy in this inning. The wicket is turning, the ball is bouncing, and it's not going to be fun. It's not going to be fun batting in the second inning.
So it's 22 for 2. As my friend Marlon Blackwood comes to the wicket.
Jermaine Blackwood.
Jermaine Blackwood.
I know you're joking.
I saw him.
I know you remember. I know you remember the name, I think. Yeah, I know you remember. Jermaine.
Maybe I've developed like some commentator's complexity or something, or I had a bad dream. But it's just getting a little bit cloudy here at Windsor Park. It's a little bit cloudy. And it's going to be Blackwood. Ashwin's going to come round the wicket. It's interesting. Blackwood hasn't faced a ball yet, and there's still a man on the deep mid-wicket boundary. Man 3/4 of the way back at mid-on. So let's see what Ashwin does here. That's Blackwood facing Ashwin. That was a straight one, and they take off for a quick single as it's played to back just behind square. Mohammad Siraj can't stop the single. So successful over for Ashwin. He has 1 for 14 off his 7 overs, and the West Indies are 23 for 2. That's the latest score at Windsor Park.
Yes, and West Indies, to say they're in trouble is an understatement, Andrew. A deficit of 271, 23 for 2. 2 spinners, top of the game, really in trouble. And the batsmen, as I said, they have to fight. We saw both batsmen not really giving away the wickets, getting out with good balls. It's only a few minutes before tea. We expect Blackwood and Refer to bat on. We don't expect any injudicious shots before tea. It's only probably 2 more overs before tea time.
Well, based on Blackwood's form from the first innings, that's not a guarantee, Cebu. He hit out, tried to beat Loft over mid-off 1 minute before lunch on the first day. I suspect he won't do that again. So it is going to be Blackwood facing the left arm orthodox spin of Jadeja, and Blackwood immediately guides that one. It's a fine leg glance down the leg side. It's going to race away for 4, I think. Not quite. Good chase there from the Indians, and they get back for 3. So good running there from Refer and Blackwood. Blackwood gets off the mark with a tidy leg glance, and just inside the boundary. Very good chase there from Rahane. So Jadeja's going to change his line now to the left-handed Refer. He's going to go over the wicket, rolling to Refer. That one's on the line of middle stump. It's defended by Refer. It's no run. So this is the first. These are the first time Jadeja's gone over the wicket to left or right-hander so far in this innings. As Refer defends the next one up to Rohit at mid-wicket, and there's no run. Blackwood just doing some stretches at the non-striker's end as Jadeja goes a little bit wider on the crease that time. Refer looking to work it away down the leg side. Virat Kohli's there at leg slip, and in fact it just glanced the thigh pad, and once again Ishan Kishan dropped the ball, and that's why it finished up in the hands of Kohli. This time Refer works it in front of square. The man comes round, that's Thakur, and Refer gets a single. So Refer moves on to 7. Blackwood's there on 4. There's the last ball of the 18th over coming up, and India now have 3 slips for Blackwood. 3 slips, silly point, and a short cover. Jadeja round the wicket, and Blackwood has been caught. No, is it being dropped? What's happened there?
I think he pushed forward.
Must have been dropped. Anyway, that is the end of the over. It's 27 for 2, the latest score at Windsor Park. I thought there was a clear edge to the third slip. Let's have a look at the replay on this. It's an edge. Oh, it's fallen just short.
Yeah.
Or was it?
No, it definitely was an edge. I think it dropped short.
Just dropped short of Rohit at third slip. There does feel a bit of inevitability about this, Cebu, I must say.
Yes, I think you're correct, Andrew. As I say, it's tough batting out there.
It's it's hard to see if that carried to Rohit or not because the Gill was standing right in the line of delivery. Here's Ashwin bowling to Reefer, plays it into the offside to point where it's picked up by Siraj and there's no run. This time Reefer is playing with an angled bat, running it to backward point, and there's no run. Yeah, I mean, of all the I can't think of a situation that more suits India than this right now. Or as Reefer defends the next one from Ashwin. Or I mean, like, these conditions, would there be another team that the West Indies would less rather face than India right now in this situation? Here's this one's an edge from Reefer, but I don't think it carried through to Kohli. That second slip.
What we need, Andrew, more firm pitches in the current. Wickets with more grass. Because you're playing against India, if you get a wicket with a little grass, you're going to have some problem. In fact, it's close to being a catch.
Yeah, I think it actually came off as pad, but Kohli did well at second slip to snaffle that one, but I think it came off Reefer's pad. Here's Ashwin bowling to Reefer, and he's defending into the leg side, and there's no run.
What I would like to see around the Caribbean, more pitches with more grass, firmer, hard, true pitches. We don't want to see too many pitches with this little amount of grass in it.
This one is on the line of off stump from Ashwin to Reefer. He defends, negotiates that safely, and that is the maiden over from Ashwin. He's got 1 for 14 off 8, and that is the tea break here at Windsor Park. West Indies 27 for 2 after trailing by 271 on the first innings. So just before I go to the tea time summary, Cebu, some thoughts on what you've seen in this post-lunch session?
Well, India took us by surprise for the first with the declaration. Nobody expected them to declare at that time. We know it was not going to be easy in the second inning on that pitch against Ashwin and Jadeja. We expected them to come out early. That has happened. 2 wickets have been lost. And it's not going to be fun, as I said, batting against Ashwin and Jadeja on that pitch with his turning and bouncing.
Yeah, and the point I was trying to make, I was sort of stumbling for my words, but I can't think of a team that's better suited to exploit these conditions than India.
And you have two of the greatest spinners in world cricket now. Ashwin, a world great, 480 wickets now. Jadeja, close to 300. You don't want to be batting against these guys on a turning pitch. Definitely not going to be easy.
Thank you for your thoughts, Lockhart, Sebastian. So let's just have a little bit of a recap of where we're at. So it's tea on the third day of this first test match here in Windsor Park, or at Windsor Park in Rousseau, Dominica. And of course on day one the West Indies were bowled out for 150, and today we saw India declare at 421 for 5. That was about 21 minutes after lunch, and so the Indians today, just thinking back to where they were yesterday, they started the day with Virat Kohli at the crease. He was on 36, and Jaiswal was with him on 143, and the first wicket to fall today was that of Jaiswal. He played very, very well for his 171 off 387 balls before he chased one from Azari Joseph and was caught by Joshua De Silva. The next to go, just not very long later, off Kemar Roach's first ball of the day, was Ajinkya Rahane. He played uppishly to a ball trying to drive it through the offside. It was taken by Marlon Blackwood at cover, and Rahane fell for 3. After that, Virat Kohli, who survived 2 drop catches, the first by Craig Brathwaite when he was on 40 at it was sort of a short cover, and then he was dropped again soon after that. Well, not that soon after that, but he was on 72 when he was dropped again by Joshua De Silva, but he didn't make them pay for it, as he was caught by Athanaze off Cornwall. It was played off the face of the bat to the ball down the legs, angle down the leg side, and Athanaze took a sharp chance at leg slip, and Kohli went for 76. The not-out batsmen were Ravindra Jadeja, who made 37, and Ishan Kishan, who made 1 off 20 balls before Rohit Sharma called them in and made a declaration. And so West Indies had a lead of 271, and so India had a lead of 271, and then when the West Indies came out to bat, the first to go was Tangaran Chanderpaul, who was LBW to Jadeja for 7. He faced 28 deliveries. Chanderpaul reviewed the decision of umpire Michael Goff, but the decision was upheld on review. And then not long before tea, Craig Brathwaite got a ball from Ashwin that went bowling from round the wicket. The ball went straight on with the arm, clipped the outside edge, and Rahane took the catch at slip. And Craig Brathwaite was on his way for 7 off 47 balls. For the tea time score, with Ramon Lefa on 7 and Jermaine Blackwood on 4, is 27 for 2. So that's all we have for right now. Everyone go have a cup of tea, and we'll be back here just before play begins for the final session of the day.
unfortunately, with the gloves, there's a role required of him. He did well in the first innings, took a couple of catches. That will relieve the nerves, but certainly from the spinner standpoint, it's going to be tough this second innings.
Shakira, just very quickly, your expectation for this post-T session?
Unfortunately, I have to say, West Indies are really staring down the barrel. We expect West Indies to be up against it, especially with Ashwin and Jadeja continuing.
Well, thank you very much, Samuel Badri, for your thoughts. Thank you, Shakira Selman, for your views. It's not an impossible task, we must say that. The West Indies, of course, still with a lot of batting to come. They have a massive responsibility to apply themselves in challenging conditions. We hope that this post-T session will bring more action and more entertainment. Stay tuned.
on the Cut and Drive Network as we bring you ball-by-ball commentaries of the West Indies India series. The action is about to begin. And now, for all the excitement, let's join our commentators on location.
Well, thank you very much, Andrew Mason. You're listening to cricket on the Cut and Driver Network, and technical support given by Kyrie FM. Back here at Windsor Park, we're about to see the resumption of play after tea on this, the first cycle pure Agabafi test match being played here at Windsor Park. The West Indies going to tea on 27 for the loss of 2 wickets. The batsman out, Shandapur, leg before wicket ball Jadeja for 7. He faced 28 deliveries, and captain Craig Brathwaite caught by Rahane, bowled Ashwin for 7. He faced 47 deliveries, and the West Indies losing their second wicket when the score was on 22. So we're about to see Jadeja operating from the river end. The West Indies still trail by 244 runs. As I say, good afternoon to you, Lockhart Sebastian, once again.
Yes, good afternoon, Andy. We started now after tea. Tough times for West Indies, Andy.
Yes, indeed. We saw Siraj just bowl 2 overs, 1 maiden, none for 2. Yunad Kat bowl 2 overs, 1 maiden, 1 run. As we see, Jadeja bowls to Blackwood. Blackwood pushes it on the onside, and Jaiswal picks up, and there is 1 run. So 1 run after tea for the West Indies. They've moved on to 28. We saw Ashwin getting 1 wicket for 14 runs before tea. 8 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 14. And the other wicket taker, Jadeja, 7 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 8. Here is a delivery from Jadeja, stroked to short mid-wicket. Captain Rohit Sharma is there, and there is no run. So still some 243 runs behind, and definitely a lot of work to be done by the West Indies batsmen. Gets the deliveries going back to dangerously going back there, but watching the ball, turning it down to short backward square, and there is no run. So there's Jadeja and Ashwin already getting into the wickets. Jadeja bowls a quick flat delivery. Rifa pushes it to short mid-wicket. Sharma picks up, and there is no run. So Rifa is on 7. He has faced 39 deliveries for his 7 so far. He's driving pleasantly back past the bowler. This one will run into the boundary. A lovely shot by Rifa coming forward, giving it the full treatment, stroking it past the bowler and down to the boundary. A beautiful shot to end Jadeja's over.
And the Rifa really needs a score. His name, every time people talk about living on his, a lot of discussion have been around Rifa batting at number 3. And for his own sake, I would like to see him get some runs, because he has been under enormous pressure. Because most talk shows that you have pundits feel that he shouldn't be batting at number 3 for West Indies.
Well, he's got to silence the critics, and what better time to do it than here at Windsor Park. He has moved on to 11. Blackwood, the West Indies vice captain, is on 5. He will do battle against Ashwin from the Botanic Gardens end. And leg slip, short leg. Blackwood comes forward, plays to Sharma at short mid-wicket, and there is no run. Let's hope Blackwood bats quite well this afternoon. We saw him in the first innings playing a rush shot, just a ball before lunch, and let's hope that he bats and bats long for the West Indies as Ashwin draws him forward, pushes it to Sharma at short mid-wicket, and there is no run. Here is Ashwin once again, goes to the batsman, a loud appeal and is given. Up goes the finger. Blackwood immediately calls for the review, but the umpire has given Blackwood out.
And these are two top umpires, and most times they get it right. And this umpire, what's his name? It's not Michael Goff. Kettleborough. He has given Blackwood out. He pushed forward the ball. I don't think it turned much. They've asked for the replay. We'll see how it goes, but it might be tough for Blackwood. It doesn't seem to be any bat there, Andy. There doesn't seem to be any bat. It turned, and Blackwood could be in some problems. He could be in some problems, Andy. No edge at all. Definitely, there's no edge.
And looks like it's going to hit the stumps.
Yes, yeah, he might be in some difficulty, Blackwood.
I think so. I think so.
He might be in difficulty. And as we said earlier, it's not going to be easy batting out there against these two high-class spinners.
No inside edge for sure.
Yes.
They go for a ball tracking now. Comes forward, pitched outside off, impact in line, wickets hitting, and
plumb LBW.
So Blackwood goes leg before wicket, bowled by Ashwin for 5 runs. Blackwood makes his way back. He faced 8 deliveries for his 5 runs, and going leg before wicket there by Ashwin. So Ashwin following up on his 5 wickets in the first inning. In the first innings, he has taken 2 so far and has set back the West Indies. As here's the crowd erupting as local boy Eric Afanaz will come to do battle. It will be a tough task for him. Can he repeat and even do better than what he did in the first innings? He batted quite comfortably in the first innings, but it's a different kettle of fish. It's the 4th day of play, and it's a much different proposition here this afternoon against Jadeja and Ashwin.
Yes, and I always predicted that as the match wore on, it would be much more difficult. 2 high-class spinners, top of the craft, bowling in a pitch which is wearing. Not fun batting out there, and young Afanaz played extremely well in the first inning. Let's hope today he can put on a score again for the crowd. We have arguably the biggest crowd of the game. People would like to see him at the close of play being 14 not out, coming back tomorrow. So tough times ahead for West Indies. Youngster playing in his first test, his debut coming against one of the world's best spinners.
So 5 for 60 in the first innings. Jadeja 3 for 26, and Ashwin already ripping havoc here at Windsor Park. He has picked up the wicket of Brathwaite and Blackwood, captain and vice captain, gone back to the hut. 32 for the loss of 3, and West Indies in all sorts of problems. Afanaz takes his guard from Kettleborough. For start there by Ashwin. Afanaz looks around, sees 2 slips, short leg, silly point. Floats this one, he drives pleasantly straight to the man at cover, and there is no run. Jadeja there posted at cover. A solid drive there by Afanaz, but finding Jadeja in the way. Ashwin bows to Afanaz. Afanaz comes forward again. Ball played to Jadeja at cover, and there is no run. So there is a wide-ish mid-off, straight-ish mid-on, as Ashwin from around the wicket bows, and Afanaz is going back for trying to force past the bowler. Ashwin fields well to his own bowling. A successful over for Ashwin. He has figures of 2 for 14. West Indies 32 for the loss of 3, and that's the latest score here at Windsor Park.
And Andy, we haven't spoken about the umpires. 2 of the best umpires in the world. I think they've done an outstanding job, both Kettleborough and Michael Goff.
Yes, apart from just that one blemish yesterday, when without any reviews, Roach had Jaiswal trapped in front, and the umpire really couldn't fault him too much, and maybe thinking that the ball may have gone over the stumps. But these things happen. But barring that, they have umpired quite well. Here is a ball from the Jadeja. The umpire raises his finger, caught there at short leg, Rifa will come down to chat with Afanaz. What can he be discussing with him?
I wonder if it's caught a LBW. I'm wondering if it's not LBW. So we'll wait and see, but it could be LBW, Andy. We'll take a look, but I suspect it might be LBW. I'm wondering if he got an edge, but I have a feeling that it could be LBW.
I think I agree with you because the batsman would know if he had touched the ball.
Exactly.
But let's watch it on the monitor. Look at ball going back, ball. Doesn't seem to be any bats there, and you can see the leg stump behind the batsman there. And it might just be umpire's call unless if that ball is going over the stumps.
It could be, and that I said, I didn't say any bat, I said it could be LBW. And that's what I predicted. The umpires have gotten it right most of the time. Yeah.
Impact in line, wickets hitting,
LBW.
And Rifa will have to make his way back to the pavilion. Gone 32 for 4 it is now, as Rifa is out for 11. Leg before wicket, Bo Jadeja.
And Andy, what time? It is 3:15. Under the rules, you can claim the extra half an hour and play till 5:30. So with 4 wickets down, who knows what could happen in the next hour or two, because West Indies are under immense pressure right now.
Well, I wouldn't want to say your prediction on air, but because what you predicted doesn't sound too good for the West Indies. And I do not want to scare people away from the Windsor Park. But it's 4 wickets down, 32 runs on the board, 1 for 8 when Shanda Paul was leg before wicket Bo Jadeja for 7, 2 for 22 when Brathwaite was caught by Rahane, Bo Ashwin for 7, 3 for 32, Blackwood leg before wicket Bo Ashwin for 5, and the last batsman going, Rifa, leg before wicket Bo Jadeja for 11, and the West Indies in immense trouble at 32 for the loss of 4.
Yes, and the Silvers coming to join Afanaz, 2 young players, Alikin only in his first test match, and it is definitely not fun out there at the Carter.
Here is Jadeja. Bowls the first delivery to the Silva. He works it beautifully off his legs. Ashwin from wideish mid-on chases. The batsman cross for 2. The Silva is off the mark. We saw only 4 overs from the medium fast bowlers. Siraj bowled 2 overs for 2 runs. Unadkat bowled 2 overs. And by the 5th over, there was Ashwin, and the 6th over, Jadeja. As Jadeja bowls to the Silva, plays it on the offside. Kohli fields well, and there is no run. The crowd stunned by what has happened here so far. The Lapu Cab, which was playing a while ago, and then it is just silenced as a delivery from Jadeja is met with a driving bats there by the Silva, straight to Siraj at deep cover, and there is no run. Here is Jadeja, draws the batsman forward, plays to short extra cover. Rohit Sharma is in the way, and there is no run. So you kept on mentioning that's an uphill task. Looks even more so now. Here is Jadeja, quicker, flatter delivery, and the Silva playing back, but keeping his eyes on the ball. A successful over completed there by Jadeja. 9 overs he has bowled. He has taken 2 for 15, and the West Indies 34 for the loss of 4. We've just Afanaz and De Silva at the crease now. Holder Cornwall, Alzari Joseph, Kima Roach and Warwican. Not much in the hut.
And what I would like to see here around the Caribbean, courses being given to groundsmen so that they can improve themselves around the Caribbean, so that we could have better improvement of pitches. I think too many pitches around the Caribbean are like that, bare, slow turning. So we want to see courses being given to the ground staff so they can help develop the craft.
Good point as Ashwin bowls to Afanaz. plays it back along the track, the bowler fields, and you could imagine West Indies winning the toss and batting on a first day. Here is Ashwin, and Afanas plays it on the onside and is off the mark. First day, West Indies winning the toss. Rain fell for 2 days. You expect the wicket was covered, and yet still West Indies, that would have been unheard in times of Richards and Lloyd. The West Indies would have sent in the opposition on a fast track and would have maybe demolished them. The same thing that happened to the West Indies on this occasion. But you go into bat and then wickets start spinning on the first day with Indian spinners. That's what India has all the time, and it really didn't help the cause. They need to get the pitches much better. Here is a delivery from Ashwin, turns it to Yunad Katz, comes in from short backward square, and there is no run. We brought in a consultant groundsman, and that's the pitch we have received. Gets a delivery there, De Silva, and there is no run. So it's really something to lament, and we heard the great Sir Curtly Ambrose lamenting the pitches, and echoed there by Lockhart Sebastian.
And I'd like to see more attention being given to that. We talk about the players, we talk about the umpires, we talk about the board. The pitches in the Caribbean need improvement. Too many of them are like this pitch at the Windsor Park. Far too many.
I understand the only pitch with some life is at Beausejour in St. Lucia.
Correct.
Here is Ashwin. Flies the ball and going for an off drive. The ball peeling off the inner portion of the bat. A wild through there, and the ball will go into the boundary now. 4 overthrows. So 5 runs will be added to the total. And it looks like
it is Siraj. In fact, if I were the bowler, I would be totally upset. There was no need for that sort of thing from Mohammad Siraj. What was he thinking? The batsman in the crease long time throws the ball, and nobody was really backing up.
Awful cricket there, and Ashwin won't be too pleased with that. As it will be Jadeja. 40 for the loss of 4, latest score here at Windsor Park.
Yes, and the West Indies continue to struggle. The Souza and Afana, they need the partnership now, Andy.
Quicker delivery, works it delightfully off his legs. This one will go into the boundary at the backward square leg, and goes into the boundary now. The crowd enjoys that shot there from De Silva. Quick delivery on the legs of the batsman. Any batsman would enjoy getting a delivery like that, and that's a gift of a delivery, and De Silva helped himself to a boundary.
Well, free hit really. Nobody at square leg. You get a ball outside the leg stump. You're happy on a pitch like that when you get a bad delivery, Andy.
It was said when Andrew McLean was there, Jadeja is the bowler who bowls the most straight balls. And that kind of amused me, because here he is, batsman is going back, getting a slightly short of a length delivery, going back and trying to punch it past squarish cover, and well stopped there. Looks like Thakur there, and there is no run. Here is Jadeja once again. Left arm, balls stroked firmly to the right of Jadeja. He knocks the ball, getting a hand onto it, and the ball trickles there to Ashwin at mid-on. Here is Jadeja once again. Good straighter delivery, and batsman in defense. Joshua De Silva pushes it to Sharma at extra cover. Again, quick delivery, and the batsman on top of it, playing it again to Sharma. There is no run. De Silva already has gone to 11. Afanas is still there on 1. A delivery going past the bat there. This one spun away and goes into the gloves of Ishan Kishan, A good delivery to end the 24th over. After 24 overs, West Indies batting a second time, 44 for the loss of 4. The latest score here at Windsor Park.
And the West Indies have lost 2 reviews already, right? I think both Blackwood and reviewed the decision. So West Indies only have 1 more review.
So we're about to see Ashwin operating, and I think we'll be seeing Ashwin and Jadeja for the balance of the afternoon.
I'd be very surprised if there any change in the bowling for the afternoon. Very surprised.
Watch the last delivery, spinning, this one turning and biting in here. And we see Ashwin now hitting this ball there. Afanaz slightly uppish, playing on the back foot. Comes down to have a look at the pitch. He's got to be careful with Ashwin. Ashwin has a lot of guile. He mixes up his deliveries quite beautifully. Does his normal footwork. Afanaz waits for Ashwin from around the wicket. Goes delivery on the stumps. Afanaz defends. Goes to short leg and there is no run. So 2 slips, silly point, forward short leg. Mid off, mid on, extra cover. Afanaz comes forward. And Siraj picks up at cover and there is no run. Afanaz, who top scored in the first innings, got a well played 47. He would need to score many more than 47. And
he's dropped at short leg.
Yes, dropped, playing at the delivery there. And the fieldsman there, for one moment he thought he had it, and then he grabbed at it, and the ball fell to the ground. Pushing at it. Jaiswal, the fieldsman there, at short leg, and putting it down. So Afanaz lives to fight on, goes on the back foot and hits this one. It's going. It's gone down to the mid-wicket boundary. 4 runs to Afanaz. Slightly short of a length delivery, and he got into his wicket and gave it the treatment to mid-wicket. Lovely shot to free up his arms somewhat and free up the shackles.
Yeah, good stroke. He got a short ball and put it away. And when you on pitches like that and against attacks like that, when you get deliveries like that, you have to put them away.
In the first innings, he got something similar, and he was thinking of dispatching it, and it brought about his downfall. Let's hope it does not repeat, as Ashwin from around the wicket draws Afanaz forward. The left-handed batsman stretches. The over comes to an end. Ashwin completes his 11th over. 2 for 24 his figures reads. 25 overs completed. 48 for the loss of 4. The West Indies batting the second time. And that's the latest score here at Windsor Park.
Yes, Sandy, and West Indies need a partnership now. We keep saying that. 48 for 4. A deficit of still 224 runs to avoid an innings defeat and to avoid being bowled out today, Andy. We still have a lot of time in today's play, maybe about 2 hours. So it's not going to be easy. It hasn't been easy, and it will not be easy.
Here is Jadeja, draws the server forward, plays it to short extra cover. Rohit Sharma, the captain of the Indian side, fields, and there is no run. So Afanaz getting that life there when he was on 1. Let's hope he can remain there for the remainder of the afternoon. We'll see many more people coming out here if Afanaz remains there and West Indies do not lose any more wickets.
Well, you need a partnership. What they need now, the Silva and Alec probably need to bat until the rest of the afternoon. They need a partnership.
Indeed. 49 for 4. Shandapal gone for 7. Brathwaite out for 7. Blackwood 5. Rifer 11. As Afanaz walks around, tries to compose himself, waits for and he struck on the pad, a loud appeal, playing back somewhat there. Afanas, and he might be well advised not to play on the back foot. But the timer, it doesn't seem like Rohit is that interested.
In fact, the keeper issued signal that the ball was going down leg side. He signaled to the captain that think it was going down the leg side.
Watch it on the monitor, it's spinning. Yes.
Yeah, it probably would have missed leg stop. Would have missed leg stop.
And seeing that the umpire had already said not out, he had the better judgment to leave it. Afanaz is swinging down to backward square leg. The fieldsman is there. Effects a good stop. Sends in the return. Well backed up by Ashwin. And one more run. Just watching the shout for a leg before. And clearly umpire scored.
Oh, yeah.
And seeing that he had already said not out the umpire, it would have remained not out. Here is a delivery, and again the shout. Jadisha is anxious, as he always is, and Ishan Kishan taking the catch. They are having a slight discussion. Usually the bowlers always want a review, but you've got to be, as a captain, keep a calm head, and it seems that they have decided to review.
Yeah, well, the keeper should know if he got an edge. I think they were not sure whether he edged. The ball spun and it bounced, and that is the problem you have on a pitch like that against bowlers like that. And as we look at it on the monitor, it spun. Batsman was what? On the back, push on the back foot. I don't think it hit it. I don't think so at all. It looked like it missed the bat. It bounced.
I think that Ishan Kishan is excited about the take, because he had a wonderful take about lifting and gathering it. He hasn't been having the best of matches behind the stumps, and he was very excited of having gloved one cleanly.
And it was nowhere close to the bat. As you say, he was excited. He hasn't had a good match behind the stump. And the umpires have they've been brilliant in this match, so I would trust your judgment. If they say not out, maybe you should go with the not out, the captain. He was persuaded to take the review.
India, they've lost one, so the West Indies has one. India still has two.
Yeah.
And Jadeja bowls the final delivery to De Silva. De Silva plays forward. The over comes to an end. Afanas is on 6. De Silva is on 11. After 26 overs, West Indies batting in their second innings. They trail by 221 runs. They are 50 for the loss of 4. And we'll have one more over before I bring back Andrew McLean.
And every ball, Andy, something seems to be happening. Every single ball. And it's really exciting. I mean, not for the batsmen or for the West Indies team, but I mean for the Indian supporters. Every ball, something seems to be happening.
Well, as I said, Andrew McLean, I do hope that when Andrew McLean comes in, he doesn't clean up the West Indies. And we're about to see Ashwin bowling. Afanas goes back, plays this one comfortably. Kohli knocks the ball down. Rahane picks up, and Ashwin is with the ball once again. West Indies trail by 221. 50 runs on the board as he's sweeping this one delightfully down to the backward square leg boundary. Getting rid of this one, Afanas. A delivery on the legs and giving it the treatment, hitting it down to the backward square leg boundary. 4 beautiful runs by Harit Afanas. And the crowd erupts. They love every moment of this young lad. He's had a wonderful test match, 47 runs. He had the breakthrough for the West Indies. He took a catch and got Rohit Sharma. 2 catches, got Rohit Sharma with the ball, and then he had 2 catches, and now trying to put on a good show with the bat as he pushes it on the offside. Siraj will run around from cover to his right, but he can't prevent the run. Afanas is on 11, De Silva is on 11, West Indies 55 for the loss of 4. Crowd lively. As long as Afanas remains there, there will be a lot of interest in this game. Here is Ashwin. Draws the batsman across. They've got to be careful with Ashwin and Jadeja. There a lot of guile, a lot of variation. Here is Ashwin once again from around the wicket. Draws the silver forward. He pushes it on the offside. Thakur can prevent the run, and the batsman calls easily for the run. Afanaz is on 11. De Silva goes past him. He's on 12. Ashwin has figures of 2 for 30 as the final delivery of his 12th over. Turns it there, finds Thakur at short backward square. The over comes to an end. 12 overs completed by Ashwin. Figures of 2 for 30. 27 overs completed in all. Afanaz on 11. De Silva on 12. After 27 overs, West Indies 56 for the loss of 4. The latest score here at Windsor Park.
Yes, and West Indies again, a lot of people have been following on my phone. A lot of comments have been coming in about the pitch. I keep saying what I would like to see much more attention being paid to pitches in the Caribbean. The pitches in the Caribbean have not been the best all over, and much more attention must be given to groundsmen around the Caribbean. As I welcome back Andrew.
Welcome. Thank you for the welcome. As Jadeja bowls the first ball of his 12th over, figures of 2 for 20, defended by De Silva. And this next one to De Silva is outside the line of off stump. De Silva lets it go through to the keeper, Ishan Kishan. And this time De Silva plays it into the offside, into a gap out there, so he gets a single to bring the local man Afanaz onto strike. Of course, he made 47 in the first innings and batted beautifully, I thought. So around this wicket line from the left-handed bowler to a left-handed batsman, and the batsman is Afanaz, and he defends that one into the leg side, and there's no run. Here's Jadeja once more, and Afanaz playing from the crease there, just knocking it down, and it's picked up by Rahane at first slip. There's Rahane, and this time Afanaz is working that one to the man at deep mid-on, and Afanaz moves on to 12, and that is the end of the over. And West Indies total is 58 for 4. That's the latest score at Windsor Park.
Yes, and these two batsmen have put on. It's a small partnership, and they've been rotating the strike, and that's what needed, because you can't keep staying at one end all the time. Something's going to happen. So it's nice that they're rotating the strike and trying to put in a partnership, because West Indies need now a partnership, because it's tough out there, Andrew.
Yes, it is. I mean, just look at these figures. So you've got Ashwin 2 for 30 off 12, and Jadeja 2 for 22 off 12. Jadeja very miserly. Ashwin a little bit more expensive, but this is a pressure cooker. Plus, it's pretty hot out there, so it's a tough job. But let's see how Afanaz goes against Ashwin. This ball is played to the man at cover. There's no run. It's a bit of a field change here. Shubman Gill has got the helmet on, but he's moved to a very short cover rather than a silly point. Here's Ashwin to Afanaz. He's defending, and Jaiswal does the fielding under the helmet at short leg. Of course, Jaiswal put down a chance not so long ago, which really he probably should have taken. There's Afanaz just defending once more into the offside, and there's no run. Crowd still in good voice here at Windsor Park. Here is Ashwin around the wicket to Athanase, and he's punching that one into the covers. And it's check who that is. There's a replacement fielder on here.
Might be Gaikwad.
Sorry, no, it's Siraj. Sorry, Siraj. Athanase defending the next ball once more, and so just one ball to come in this over. Could well be a maiden. Ashwin and Athanase is defending behind square to Thakur, and there's no run, and it is a maiden over. So after 29 overs, West Indies trailing by 203. They are 58 for 4. That's the latest score.
Yes, and we just keep happening. It's exciting for the Indians, Andrew. As I said earlier, every ball seems to be an event. Every ball, something is happening. Ball is spinning, bouncing. In fact, we are seeing, it looks like Siraj. Is this Siraj coming back from this end? They seem to have made a change, moved Jadeja, so you see Mohammed Siraj coming from this, the northern end, Andrew.
Something of a surprise. I sort of predicted earlier today that we wouldn't see any more bowling changes, but yeah, Siraj is coming back. He's only bowled for 2 overs, so he certainly won't be tired. He's got two overs, 1 made and none for 2 so far, so let's see how he goes. Effectively over, you would have to say, and the crowd, no one's left. They're all there, they're all still there. The music's still going. It's great.
And one thing I find in your country, you don't see grounds with all this stand, and I like that because a lot of greenery, people sit on chairs. In New Zealand, that's what I've found in New Zealand. You don't see all these concrete structures.
Here's Siraj bowling to De Silva, who's had to fetch his helmet after wearing a cap previously to the spin bowlers, and he struck on the pad, but that's angling down leg side, and a little bit of interest there from the Indians, but clearly going down the leg side. Yeah, New Zealand's changed its approach a little bit with cricket, just generally in terms of where they play their test matches. There's a different, of course, in the white ball format. Here's Siraj bowling to De Silva, and it's down the leg side. He can't catch up with it. Through to Kishan and no run. So whereas they used to play test matches at Lancaster Park in Christchurch and Eden Park in Auckland, they don't play there anymore. I mean, I can't remember the last time there was a test match in Auckland, and post the earthquake in Christchurch in 2011, they developed Hagley Oval, a big park in the middle of the city. We've got the Oval at Queenstown where they play a lot of one-day games. Here's Siraj over the wicket to De Silva. He's struck in front of the stumps, and Michael Goff leaves De Silva in no doubt. He's on his way.
Well, West Indies only have 1 more review, so if they take that now, and well, he's going down, he's walking down, they realize he's out.
He's clearly out.
Yeah, because they only have 1 more review.
Yeah, so De Silva departs LBW to Siraj for, I think he was out for 13. And yeah, just having a look on the monitor here now, it's just struck on the back leg right in front of middle stump. Unfortunately, he needs to make his way off. So West Indies in further trouble here. And I think there's every chance now this match could be all over today, which is very unfortunate for the ticket holders who've got a ticket for tomorrow. Seems a bit unfair really, but it's just the way it goes. I mean, it's just the reality of the situation at the moment. So they had 26 for the 5th wicket between Athanase and De Silva. De Silva's gone for 13 off 27 balls. That brings Jason Holder to the crease.
And Andrew, as you said, if we had played tomorrow and Sunday, we would have seen a lot more people in the Windsor Park. But at the moment, it's touch and go whether we'll have cricket tomorrow.
Well, that sort of raises the issue, Seb, is why, and you'll know you're from here, why did they start the match on a Wednesday? It's a really strange day to start. You'd think it'd at least be on a Thursday and ideally on a Friday.
Well, in days gone by, years gone by, cricket you start on a Friday in the Caribbean, and then you had rest days. But now with so much cricket around, and they're trying to pick, let's say, in a month, have all that cricket in a month, and that's the problem. Because I'm sure they want to finish early so they can have the CPL, and that's affecting, because in a country like Dominica, if you start on a Friday, you'll get big crowd for the weekend, but you start on a Wednesday, and it's a problem. And as you said, playing cricket on a Wednesday is a bit of a problem if you expect to get big crowd.
Yeah, just looking at the scorecard now, we've had 4 LBWs. 4 out of 5 batsmen have been dismissed LBW. Which I guess says something about the defence.
On the pitch as well. You probably say something about the pitch as well.
So here's Siraj coming in. This is his 3rd over, bowling to the new man Holder. And Holder looks to play that one into the leg side, but doesn't make contact. It cannons into his pad, and there's no run. You have to say that was a good bowling change by Rohit Sharma to bring back Siraj.
Yes, and it had worked.
Yep. Bit like when Kemar Roach came on earlier today, when I called him Alzari Joseph, and he got Rahane with his first ball. Here's Siraj from the river end, bowling to Holder. Holder works that one through the leg side. There's a man out there on the 3/4 of the way to the boundary in front of the Shillingford stand. That's Jadeja, and Holder has time for 1. It's showing Holder's dismissal in the first innings when he was caught by Thakur to a short ball from Siraj. Last ball of the over coming up. It's pretty rare that you would see a fast bowler who opened the bowling his 3rd over in the 30th over. Here's Siraj bowling to Athanase. He works that one away off his hip, down to fine leg. Man coming round down there. Can't quite see who. I think that's Thakur down there. Athanase goes through a single. He moves on to 13. That leaves the score at 60 for 5. That's the latest here at Windsor Park.
And we see Jadeja now being brought in from the southern end. So maybe that bowling change was to switch ends. But with Siraj now getting the wicket, I wonder if he will still bring in Ashwin at this end. But we see Jadeja now being brought in from the southern end.
It's interesting because he hasn't bowled from that end, from the botanical guard of the southern end in this match so far. He bowled all his overs in the first innings from the river end. Maybe he wants to aim at the right arm quick bowler's foot marks outside Athanase's
off
stump. Yeah. Mind you, the field's not really set like that. You've got a Shubman Gill at leg slip, you've got a short leg, and Rahane at first slip. As Athanase works that one behind square. It's time for Athanase to take a single. There's Kohli there doing the fielding. square leg, but for the right-handed holder, he's moving into second slip. Here's Jadeja round the wicket to holder. He lets that one go through to the keeper, and there's no run. I did like Andy Carter's description of that caught behind shout by Ishan Kishan. He just looked so delighted to have caught it. His holder defends this one to Shubman Gill at backward point. There's no run. It actually was quite a good take, in fairness. It was way up around his head, but he was so excited about it. Here's Jadeja bowling to holder, and he's beaten outside his off stump, taken by Ishan Kishan, who has a polite inquiry. I think he just whipped the bails off there. Very last second. Yeah, just didn't quite. Yeah.
Have they appealed for stumping or
Yeah,
what?
it was appeal for stumping. He took the bails off. So let's have a look here. So turned past the outside edge of holder's bat. Ishan Kishan took it quite high, but did holder lift his foot? Kishan takes the bails off very sneakily. There's clearly no bat involved. And it's just a question, did holder lift up his foot? Watch this. Kishan takes a long time to take the bails off. He's waiting. No, didn't take his.
Not out.
Not out.
Definitely not out.
These wicket keepers, they're sneaky.
Yeah, not out. I mean, is his foot in the air?
No, foot hasn't left the ground. But you can see what he was thinking.
Yeah,
Holder was lifting his foot up. Right, so just waiting for play to resume again. Holder just taking his time to get into position. Here comes Jadeja, bowling to holder. Drives that one up to cover. Renard cut fields and there's no run. Here's Jadeja. Headband and sunglasses on. Holder's defensively forward and there's no run. That is the end of another over. Just one run off it. Jadeja has 2 for 23 and West Indies are 61 for 5. That's the latest from Windsor Park.
And it's just a tough grind for the West Indian batsman. In serious trouble at the moment. It's 61 for 5. They're behind still by 210 runs. Holden, Afanas at the wicket now. Both of them had a partnership in the first inning. They're looking to repeat that. It has not been easy. The bowlers have been on top. The West Indian batsmen have struggled, and the crowd obviously have been stunned by what they have seen in the last hour, Andrew.
Yeah. But I mean, I do have a few thoughts on that, Sebo, but here is Siraj bowling to the left-handed Athanaz, and he cuts that one away. Lara-esque even. Out to the boundary for 4, just behind point, to the delight of the home fans.
Good stroke, a lovely stroke outside the off stump. Played it very well, Alik Afanaz. And in both innings, Alik Afanaz has looked the part, Andrew. He's looked the best batsman on the team in both innings.
Yeah, certainly has. Top scored in the first innings, and his top scorer is on 18 now, so he's the top scorer in the second innings as well. But in the first innings there was a lot of reckless batting. You can't accuse the West Indies of being reckless today. They've just been undone by some good bowling. Here's Siraj to Athanaz. And he defends to the roar of the crowd.
In the old days, Andrew, you would hear no when that happens. In the old days, yeah, you'd hear no.
Oh, really?
We want to buy a guy who play a defensive stroke after a good stroke for 4.
Oh, I see. This time Athanase is edging wide of third slip. He may have got a hand on that, just it slowed up very quickly and Ishan Kishan could get to the ball quickly, and he only got the 1 run, Athanase. I think it might have just, Coley it was at second slip, just it was a misfield actually. Bounced in front of him and he just couldn't gather it, but he took all the pace off it. Here's Siraj again, 2 short mid wickets in place for Jason Holder and a man at deep square leg. And Siraj gets Holder coming forward to that one and just work the ball up to mid on where Ashwin did the fielding, and there's no run. So we've got Jadeja at backward square, deep square leg on the boundary, not fine leg. 2 slips, point, mid-off, which is Rohit, mid-on, which is Ashwin, and we've got Rahane and Shubman Gill, 2 short mid-wickets. Here's Siraj, working up a head of steam. That one's angling in, but Holder comfortably trusts his judgment of where his off stump is, and he lets it go through to the keeper.
One thing with this guy, Siraj, always gives 100%. Always runs in, irrespective, no matter every time you see him bowl. Gives 100%.
Here's Siraj again to Holder, who's working up behind square. That's a man coming in, that's Unad Cut from long leg, who restricts the scoring to 1. And it takes Holder on to 2. With him is Athanase on 19, and the West Indies are 67 for 5. That's the latest score at Windsor Park.
And we have to feel sorry for the crowd that has come in. It's been a good crowd. They expected to see many more runs from the West Indies. They haven't seen that. They have seen a West Indies team that is fighting for survival, fighting to survive really, with 2 more days to go after today. It's a bit of a struggle, Andrew.
Very big struggle, very big struggle. Well, you know, the other thing we can't forget is, you know, India have made the last 2 World Test Championship finals. Okay, they got pretty badly beaten by Australia this time around, but you know, you don't get to the final without playing good cricket over a sustained period of time. Here's Jadeja beginning a new over, bowling to Jason Holder, and he just lets that one go through to Ushan Kishan, and there's no run. Here's Jadeja. Holder forward, using that long reach of his, pushes it up to Rohit at cover, and there's no run. Jadeja again, and Holder's defensively forward once more, no run. Here's Jadeja again, and Holder this time just digs that one out. It's a fuller length delivery, works it behind square, or behind backward point where Gill does the fielding. There's no run, so Jadeja's going to change his line here now.
He's going to bowl left arm over the wicket to the right-handed Jason Holder. It's fired in by Jadeja on the line of leg stump. Holder negotiates that one pretty well. And there's no runs. There's a good opportunity for Holder to score through the leg side here, but instead Jadeja bowls one outside the line of off stump, and Ishan Kishan has appealed for another stumping, I think. Or did the umpire already call over? He took the bails off again, see?
Yeah.
Shiraz was just putting the bails back on. Anyway, at the end of the 33rd over, it's 67 for 5. That's the latest score at Windsor Park.
I think he was just playing with just the whole night. Ishan looked like a bit of a character, Ishan Kishan. In fact, Andy Carter aptly described it earlier, and when he caught a ball that lifted and said he was so excited when he caught that ball.
Got an earring I've noticed as well. Actually, he's got 2 earrings, one in each ear. Now just look at this last ball here. So Holder misses it. Ishan Kishan takes it. I think the umpire calls over about now. And then he takes the bails off and appeals. I can only assume the umpire had called over.
Yeah.
Because otherwise I think that was out. He lifted his foot on that time. Here's Siraj beginning a new over from the river end, bowling wide on the crease, around the wicket to Athanase. He's defending that one to backward point, where Unad Kat does the fielding, and there's no run. Yeah, sneaky little man, this man. Oh, this, he's just playing around and he just... Michael Goff wasn't having any of it, though, was he? You're testing my patience, young man. Right then, it's Siraj. Successful. 1 wicket so far. Here he is, bowling to Athanase, and the crowd erupts in cheers as he defends up to mid-off for no run. Siraj, of course, took the wicket of Joshua De Silva, LBW, the 4th LBW decision of this innings. The other being Brathwaite caught by Rahane off Ashwin's bowling. Jadeja 3 LBWs and Siraj 1. It is Siraj coming in very wide on the return crease. Athanase defends to row it at cover, and there's another cheer from the crowd. What will happen if he hits a 6?
Say again?
The crowd, if Athanase hits a 6,
yeah,
they'll erupt.
They would get more excited. In fact, they would be jumping. Then you would hear the band and do the orchestra, as you call it.
There's Athanase facing Siraj, drives, times the ball so well, and on that occasion straight to Rahane at mid-off, but the ball just, I don't know, he just looks class, doesn't he?
Has a lot of time to play his strokes, a lot of time. And that's the sign of a class batsman. Plenty time to play. Lots of time.
He didn't look in any trouble all in the first innings, and he's just looking great again here. It's just a shame no one can stick with him. Here's Siraj bowling to Athanase, and he pulls that one away behind square, out to the boundary for 4. Lovely shot by young Alec Athanase, the Dominican lad. That takes him on to 23. Just looking at this again on the replay, it's a short ball from Siraj, and Athanase just pulls that away, beautifully in control, racing out to the boundary for 4. I don't really need to comment on that. The crowd's doing it for us.
Yes. Beautiful stroke from Alec Athanase.
Siraj once more, and this time Athanase is defending. Another cheer from the crowd, and that brings us to the end of the over. Then with Indies 71 for 5, that's the latest score at Windsor Park.
Well, it's 200 runs behind now, and Group 71 for 5. Still have a deficit of 200. Athanase on 23, Holder on 2. They need a partnership. I mean, to have the game extended, Andrew, till tomorrow or after lunch tomorrow. So we need a big partnership from the two men and the Chris in the first inning. They had a partnership. Jason Holder, as we know, can bat. He's made a double century in Test cricket already. So we need a big partnership here from the youngster, Athanase, and Jason Holder.
Well, they just need someone to stick with Athanase for as long as possible. On that note, as Colin, the TV man, walks onto the ground to inspect the stump mic, I'm going to move out of the hot seat and I'm going to leave you with Andy Carter.
Yes, yeah. And well, that's your boy, Colin. I know you're always excited to see Colin. The speed he goes out there, I know that. And Colin has been doing that for a very long time. And he's no stranger to people around the Caribbean. He's worked with television for a long time. And as Andy Carter joins me, and the crowd, there seems to be an improvement in the crowd. The crowd has gotten bigger, and they're hoping that we would have cricket tomorrow so that then we can see more of Ali Athanase, Jason Holder, Rakim Cornwall, and all the guys to come. West Indies probably can be batting at lunchtime, something like 220 for 5. We will see a huge crowd in the Windsor Park after lunch tomorrow afternoon.
Yes, thank you very much, Lockhart. In fact, as long as Athanase is there, the crowd is happy. They're not too happy with the performance of the West Indies team so far, but Athanase has batted quite well so far, and the West Indies team losing wickets, 1 for 8. When Chandapal was leg before wicket bull, Jadeja for 7, 2 for 22. When Craig Brathwaite was scored, Rahani bowled Ashwin for 7, 3 for 32. Blackwood leg before wicket bull, Ashwin for 5, 4 for 32. Raymond Ripple leg before wicket bull, Jadeja for 11. And the last man out, De Silva leg before wicket bull, Siraj for 13. 58 for 5 when the last wicket fell. They have now moved on to 71 for 5, as I've been joined by Sir Curtly Ambrose. Sir Curtly Ambrose, once again the West Indies in all sorts of problems.
Well, all sorts of problems is an understatement. It's much more than that. It's really been a tough test match for them up to this point. And when you're being bowled out for 150 inside a day against a quality team like India, you're always going to be up against it. And then with a 272 run lead, then it's really an uphill struggle, because first we'll have to wipe off the 272 and then maybe set India a target, and with 71 to 5, that's not even looking possible anymore.
I noted with interest your comments on the pitch. On the first day, a bare pitch, West Indies winning the toss, that was unheard of in your time. West Indies winning the toss on a first day, and with a barrage of fast bowlers as we produce, having to go and bat, and on the very first day the wicket starts to spin.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I was so disappointed with the surface, because I can't recall ever seeing spinners introduced in a test match the very first day in the 9th over. I've never seen that in the Caribbean. In ODIs and T20s, yes, spinners will open the bowling, but test match, the 9th over, which tells you that this surface isn't really a good one.
We have a lot of work to do on the preparation of pitches in the Caribbean.
Well, of course, I've been saying that for many years, that the surfaces we're playing on in the region is not good enough. With the exception of St. Lucia and sometimes Antigua, most of the other surfaces are not good enough. We need proper cricket pitches where it's a bit of an even contest between bat and ball, but sadly, the surfaces are really, they've left a lot to be desired.
Yes, and winning a toss And usually the West Indies would send the side into bat and have them in all sorts of trouble. But the pitch bare of grass, and the West Indies found themselves dismissed for 150. But play is about to resume. Ashwin bowls to Holder. Holder comes forward. Ball goes at the back of the stumps. The wicketkeeper picks up and there is no run. So 71 for 5, still trailed by 200 runs. Can these two perform somewhat of a miracle and stand back till the end of play? Holder is hitting this one hard and high. It's going down to wideish mid-wicket. They only get 1 run. So Asfanaz again looking quite good. He's on 23. Has a lot of time to play his shots. Got a chance when he was on 1, dropped at short leg, but he has to put that behind his back. How the crowd has been for you, Ambrose?
Well, it's a much better crowd in today. Of course, the game started on Wednesday, and Wednesday, Thursday, as we know, are regular working hours. And
Ashwin bowls to Afanaz. He covers up, pushes it to short leg.
so the crowd came in a bit later in the afternoons on Wednesday and Thursday. Today is much better, being a weekend, and we're hoping that this game will go on to Sunday. It's not looking possible.
Ashwin again to Afanaz. Afanaz is sweeping and sweeping well. He's sweeping fine. Ball is going down to fine leg. Will it get there? Yes, it does. Sweeping fine and gets in a boundary.
He's one of the few players in the lineup that enjoys sweeping, and they have done it very, very well. I do like his attitude towards batting. He's very focused. Whenever a scoring opportunity presents itself, he will take it. He's very solid as well in defense. And as a young man making his test debut, he looks like he's been around for a long time.
What's your view of starting a test match in midweek, Wednesday? Before normally you would start on a Friday, you would have Friday, Saturday, Sunday. We get back to that. Again he sweeps, finds Zuna cut in the way at short backward square, and there is no run.
I don't know what the reasoning behind it. And you're quite right, back in the day, we used to start on a Friday, so we get the whole Friday, Saturday and Sunday to get a crowd. Nowadays it's different.
Ashwin again to Afanaz, comes forward, misses the ball with the full face of the bat. The over comes to an end. End of over number 35. West Indies 76 for 5. The latest score here at Windsor Park.
Still trailing by 195 runs. That's a long way. I even remember at one point there was a test match that started on a Monday, which was very, very unusual. But times have changed. I don't know all the reasoning behind it, but it's very unusual for this part of in the Caribbean.
Yes, I agree with you, because if you start the game on Friday and you get only 3 days, you will have had the best 3 days, Friday, Saturday and Sunday. Good crowd, good everything, good environment, good atmosphere, and that's what you need. You wouldn't like to play in grounds where there no one witnessing the match, like you did when South Africa played in Barbados. I remember that first test match after the banning of South Africa, and because of the non-inclusion of Anderson Cummins, you and Kirtley Ambrose rode the South Africans to bring about a victory. But here is Siraj. Bowls to Huda. Huda is working this one neatly off his legs. They run 1, and that's all they will be. So 1 to Huda, he moves on to 4. Afanaz is on 27. West Indies batting a second time, 77 for 5.
Yes, that was 1992. That was Sir Richie Richardson's first game as West Indies captain as well. And because Anthony Cummins, who played a few one-day games prior to that game, and the selectors included Kenneth Benjamin, and the Barbados public boycotted the game. And quite frankly, I was disappointed with the Barbados public, because that tells me they're more interested in a player from Barbados than West Indies cricket. So that was disappointing, really.
Here is Siraj, runs away from us now, goes to Afanaz. Afanaz comes across, opens the face of the bat, steers the ball down to backward point. Fieldsman comes off the boundary, and 1 more to Afanaz. 78 for 5. So the interest of West Indies cricket wasn't there at that time, but yourself and Courtney Walsh really put on a great show. South Africa, they were not missing many runs on the final day, and that was a splendid performance by the both of you.
Yes, they wanted 86, I think it was, with 8 wickets in hand that final day. And you know, Courtney Walsh and I, you know, I mean, but those are days when, as a West Indies team, you know, we refuse to go down without a fight. We refuse to lose. We've always believed that whatever total we're defending, we always have this, you know, this confidence that we could defend them. And we did. It was tough. It was a tough game. No crowd, you know, to support you. But we were very focused in winning that game, and we did.
Siraj to Hoda, 2 slips go down. Siraj bowls a ball which Hoda covers up, and there is no run. But the West Indies, they boasted of so many fast bowlers. There were so many men in the hut. There's Wayne Daniel, Franklin Stevenson, Sylvester Clark, and they could not even come on the 11 because you, Croft, Garner, Michael Holding, battery of fast bowlers.
Well, that was a little bit before my time. I wasn't a part of that. I came in a little bit after. You know, when Garner and Holding left the scene and Croft, they were all gone.
Siraj to Hoda, comes forward, plays back to the bowler, and there is no run.
When I made my debut for the West Indies, I was 24 years of age. Started playing club cricket in Antigua at age 20. A lot of people thought I started late. But my saying was, I chose my time perfectly.
Who did you copy on to get that immaculate line and length?
There was no one. It was just something natural for me as a young man growing up playing cricket in suites in Antigua. That's the village I'm from. It was very natural for me. But of course, I worked hard to perfect it.
Siraj once again bows to Hoda. Hoda is getting a rising delivery, tries to pull, ball goes through to the wicket keeper. But you're very stingy, you seem to hit a certain spot, and once you got it there, you were not just not leaving that spot.
Well, I've always kept it very simple. I don't like to complicate things. As Jason Holder went for that pull shot, that's the same way he was dismissed in the first innings, and they got that deep backward square of the boundary as well. But I've always kept things very simple. I don't complicate things. And even when I coach in a very simple way that everyone can understand what I'm saying. And of course, I hate giving away runs. My philosophy was very simple. I have to work extremely hard to take wickets. Batsmen must work twice as hard to score runs. Simple as that.
We'll watch this delivery from Siraj as he runs away from us to bowl to Hoda. Hoda is getting one which he allows to go outside the off stump. Siraj seems interested as he falls to the ground. The over comes to an end. The end of 36 overs. West Indies 78 for the loss of 5, batting a second time.
I wonder how close that was to the off stump. Oh, it was close.
It was making some height, and maybe to the benefit of the batsman, maybe good judgment on this occasion. But in your earlier comments, Curtly, you were saying how your preference wasn't to hit batsmen. Your preference was to get batsmen out. So you did whatever it took to get them out, not necessarily to hit them. Was it no joy for you hitting batsmen?
No, my plan was never to hurt a batsman. Right? Yes, bouncers are part of cricket, and in the process of bowling bouncers, for me personally, bouncers, one of two things: to unsettle you, or if you fend and you got slip cord or short leg in, you can get a wicket. But my intention was not to hurt a batsman. In the process, sometimes batsmen get hurt. We as West Indians get hurt too. So it's not like we dish it out and we don't get any.
Ashwin bows to Afanaz. Afanaz is going to drive, has to check his shot, and the ball just goes almost under the bats. The wicketkeeper picks up and there is no run.
But people tend to look at us, West Indians, and say we bowl a lot of bouncers because we got 4 fast balls and all that stuff. But people tend to forget we've got it back too. A lot of it.
Ashwin bows to Afanaz. Afanaz comes forward and is taken there at short leg. Pushing hard hands there, Afanaz. And the catch is taken there at short leg. So Afanaz goes for 28. West Indies lose their 6th wicket with the score on 78. Sharp chance there, pushing with hard hands. Let's watch it again on the monitor. Ashwin, and he pushed at it, went quick to the fieldsman there at short leg. He takes the catch, and Jaiswal, the man taking the catch, and Afanaz has to make his way back to the pavilion, out for 28. His 44 balls, 5 fours he struck in that innings. Caught Jaiswal, bowl Ashwin for 28.
He is a disappointed young man, and rightly so. He looked good up to that point, really played well, mixed a bit of aggression with the good solid defense, and his enterprising innings has come to an end. But he played well, can't fault him. It's a difficult wicket to play on, but he showed maturity in this first test match. Nothing to be ashamed of. He's got a wonderful first test under his belt, and there's a promising future for him.
Indeed. I think, what do you think, what changes can the West Indies make? Do they have many different alternatives to what the team that they have here?
Of course they do. There's still quite a few guys around knocking on the door. You've got a Kirk McKenzie in this squad at the moment, and there are others around the region. So yes, I believe that we've still got the talent.
I thought that Mackenzie would have made his debut here, but unfortunately they didn't go for him.
Well, that's the beauty about that. You know, everyone can't play at the same time. But I'm quite sure in the not too distant future he will get a chance. Kirk McKenzie, that was a sharp chance.
Cover where Captain Rohit Sharma picks up and there is no run. So Jadeja getting through his overs rather quickly as he bowls. Batsman comes forward, plays to silly points, and there is no run. 2 for 23 in his 15th over. Jadeja, left arm from around the wicket.
I will leave this with you. Of all the West Indian fast bowlers who have played, fast bowlers, not all rounders, so Gary's not into this,
Yes.
fast bowlers.
Yes.
I'm number 2 in terms of runs scored in Test match cricket behind the great late Malcolm Marshall. So I wasn't that bad.
Wow. I would like your good friend, he must be listening, Courtney Walsh.
Oh, don't talk about him. Please don't.
I enjoy interviews with you and Courtney Walsh. But thanks for coming secretly. Yes. And the over comes to an end. The end of a stint there by Secretly Ambrose. After 38 overs, the West Indies 80 for the loss of 6 wickets. I've been rejoined by Lockhart Sebastian in laughter there at these utterances of Secretly Ambrose.
But I don't want you to say on air my prediction to you on Wednesday about the match. maybe if it is over today, you can say my prediction to you, and don't say it publicly, please.
I don't want to say that you have good mouth. But here is Ashwin. He has 3 for 47 so far. Bowls to Alzari Joseph. Alzari comes correctly forward, plays back to the bowler. West Indies, the fans have been stunned here by the performance this afternoon. Ashwin bowls to Alzari. Alzari allows the ball to strike him on the body, and there is no run. So there's a leg slip. Rahane at slip. There is a shot mid-wicket. Ball, an appeal there from the short leg. Jaiswal. Unadkat is at squarish cover. Rahane at slip. Leg slip is Virat Kohli. Flies this one. Zari is hitting this one over the top. The ball is going down to the boundary, and in fact it gets into the boundary, going over the top Alzari and over the head of mid-off. Down to the boundary, the ball races into the boundary. 86 for the loss of 6, and Alzari Joseph moves on by 4 to 8 runs.
And as you have said, Andy, Alzari Joseph can bat. He's proven before. He's made 2 half centuries in Test cricket, so he can bat, and let's hope he stays there together with Jason Holder.
It will be Alzari once again. 2 more deliveries left in Ashwin's over. Ashwin decides to bowl over the wicket. Batsman is, the ball is going past the leg slip. We'll await a signal. Doesn't seem there's any signal, so he must have got a touch. And Virat Kohli, who prides himself in taking these sorts of catches, would maybe feel that he has let one down.
I think it bounced before. I mean, in all fairness to him, I think it bounced before.
So final delivery. Let's watch it. In fact, we're only seeing Kohli. A lot of he's enjoying himself, Virat Kohli. Here is Ashwin. And again, the batsman Alzari is hitting, going for an almighty. In fact, Jason Holder going for almighty heave, and the ball peeling off the inside portion of the bat, going to the man at deep mid-wicket. He gets 1 run. Holder is on 5. Alzari Joseph on 9. After 39 overs, West Indies 88 for the loss of 6. The latest score here at Windsor Park.
Jadeja, I think he's coming back from the southern end, the northern end, sorry. And the spin twins, Jadeja and Ashwin, and they were predicted that they would be bowling a number of overs in the second inning. Both of them, it had been interrupted by Siraj for about 5-6 overs, but both of them, we knew the bulk of the bowling was going to come from these 2 spinners.
We saw Rohit Sharma, the captain, he eased them up just for a short while, brought back Siraj. Siraj got the wicket of the silver, and then he immediately brought back both Jadeja and Ashwin, his strike bowlers.
Yes.
3 to Ashwin, 2 to Jadeja, 1 to Siraj. 89 for the loss of 6. West Indies still trail by 182 runs.
Sorry looking scoreboard, eh?
And really disappointment for the cricket fans here in Dominica. They were expecting much more from the West Indies. As Zara Joseph plays on the onside, gets another run. He moves to 10. Hoda comes in to strike to face up to Jadeja. So Jadeja getting through his overs rather quickly. He's into his 16th over. Has 2 for 25 so far. One more will be added to that. 2 for 26 as Hoda gets a single. He moves on to 7, and the West Indies now 91 for the loss of 6. Rohit Sharma will be very happy. No matter what opposition you play in Test cricket, you would like the double to win your matches, whatever the opposition is.
Well, you play cricket to win, Andy.
All the time, all the time. And
you'd like to play your dominance to win as well.
Of course.
Right.
In 2011, it was MS Dhoni here when the West Indies earned the draw. Kohli was there, Dravid was there. Dravid remained not out in the second innings.
Laxman was there as well.
Lachman, yes, indeed.
VVS Laxman, class player.
Harbachan Singh was also around. A lot of big names. Kohli didn't contribute much.
Was Ishan Sharma there?
Yes, Ishan took 5 wickets in the first innings.
Okay. All right.
Here is Jadeja. Bowls to Alzari Joseph. Joseph gets one, pushed through outside the off stump. Happy to see it go through to the wicketkeeper. And some of the fans, as they show them on television there, not too happy as Alzari works the ball on his legs to the right of mid-on. Ashwin will move across to his right, will pick up. Alzari Joseph will get another run. He will move on to 11. Hoda is on 7 after 40 overs. The West Indies batting a second time, 92 for the loss of 6. After some words from Lockhart Sebastian to continue the commentary and maybe take you to the close of play, Andrew McLean. Andrew McLean to carry the commentary after some words from Lockhart Sebastian.
And you know, we've been very fortunate that we've had 3 solid days of good, lovely weather. Because when we saw Monday night, Andrew, I know you were here on Monday night and Tuesday morning, we were very worried that we were going to have a washout. But the Lord has been good to us, and I know Heston Charles is a guy who prays a lot. He's supposed to be some sort of preacher, Andrew McLean, Heston Charles. I think he's a preacher. So I think he prayed, and we've had some lovely weather for the last 3 days.
We certainly have, and one man who's enjoyed it has been Ravichandran Ashwin, who's begun a new over. Bowling to Jason Holder. That's actually the second delivery he's bowled in this over, and strikes Joseph on the pad, drifting down the leg side, and there's no run. There's Ashwin over the wicket, very close to the stumps, and Joseph tees off out towards mid-wicket. There's a man coming round there, that's Shubman Gill, so it'll just be the 1 run. So I think these batsmen have made their intentions fairly clear. And why not? I mean, you know, they're going to lose, so why not go down swinging the bat? You never know. Sometimes, I remember Tim Southey in his first match for New Zealand. I think it's still his highest test score. He just went out and had a slog and just came off. Here's Ashwin. This time Jason Holder is pushing the ball to point. Unad cuts there. So Jason Holder's taken off the helmet. He's got the cap on. Yeah, let's see what he can do facing Ashwin. He's just defensively forward on this occasion. Yeah, Tim Southey, I think he made 77 when he was 18 against England.
And I think that's his highest score, yeah.
He just went out and had a slog and got 77. So now there's Holder lifting that one over wide mid-on. And it's travelled, has it gone all the way for 6? Yes, it has. So nice shot there from Holder, damaging Ashwin's figures. And it brings the West Indies to 99 for 7 now. And that's the end of the over, and that is the latest score here at Windsor Park.
And it was a good cricketing stroke, Andrew. It wasn't a slug, it was a well-played hit over wide long and for 6.
Travelled some way too, finished up on that grass bank in front of the green wall. But yeah, classic batsman shot against an off-break bowler. Just lifting them.
And this is a man who has made double century in Test cricket. He has 3 Test hundreds. He can bat.
Well, it wasn't that long ago. He was top of the ICC rankings for all-rounders.
Correct.
Right, it's Jadeja now from the river end, bowling a new over. Bowling to Joseph, and he defends into that to second slip where Virat Kohli does the fielding. There's Jadeja again, and that one beats the outside edge of Joseph's bat, taken by Ishan Kishan, and there's no run. Seeing that. Just get a prodigious turn there actually. Turned a long way past his bat. There's Jadeja. So that's flatter and faster. Punched off the back foot by Joseph. He couldn't beat Rohit at short extra cover. And there's no run. It's Jadeja again. This time Joseph on the back foot, pushing it up to deep mid off. They get through for a single. Takes Joseph on to 13. Holder also on 13, and the West Indies 100 is up. 100 for 6, in fact. 100 for 6. Sorry, I think I called 7 a moment ago, but it's 100 for 6. Appeal by Ishan Kishan here, gloved that one after it went past the bat of Jason Holder. Very half-hearted, and West Indies, not in, Indian captain Rohit Sharma not interested in a review. Here's Jadeja to Holder. That's the end of another over. Just the 1 run off that over from Jadeja. West Indies 100 for 6 off 42 overs at the latest score at Windsor Park.
And we can't stop speaking about the job the umpires have done. I think they've done a very outstanding job in this match. Both Michael Goff and what's the name, the other umpire, they've been very good. Richard Kettleborough, they've been very good, both umpires.
Umpires don't get enough praise sometimes.
Exactly.
It's a very difficult job. They're out there longer than anyone else. You know, none of the players stand out there for as long as they do. And yeah, I think they just don't get the praise they deserve sometimes. Here's Ashwin bowling round the wicket to Joseph. He's defending. There's no run. Ball is delivered from over the wicket by Ashwin, but the same result. It's defended by Joseph. Now he's going back round the wicket. I used to do this quite a lot when I played cricket, just constantly changing sides. I think it confused me more than the batsman. Here is Ashwin. And Joseph here now is lofting that one out to deep mid wicket. There's man under it, it's Shubman Gill. He takes the catch,
Oh, Lord.
Joseph's on his way for 13. Well, I have to say, there's a bit of an air of inevitability about that.
Yeah, but again, Andrew, you want to see fight. Jason, if they're batting very well, you've come in, stay with Jason. Why play a stroke like that? To me, that is a bit reckless, honestly.
Well, if we had to rank the batsmen based on recklessness in this match, Alzari Joseph gets the gold medal.
Both innings here, he's got no reckless. That's just not good enough. I mean, your team is in trouble here, but you have to fight. You can't just give it up like that. The first inning, as you said, he played a terrible shot. Jason Holder has been there batting well. Your team is 6 wickets down. You come and play another shot like that. I mean, really, that's what annoys people, really. When players do things like that.
This is slightly off topic, but what will be the discussion around town and around the island tonight?
Well, you know, Andrew, if you listen to people around the West Indies now, a lot of them have given up hope. It appears that plenty of people have given up hope. Some of them say they don't even want to discuss West Indies cricket. But we can't give up. I mean, when we destroyed teams for 16 years, we were beating teams 5-0 at home, 5-0 away. You hear people saying now West Indies should be moved from cricket. I don't subscribe to that. We beat teams for 16 years. We're struggling now. We have to find a way to get out of what is happening now. But the players themselves must have pride in themselves. It cannot be people just go down meekly without fighting.
I can sense your frustration, which is bordering on anger, Sebo.
Yeah. It annoys you. I mean, you watch that. This is the third day of a match, and you have people playing this kind of, doing this nonsense already.
I mean, he couldn't have found Gill any better than he actually did. Gill basically didn't even have to move to catch that.
Oh,
and he's the only man out on the leg side. Hit it straight down his throat.
I mean, people have come to watch West Indies. Look at the crowd.
Yeah.
Yeah, give them something. Give them something. You don't want to have them in that sort of way, going home disappointed tonight.
Yeah. Here's Ashwin to the new man, Cornwall.
I'm sure a lot of people would have come tomorrow, want to see West Indies, maybe, as I said earlier, 120 for 2 or something like that at the close of play.
Here's Ashwin to Cornwall. He lets that one go through the keeper, Kishan.
Ooh.
Yeah, I take your point. I mean,
it's crazy.
Here is Ashwin. Cornwall was defending. And that is the end of a successful over by Ashwin. He now has 4 for 52. And the West Indies are 100 for 7. And that is the latest score at Windsor Park.
Yes, and you just can't help being annoyed with what's happening. I mean, we saw some people got out today. They tried. Craig Bradford got out to a good ball. Shanda Paul. A few of them, but I mean, Afanaz. But I mean, what we just saw there, honestly, no excuse for that. No excuse at all.
Yeah. You're right. In comparison to the first innings where most of the batsmen could blame themselves, I don't think many of the batsmen can blame themselves today. But that shot by Joseph, there's a phrase I want to use, but I won't use it on air. But it's something along the lines of, I couldn't give.
Yes, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
I know what you're talking about.
That's what it felt like.
Yeah. Obviously, the field set so to give Jason Holder a single so that they can bowl at Cornwall.
Interesting, isn't it?
Yeah, they've set everybody.
Three slips and then everyone else out on the boundary.
Yeah, to bowl at Cornwall, probably to give Jason the single.
And that's exactly what's happened.
Yes.
Yep. Holder just nudges that one out into the offside. They amble through for a single, which I think suits Rakeem quite well, based on what well, he's still recovering from illness, of course, too. Here's Jadeja to Cornwall. That beats him on the outside edge. It's taken by Ishan Kishan. Is there another cricketer in world cricket whose name rhymes as well as Ishan Kishan? I can't think of anyone.
I like it though.
I've been
I like
thinking about it for like the last hour. I just can't think of someone.
There was a spinner in the Caribbean they called Inchanal years ago. Ball wrist spin, back of the hand, wrist spin, left arm.
Here's Jadeja bowling to Cornwall. And he's defending out into the offside and there's no run. And this time Cornwall's back inside his crease. Ball kept a little bit low there from Jadeja. But Cornwall navigated that successfully. And here comes Jadeja again. And Cornwall is prodding forward. The ball turned past the edge of his bat into the gloves of Ishan Kishan. So yes, Jadeja's getting a lot of spin here. Pretty much every ball is spinning. Almost too much actually. Jadeja. It's a fuller length delivery. Cornwall defends. Wow, he's just enormous, isn't he? We've had this conversation on air. It just reminds me of Jonah Lomu in rugby. He's just, well, at least he's better than with Jason Holder, so there's not, at least there's someone of the same height. But when he stands next to like, I don't know, Jaiswal or something. Anyway, that's the end of the over, and it's 101 for 7 here at Windsor Park.
In fact, Andrew, Ashwin and Jadeja probably feel they're bowling in Ahmedabad or in Chennai or Delhi. They come to the Caribbean and see a pitch like that. I'm sure they feel they're still at home playing.
It's going to be Ashwin again. Jason Holder's on strike. The field's fairly well spread, particularly after he hit that glorious 6 in the last over. Here is Ashwin, and Holder's defending. He's running that past the keeper, or past Kohli I should say, Rahane, sorry, at slip. And they jog through for a single, which brings Cornwall onto strike. How does Cornwall normally approach his batting?
He can bat. Cornwall can bat. I mean, I've seen him make runs. I was the manager of the Winwood's team playing against Leeward. I've seen him make runs. He can bat.
All right. Here's Ashwin bowling to Cornwall. Turns that into the leg side. Picked up there by Mohammad Siraj, and there's no run.
In fact, in local 50 over cricket, he's made a lot of runs. In fact, he can bat. He's made runs.
Here is Ashwin, and Cornwall's looking to force that one back up the offside, and it's picked up there by Ravichandran Ashwin, and there's no run. So he's decided to go over the wicket now. So off spinner to off spinner. Ashwin to Cornwall. Cornwall's back, watchfully defending, keeping his eye on the ball, defending it out into the offside. Even though there's no fielders out there, Ishan Kishan got out there quickly, preventing a run. There's Ashwin, and Cornwall goes after that one. He's picked it up, he's hit it behind square, down to the deep fine leg boundary for 4. Made his intentions clear there.
Good stroke. As I said, he can bat. I mean, he's shown that for the Leeward Islands. In fact, even for the West Indies, he's made some runs. So he can bat. No doubt about it.
Ashwin, and this time Cornwall is in 2 minds, but he manages to defend that without the ball lobbing up in the air. that is the end of another over from Ashwin, his 19th, and it's 106 for 7. That's the latest score at Windsor Park.
Still, they still trail by 165 runs in West Indies. If they are to make India bat again, it's a long way from that, from 165 runs, Andrew. I mean, in fact, West Indies, if Jason and Cornwall were to bat till the end of play, we probably could have some play tomorrow. But we don't know what's going to happen. The crowd have enjoyed, well, I don't know if they've enjoyed themselves. They've come here to enjoy themselves, but I'm not sure, Andrew, if they have enjoyed themselves.
Exactly. But there's 3 overs remaining. There is always the possibility of an extra half hour when there's a match as close to a finish. As Jadeja begins another over to Jason Holder, and that one goes through to the keeper Ishan Kishan, and there's no run.
Well, under the rule, if there's a possibility of victory, you can claim the extra half an hour. In fact, I saw Rohit having a chat with Kettleborough. Maybe that must have been what they were discussing.
Right. Here's Jadeja bowling to Holder. Holder's just defensively forward. There's no run there, so it picked up a point. Yeah, well, I mean, India probably feels fairly confident they can do it. As Holder comes forward, just defends. So we've got Kemar Roach and
Warrican to bat.
Warrican, that's right, Warrican, still to come. Here is Jadeja, and Holder's playing off the back foot, out to point. No run again, so I think Jason Holder here is trying to ensure they get through these next 3 overs without losing a wicket. I think that seems to be what his priority is right now. There's Jadeja, and Holder's beaten as he comes forward to defend into the gloves of Kishan. It's interesting how there's absolutely no problem with over rates in this match. There's such an issue in the Ashes, and there's absolutely zero. They'll probably finish early, actually. Yeah. They might even finish before 5 o'clock today.
Well, you cannot finish before 5.
Well, I mean, get the 90 in before 5 is what I meant. Here's Holder, and he finds the outside edge. Kohli can't stop it, and it's going to run down to the boundary. Is it? No, it's picked up there by Unadkat, and what possibly might have been 3. Rakeem there was going to be a 2. I hope I'm not being too harsh, but realistically, that should have been 3.
Yes, I did.
That is the end of the over. Oh, it might have even been a chance for Kohli. Let's have another look at that before we go to the break. Holder edged it. Can't tell from that angle, but I think Kohli may have dropped that. Anyway, it's 108 for 7. That's the latest score at Windsor Park.
Yes, I saw discussion, so we don't know if they've claimed the extra half an hour. We don't know if they've done that. We might have.
Yeah, it's not. Just check the time. Still 12 minutes to go, so they're going to get the 90 in before 5 easily. I don't know what this discussion between the umpires is about. Jason Holder. Just looking at this last one from Holder, he nicked it, and Kohli can't really tell if he was a catch or not. Based on his reaction, it looks like it was a drop chance. I don't think that's going to matter in the overall scheme of things, but yeah, I think that might well have been a chance for Kohli. The other thing to point out here for listeners is Ashwin is now on 9 wickets for the match. After taking 5 in the first innings, he just go back to my notes. He's got such an impressive record. He's got seven 10-wicket bags. So this would be an 8th. 33 first 5-wicket bags.
He's had an outstanding career, Andrew. Ashwin, outstanding career.
Looks like Jason Holder's changing his socks or something here. He's taking his pads off. Really can't tell if there was a chance or not to Kohli. He's finding something funny out there though. So there's just a delay here. Jason Holder, I'm not quite sure what happened, but he had one of his pads off. Looked like, I don't know, maybe he had to put a plaster on his foot or something, I'm not sure. Cornwall's got a cap now. Isn't it strange? They come out to bat with a helmet on, then they take it off and put a cap on. Okay, so it's going to be Ashwin from the Botanical Gardens end. This is the 89th over of the day. And Cornwall has just lobbed that up to short leg. Shorten McGill's taken the easiest of catches. And I'm fairly certain now that they will claim the extra half hour. So it is 10 wickets for Ravichandran Ashwin in the match.
How many times has he done that?
8 times.
8 times, exactly.
You're just checking my memory. We just talked about it 1 minute ago.
That's some test. A quiz question. Easy catch to short leg. Ball spun, it bounced, hit the edge, into the pad, caught at short leg. Now it's only 2 more wickets. And the match could be over in 3 days.
It's just too easy, isn't it? I mean,
yeah, far too easy.
I don't think that even came off the inside edge. I think it came off, he just lobbed up off the face of the bat. Yeah, remarkable career by Ravichandran Ashwin.
You know, Andrew, when you think of it as you're not a Caribbean man, but Caribbean people, you sit down and wonder now, what next for West Indies? How do we solve the problem of our cricket? We've been going down, and how lower can we go? It is a problem now in the Caribbean. All heads must come together, because we don't know how you're going to solve that problem in the Caribbean. We can't keep losing like that all the time. We can't qualify for World Cup, whether it be T20 or 50 over. Test cricket, we are struggling. How do we solve the problem?
Yeah, when you put it like that, it's... I mean, I feel for the people of the Caribbean, you know, and I think what makes it even worse, I mean, you know, I'm old enough to remember not so much the 70s, because I was still very young then, but the 80s. You know, one of New Zealand's proudest feats was not losing a series at home in the 1980s. You know, West Indies went unbeaten. You know,
15 years.
I mean,
15 years.
Yeah.
In fact, nobody counted that New Zealand series. It was something else. I mean, so nobody really. It's true it was a defeat, but nobody counts it. But as you said, West Indies dominated the world for about 15 years. And now look at what has happened. In fact, cricket is the only thing really keeps Caribbean people together, you know. But I mean, they've tried all the stuff. You had a federation years ago collapsed when one guy said 1 from 10 leaves not. The federation collapsed, and cricket, and now we're just in a problem.
here is the new man Roach facing Ashwin. He looks to sweep, and I think that struck him in the body. Maybe it hit him in the head. Yeah, so they have to do this concussion thing now.
Well, sometimes I think that's a joke, really. I mean, something like that. It's true, but I mean, this is a spinner bowling, man. Come on, I mean, wasting time.
Yeah.
Spinner bowling. No, it's concussion test. Anytime you get hit on the helmet. But I mean, it's a spinner bowling. Why waste time with
The
that?
helmet's there to do a job too, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So, yeah, I mean, I guess we can't also detract from the fact it's been another masterful display by Ashwin. 5 for 57 in the second innings so far, to go with his 5 for 60 in the first innings. And yeah, apart from the Joseph, yeah, so just looking at Cornwall's dismissal there.
But it's poor technique too, you know. When you look at the way some of the batsmen have gotten out, the technique of some of the batsmen.
Yeah, look at this, here we go. Ravichandran Ashwin, 34 5-wicket hauls. Sir Richard Hadley, 36.
And
But look at Murali, 67. Isn't that is insane. Here is Ashwin bowling to Kemar Roach. And there's no run, is he?
Well, Andrew, I never really rated Murali. I didn't think he bowled, honestly. I've never rated him, Murali, for him. I don't think he bowled.
Here's Ashwin to Kemar Roach, and he sneaks through his defence, and Roach is bowled. So Ashwin gets a 6th wicket. So it's 6 for 57 now. So even though we're going to get to closing in on the 4 minutes before the scheduled stumps, but now that it's 9 wickets down, I'm fairly certain that the extra hour will be extra half hour will be claimed by Rohit Sharma, and I think we pretty much know what's going to happen after that. Ashwin making a very strong case to be kept on the side.
You mean Ashwin?
Yeah.
Well, Ashwin should never be dropped in the side. I always wonder about that, why they keep dropping him every time.
So yes, Warrican, the last man, making his way out to the wicket now with his Dominica painted across the front of his shirt, or printed across the front of his shirt. I must say the Dominicans have done a really good job of promoting the island in many different ways at this match. Really sensible and smart, and that one turned through the gate as Roach came forward, and the death rattle followed. Here is Ashwin to Warrican, and he immediately hoists that one away, out through mid-wicket, out to the boundary for 4. So Warrican's not going to hang around.
And they're going to Trinidad next, and Andrew, we don't know what sort of pitch they'll get down there in Trinidad. The starts on next week Thursday, so we just don't know what kind of pitch we'll get down there. Oh Lord.
Here's Ashwin to Warrican, and as he times he sweeps, actually gets a top edge, and goes over the head of Kohli at leg slip, chased by Rahane down to the boundary. He gathers, and they come back for 3. So Jason Holder comes on to strike now, so Warrican moves to 7 off just the 2 balls.
And Andrew, it really has been great working with you for the past 3 days, as I'm sure most of us, Andy, myself, we've enjoyed working with you. I think you've done an outstanding job. I hope the next few days you have here, you enjoyed it, because you're going to be on holidays tomorrow and Sunday, there's no cricket. So I hope you have a good time, be safe, and until you leave Dominica. And I hope you come back, Andrew. I hope we see you next year. Obviously, Dominica is a place we'll always have cricket, so I hope you come back to Dominica. And it was really nice. It has been very nice working with you.
Yeah, well, thanks very much, Sebo. It's been really enjoyable. I mean, it all happened at the very last minute. Andrew Mason called me on Thursday night. On Saturday, I was on a plane. Sunday afternoon, I arrived in Barbados. Monday afternoon, I arrived here. Had 1 day to settle in, and then we were into a game of cricket. And I've thoroughly enjoyed it. It's been really really brilliant working with you guys too, and you know, compliments to yourself and Andy in particular. Just excellent commentary that you guys have done, and you know, we've also got to be grateful, of course, to be able to work with the guys from TV. They've helped us out a lot too. So yeah, I think it's gone well as Jadeja comes in, bowls to Warrican, who's defensively forward this time. But there's a sense of inevitability about this now. This is actually technically the last over of the day, as Warrican looks to sweep and Jadeja appeals as the ball, I think, hit Warrican probably in the stomach or somewhere like that. But wasn't given out by umpire Michael Goff. Yeah, so technically this is the last over of the day, and just looking at the time, it's 5 o'clock, but they'll claim the extra half hour if they don't get the wicket in this over, no doubt, as Warrican pushes up to deep mid-off, and it's fielded there by Siraj. I've really enjoyed this commentary position as well, Sebo, with the open window. That makes a massive difference. It's really good. Here's Holder now facing this next one from Jadeja, and once again Ishan Kishan. He loves to chase the ball. He races everywhere to chase the ball, and Holder gets a single. He moves along to 18 now, which makes him the second top scorer of the innings, behind Alex Athanaz. Here's Jadeja to Warrican, and he's playing that up to mid-off, who's a bit closer this time, Siraj, so there's no time for a single there. Here's Warrican, he's teeing off, and it's sailing over the head of mid-off, bounces a few times and runs into the boundary for 4. So Warrican, wow, he's moves on to 12 off 7 balls. And yes, so even though it's technically the stumps time now, it looks like India has claimed the extra half hour. Just for the listeners' benefit, a half hour is in a situation where a match could end. There's a good chance of victory for one side or the other. The captain of the side that thinks his side can win can request they stay out for an extra half an hour. And of course, it's only 5 o'clock here. It doesn't get dark till 7 in Dominica.
And
so
it's lovely weather.
No problem.
Yeah, lovely weather. So
I think
no problem.
I tell you what is also good. I like the fact that Test cricket starts at 10. I don't understand why. I don't see why it can't start at 10 everywhere.
Well, in England they start at 11.
Yeah, New Zealand it's normally like 10:30. I just hate it when bad light stops playing. It really annoys me. Here's Ashwin bowling to Holder. Holder's hit on, struck on the pad. There's a peel. Warrican calls him through for a single. I think that's going to be a leg by. It is. So one more to the total. West Indies now 121 for 9. Oh, that was a good shout.
Yeah. Yeah, very good
That was
shout.
a good shout. So half-hearted. Ashwin obviously doesn't want a 7th wicket.
No, well, under normal conditions, probably they would have taken a review, but I guess they probably feel the match is almost over, so there's no need to take a review. So maybe the Indians don't mind being out there for a few more minutes, because they know they have two days now. They could go on the sea, on the beach, and have fun in a swimming pool and whatever.
Well, I guess that's the decision they're going to have to make, isn't it? The teams. Do we stay in Dominica as planned, or do we go to Trinidad early? Here's Warrican down the ground, heaving that one past mid-on, and it's going to run out to the boundary, and not quite to the boundary. Jadeja chases it down, and Warrican comes back for 2.
And I don't think they could go early. They're on charter plane. They have chartered flights.
Maybe they'll have a little stop somewhere else. I don't know, St. Vincent or Grenada or something. A couple of days on a yacht, perhaps.
Well, they can all afford that anyhow.
I'm sure they can. Here's Jadeja. Oh, sorry, here's Ashwin, and it's a reverse sweep from Warwican. Out to the boundary for 4.
Certainly enjoying himself.
And so is that lady on the screen. Look at this is a beautiful shot. Perfectly executed reverse sweep. So Warwican giving the crowd. It's interesting that no one's left. Give credit to the Dominicans. Warwican this time looks to guide that one, but spins past his bat, and there's no run. So here's Ashwin. 2 balls left in the over for Warwican, and this time Warwican tries a conventional sweep. It doesn't make contact. Ball hit his pad. There's no run. Ashwin, last ball of the over. Warwican reverse sweeping again, and he doesn't connect this time. Oh well. You've got liberties when you're number 11.
Oh, yeah.
Your side's about
You have nothing to lose. Just have fun.
Yeah, so it's 128 for 9. That's the latest score at Windsor Park. What's this building up
crowd,
here,
there's
Sebo?
an...
What's this building here?
There's, oh yeah, this is the apartment buildings at the back.
Oh, okay.
To your left there, the back of this stand there, apartment buildings were built by the government of the day.
Oh, okay.
Apartment buildings towards the left. Number of people live over there, just towards the left of us. Yeah, people stay over there. And that's the school I went to, the Dominica Grammar School.
Here's
Right over there.
Jadeja bowling to Holder. Plays that one out to deep point. It's picked up by the man out there. Unadkat, and there's 1 run to Holder. So the entertainer is on strike, Warwican. But he just bores us with a defensive shot.
Entertainer, like that.
And he goes for a stumping. He goes for a sweep. He misses the ball. Ishan has the bails off, but I don't think he lifted his foot there. So Jadeja to Warwican. He's just defending this time, and there's no run. Yeah, he's on 18, Holder's on 19. I wonder if he could top score here, Warwican. I wonder how often a number 11 is top scored in a test match.
It was nice Googling that.
I think Ashton Agar did. Yeah, here is Warwican sweeping this time, lobbing up in the air, but finding space between the keeper Ishan Kishan and Jaiswal, and there's no run. So that ended up being, well, just 1 run off that over from Jadeja. He's got 2 for 38. And if we just look at a replay there, the toe end of the bat, Warwican, and it probably saved him in the end. So that is the end of the over. It's 129 for 9, and that's the latest score at Windsor Park.
Yes, Andrew, there have been just 1 more wicket to go before everybody goes home and the West Indies losing this test match.
Yeah, the gulf in class between the sides is pretty significant, it has to be said. Here's Ashwin rolling around the wicket to Jason Holder. He's there on 19 off 49 balls. Warwican 18 off 17 balls. Holder this time playing up to deep mid on, goes through for a single to move on to 20. West Indies trail by 141 runs, so very little chance of India having to bat again. Here's Ashwin, and it's another attempted reverse sweep by Warrican, and he's been given LBW by umpire Kettleborough, but Warrican has challenged that one, so perhaps it's not all over yet. Let's wait and see if Warrican survives. But Ashwin was bowling around the wicket to the right-handed Warrican, and he looked to play the reverse sweep once more. It's a question of where did it pitch. I'm just not convinced that pitched in line, but oh yes it did. Hit him in front of middle, so hit him on the back leg, always a bit of a telltale sign. Possibly it might have hit his glove actually. Maybe that's why he reviewed it. Let's have a look. I just need to. That might have hit his glove.
No glove.
Okay.
No glove at all. And these umpires have been good. They haven't gotten me much wrong. So I'll be very surprised if that's not out.
Pitched in line, hitting the wickets, out. End of match.
Out.
So that brings us to the end of the match. India wins this first Test match in Dominica. They've won by an innings and 141 runs. So a very, very disappointing effort by the West Indies, by India in the second innings. Andy is just going to join me, and I think Andy, if you don't mind, maybe you can do the match summary. Or I can get a glass of water. Just waiting for Andy's mic to get fitted. So yes, India wins this match by an innings and 141 runs. And I guess the sad news from a West Indies fan's perspective is that after India declared just after lunch, the West Indies have been bowled out in less than 2 sessions. So very disappointing, but the Dominican crowd have been entertained by some excellent cricket, particularly from India. And Alec Azanath has delighted them with some good bowling, some very promising batting, and some excellent catching, Andy.
Yes, Andrew. India going on to win by an innings and 141 runs, and they put on that mammoth total of it was 421 for 5. 421 for 5, in which Jaiswal scored 171, Rohit Sharma 103, Virat Kohli 76, and certainly had the West Indies on the back foot from the day one when they dismissed the West Indies for 150. So 421 for 5. They declared a bit of surprise when they declared, with Jadeja not out on 37, and we see the batsmen there. In fact, it was good. In fact, that's the first innings. They are showing the scorecard of the first innings. But for West Indies, the bowling, we did not give it earlier. The bowling for the West Indies in India's first innings: Roach bowled 24 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 50. Alzari Joseph bowled 18 overs and 2 balls, 2 maidens, 1 for 80. Rakim Cornwall bowled 16 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 32. Jason Hodder 18 overs, 5 maidens, none for 40. Ali Kafanaz bowled 16 overs, 2 maidens, 53 runs, 1 wicket. Craig Brathwaite, the captain, bowled 9 overs for 21 runs, no wicket. Raymond Riffa bowled 4 overs for 16 runs, did not take a wicket. And Jomel Warrican 45 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 106. Blackwood just bowled the 2 overs for 4 runs. As soon as we have the post-match presentation with Ian Bishop, will go across to them. But just to tell you, 421 for 5, the highlight being 171 scored by the debutant Jaiswal, 171, 387 balls he faced, 16 fours and a 6. Kohli's made 676 of 5 fours, and just about 1:23 on PM on the third day, the Indians declared, and immediately the West Indies found themselves in problems. It was the score when the first wicket went. Chandapur, leg before wicket, bowled Jadeja for 7, he had faced 28 balls. 2 for 22 when Craig Brathwaite was caught by Rahane, bowled Ashwin for 7, he faced 47 balls. They went to tea at 27 for 2, and they were behind by some 244 runs then. They resumed after tea, and then we saw Blackwood, leg before wicket, bowled Ashwin for 5, he faced 8 balls. 4 for 32, Rifle, leg before wicket, bowled Jadeja for 11. 5 for 58 when De Silva was leg before wicket, bowled Siraj for 13. Afanaz was out, caught by Jaswal at short leg, a sharp chance of Ashwin for 28. 6 for 78 it was then. Azari Joseph caught on the deep mid-wicket boundary by Shubman Gill of Ashwin for 13. 7 for 100 it was. 8 for 108 when Cornwall was caught by Gill of Ashwin for 4. Roach was bowled by Ashwin for no score, and the last man out was Warrican, leg before wicket, trying a reverse sweep and scored,
I think it was
18 and left Jason Holder not out on 20. So the West Indies all out for 130, losing by a mammoth innings and 141 runs. The bowling for India: Siraj bowled 6 overs, 1 maiden, had the 1 wicket of De Silva, 1 for 16. Yudat Kat bowled just 2 overs, 1 maiden, 1 run, but the bulk of the bowling was done by Ashwin. He bowled 21 overs and 2 balls, 7 maidens, 7 for 71, following up on his 5 for 60 of 24.3 overs in the first innings. Jadeja ably supported with 2 for 38, 21 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 38, and he took 3 for 26 in the first innings. So the Indian spinners really dominated the West Indies, and in the end, the West Indies dismissed for 130, losing by an innings and 141 runs.
Yeah, it's just a horrible result really for the West Indies. You know, I think they really set the tone on the first day of the match actually, Andy. You know, they're losing those 4 wickets after a reasonably solid start by Brathwaite and Chandapur. They got through to 31 as an opening partnership. They got through to 31, and then by lunch they were something like 60 for 4 from memory, or 68 for 4 I think it was. You know, so the momentum changed in the second hour of the first day, and they've just never really recovered from that point. I thought they bowled pretty well. The pitch didn't assist them in any way whatsoever. Actually, Kemar Roach got a bit of movement today when he was bowling. And they didn't have Cornwall for a period of time. That didn't help them, but they stuck to their task. They never let the run rate get very high, and so you know, India had to fight for their runs. You know, and Kohli's very slow 50. I think he faced something like 180 balls when he got out for 76. He got dropped twice. You know, so they didn't make it easy for the West Indies, but you know, we're just going to cross to Darren Ganga for the press conference.
Powered by Yes Bank. I take pleasure in congratulating India on going on to win by an innings and 141 runs, taking a 1-0 lead in the 2-match series. Cricket West Indies would like to thank the official sponsors of the series who have made this possible. Cycle Pure Agarbati, title sponsor, Yes Bank, CG United, MasterCard, Dafabet, Blue Waters, and Discover Dominica Authority. Now moving deep into the program, and for the Cycle Pure Agarbati Player of the Match Award, and this award is to be presented by Mr. S.R. Utamanambi, Senior Manager Export Cycle Pure Agarbati. There were a few names in contention, of course, Ravichandran Ashwin with his 5-wicket haul in the first innings and then 7 wickets in the second, but in the end, that award goes to none other than Yashashvi Jaiswal for his magnificent innings of 171 on debut, being the first Indian player in debut in the West Indies to go on to score 100. Of course, that innings decorated with 16 fours and 1 6. He receives his award in his very first Test match. And we will take the opportunity to have a chat with him. So congratulations to you, Yashashvi. I want to just roll back time a bit and talk to you about your preparation and planning the day before this Test match and just prior to your first innings. Talk us through what was that like.
Thank you so much, first of all. Yeah, it was pretty good, and we were just having a really nice session. I have spoken with Rahul Dravid sir a lot. He gave me a lot of confidence, and of course I would like to thank all the selectors and Rohit bhai, especially our captain, that he showed faith on me and gave me chance and opportunity to go out there and express myself.
A Test match 100 on debut, this Player of the Match award coming to the end of this Test match now. India securing a 1-0 lead in the series. What's the emotions you're going through right now?
I think it's really nice. It's good what I have been working for it, and I'm just thinking to just preparing well and focus on my discipline and process and all, and I'll just keep trying to do well in the next match.
Playing Test cricket for India, what does that mean to you?
Yeah, it's really a special moment, and it's just like when I was young, I used to think about to play for my country and do something for my country, and it's really emotional moment for me. But I think this is just a start. I just need to keep doing it and keep focusing on my cricket and make sure that I'm taking forward.
I spoke about it being the first time that an Indian player has scored a century on debut here in the West Indies. Of course, you picked up your first Test catch. You had a record opening partnership with your captain as well. Are there persons along the way who would have contributed to this type of early success at the international level?
I think it means a lot of people helped me through all my journey till now, and I think I really want to thank you everyone, each and everyone who helped me, and of course the senior players, which the way I was talking with Rohit bhai while batting, it was tremendous, and I had learned a lot from him and Virat bhaiya, and of course, yeah, I need to keep doing that as much as I can do and look forward and learn the game. That would be important for me.
Well, Yashashvi, congratulations on your award. We enjoyed watching you bat in this Test match, and all the very best for the rest of the series.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Right. Congratulations to the young man, Yashashvi Jaiswal, player of the match for this first Test. I'd now like to invite the captain of the West Indies to come join me for a chat, none other than Craig Brathwaite. Craig, tough day at the office. First, let's roll back time on that first day. When you look at the toss decision, did that contribute in any way to that first inning score of 150?
Well, you know, before getting to it, I really want to thank, you know, the Dominican crowd, you know, for coming out. You know, we appreciate your support. You know, obviously, we're disappointed. In terms of the toss, you know, I think the pitch was playing quite good. You know, it didn't spin much day one. I just think we let ourselves down with the bat. You know, 150 runs. We knew as time go on, it would get dry and it would spin. And I just think the first innings total, you know, was not good enough.
Yeah, we looked at both innings with the bat, of course, and you know, I would really like to find out from you what disappointed you about those two batting efforts.
Well, I would say what disappointed me is that I didn't get any runs. You know, I think in this team I have to lead from the front, and that's my job. You know, I really think I got to do better. You know, first innings, you know, 1 or 2 dismissals, you know, especially at particular times, you know, wasn't good for us. You know, we were getting a partnership, you know, just before lunch. You know, we lost a wicket, the ball before. You know, I think, you know, situation in the game at times, you know, we lost it. But for me, I think, you know, a senior guy, you know, I got to lead the way.
Yeah, some persons might not understand the challenge of batting in conditions here in Dominica, but also batting against champion bowlers like Ashwin, like Jadeja. Give us a sneak peek as to how challenging that sort of situation is.
Obviously tough. You know, obviously guys have good field set, you know, in and out fields. You know, guys around the bat, you know, backing, trying to break through the defense, and then obviously guys protecting the boundary. So it's a mixture. You got to find a balance, because it's okay, you know, you then want to score, but at the end of the day, you got to defend. So I think it's having the balance and you know, playing the shot the right way. You know, whether it's a defense, a forward defense, or looking to sweep or hit the ball over the top. You know, it's all about how we play the shot. And I think we didn't execute, you know, as the shots that we would like. I mean, even today we had some defensive dismissals. So it's just guys to use the bat. I think we got to use the bat more instead of our pads. You know, to use the bat, get the bat in front of our pad, and I think that will help us, you know, in these conditions.
Well, you have a second test match to put that into play. Alec Athens on debut, of course, showing a refreshing outlook with bat, with ball in the field. How would you describe his efforts in this first test?
Yeah, I think he had a very good start. You know, you could see he belongs, you know, as he batted in the first innings and today. I think with the ball, obviously, he had to do a job. Unfortunately, we lost Rakeem for about 4 hours. So, you know, called him in to do a very good job, and he took some short catches. So his future is bright. You know, he has, as I said, he really has a strong mind. And, you know, I think he will do best in his cricket, you know, a lot of good.
Craig, thanks for your time. All the very best in that next test match.
Thanks.
That was Craig Brathwaite, the captain of West Indies. Time now for the Indian captain to come forward, Rohit Sharma, the winning captain, of course, going 1 up in the series. Rohit, first, congratulations to you. And I must say, congratulations on that record partnership and you securing your, of course, 10 test match century. How do you prioritize winning this test match and you scoring your 100? Is one a little more significant than the other?
Yeah, I mean, look, every run you score for your country is very important. But yeah, I mean, I would like to start by saying it was a great effort with the ball from us to start with. Getting them bowled out for 150 in the first innings was actually the kind of thing that, you know, set the game for us. You know, on that pitch, we knew batting is going to be slightly tough because you saw, you know, the pitch was not that easy to score runs, but we held to our task. We bowled pretty well, and then obviously topped up with the batting as well. We knew that we had to bat only once on that pitch, and we had to bat long, and that's what the guys did. We got in the excess of 400 runs and then came out and again bowled really well.
Yashashvi Jaiswal, how good is he, and did you expend a lot of effort mentoring him in that first test innings? Of course, a lot of landmarks achieved along the way.
Yeah, I mean, look, he's got the talent. We knew about it. You know, he's shown us in the past couple of years that he's ready for this big stage. Came and batted sensibly, showed a lot of patience, and, you know, the temperament was tested as well. He, at no given stage, looked like, you know, he was panicking or he was going away from his plans, which was good to see. In the middle, it was just about having a chat, letting him know that, you know, you belong here. That's the most important thing, because, you know, often when you're playing your first test match, you kind of keep asking yourself whether I belong here or not. But, you know, my job from the other side was there to just keep telling him that, you know, you've done all the hard yards. It's just about now enjoying the time here in the middle. Don't worry about the results. Just enjoy your time. And, you know, if you do that, results will follow.
You enjoyed a similar experience when you made your test match debut as well, scoring a century. So I'm sure that experience helped. Now, we saw a bit of body language and sign language from you just before the declaration. Care to explain that? We had a clip of you on the balcony and you had your hands going across.
No, I was just letting them know that we probably have an over or so, and then we are declaring. I just wanted Ishan to get off mark because he probably played close to 15, 20 balls without getting off mark. So I wanted to tell him that you get your first run in Test cricket, and then we have to declare. But yeah, I mean, look, you know, these guys I can understand, like you just said, playing your first test match, you have a lot of nerves going around. And I could see he was sitting here in the dressing room entire day wanting to go out to bat. So I know the feeling, but yeah, it was just letting him know that we probably have an over or two and then we're going to declare.
At least Ishan Kishan has opened his account in Test match cricket with 1 run. Ashwin, Jadeja, 12 wickets by 5 wickets. Is that a luxury to have as a captain in Test match cricket, and how good are they?
Yeah, no, I mean, look, the results speak for themselves. You know, both of these guys, you know, have been doing it for a while for us now. So they exactly know what is expected out of them. There's not much to tell them what they need to do. It's just about, you know, going them and giving them that freedom to go and express, because that is when they bring their best cricket out as well. And yeah, when you have the kind of experience that these guys have bowling on pitches like this, you know, it's always a luxury. But yeah, again, you got to come out there and pitch it in the area that you want to pitch it and get the pitch to do the rest. You know, both Ashwin and Jadeja, they were magnificent in the game, especially Ashwin. You know, to come out and bowl like that shows his class.
I don't think you're going to get a similar pitch of this nature in Port of Spain, Trinidad. But I just want to talk to you about this being the first match in your new World Test Championship cycle. Have you ticked a few boxes internally as a team in this format of the game? And how important was it for you to secure this win?
Yeah, no, look, it's always nice to start well. You know, it's a fresh cycle, first game of this new cycle. We wanted to come out and you know, get the result. You know, we actually don't worry about too much about the conditions, what sort of pitch we're going to play on and things like that. You know, mentally we got to be ready to play on any kind of pitches, and that is, you know, the talk that has been happening in the team for a while now, not just now. You know, so given the conditions that we had, you know, I thought we played really well on that conditions. And yeah, like you said, you know, important to start well. Now it's just about carrying that forward. Take that momentum into the second test match and see how we can get better as a team, because you know, there were a couple of new guys in the squad who made their debut, and there are a few others who haven't played a lot of cricket got in. So it's just about, you know, having them some game time in the middle, getting to do what they do usually, and yeah, keep ticking those boxes, and that's what we did in this game.
Well, Rohit, thank you very much for your time. Congratulations again on your most comprehensive test match win in this series.
Thank you very much.
So that was Darren Ganga speaking to the captains and the man of the match. And so just the noise is still going. For listeners that for the listeners that are not familiar with Dominica, there's a party that kicks off immediately after play outside the ground, and I think that was coming through on our effects microphone. There's a DJ out there and everything. Can't say I've actually been dancing after the cricket, Andy, but I do enjoy the music. But any final reflections based on what you heard from the post-match interviews?
Once again, I would like to congratulate the player of the match, Yashasvi Jaiswal, just 21 years old, making his debut, scoring 171. He really was a refreshing sight to see a young man with such a temperament and getting a big score and getting the player of the match. The West Indies faltered very early, just getting 150 on the first day, and they were down from that time. Ashwin had magnificent figures. In the first innings, he had 5 for 60, and in the second, 7 for 61, and finish up with 12 for 131 in the match. So very good figures. The West Indies did not do well in their second innings, dismissed for just 130, and in the end losing by an innings and 141 runs. India, on the other hand, a mammoth 421 for 5 declared, 103 from Captain Rohit Sharma, 171 from Jaiswal, 76 from Virat Kohli, and they really grounded the West Indies and really put the pressure on them.
I would sort of concur with all of your comments, and I think the word Rohit used it in the interview about Jaiswal's temperament. He was just unflustered the whole innings until the ball he got out, basically, which, you know, you can forgive it when you're on 170. So, yeah, very impressive. Athanase, both captains said to their debutants, they belong at this level. So really, really impressive stuff.
Well, Athanase with 47 and 28, not the best of scores, but it was good enough. So the final scores, as I can go through it, the West Indies 150 and 130, India 421 for 5 declared, and the West Indies losing by an innings and 141 runs. The next test, the Cyclopure Agapafi Test Series, moves to Port of Spain, where it will be the 100th Test match between the West Indies and India. It begins on July 20th. It goes from July 20th to 24th. So we want to thank Cotton Drive Network, ably assisted by Kyrie FM, and all I will do now is to thank the different people who assisted us. We had Vima Kumar from India, who helped us with the comments. Ronak Kapoor, also of India, came in and assisted quite nicely. Shakira Selman, who is from Barbados, was here. She did a fantastic job together with Sir Curtly Ambrose from Antigua. The producer, Heston Charles, popped in for one stint. And to you, Andrew McLean, who is from New Zealand, who did a fantastic job with us. Not to forget Mr. Steve Vidal and all the technicians and all who made the broadcast possible. We want to thank you for staying with us, and we do hope that we will be able to do it sometime in the future. Thank you all.
Yes. And also Darren Ganga as well. He was another great contributor with his amazing analysis and insight. Well, Andy, it's been my pleasure working for you, but I'm going to have to love you and leave you, so to speak, because it's time for us to go off here. So thanks everyone for joining us for this test match in Dominica on the Cut and Drive Network.
I am glad you mentioned Darren Ganga because he was very good, very informative, and I saved the last one, the best one for you, and you mentioned it, Darren Ganga. Kumar, all a big thank you to you, and not forgetting Andrew McLean, the man from New Zealand, and he did a wonderful job. It was all good, and we are happy that you could join us on the Cut and Drive Network, assisted by Kyrie FM. So until we see again sometime when there is test cricket or some sort of other cricket in Dominica.